Are we recording? Yeah, awesome. All right. I call the April 5th Assembly Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
We have all assembly members present in chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to approval of minutes. You have the March 5th, 2025 Assembly Finance Committee meeting minutes. Any changes? Seeing none, those are so moved. That brings us to agenda topics. We will start on a budget process overview. I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Flick, but first, before we do that, are we? I know. Okay, so we're gonna start by putting some team agreements up on the wall. Ms. Flick has put a large sticky note here for us to use. The idea would be to have a set of reminders for ourselves about how we want to show up as a team, assembly and staff, through this budget process. This is kind of the most intense thing we do together, and sometimes we can get, it gets hard sometimes. Yeah. And so we use these just to help guide us when things get tough. Staff very nicely brought us the ones that we used last year in case you want some inspiration, where we can repeat some of these, we can add new ones. So I'd love some suggestions from assembly members of things that they would like this group to agree on as we go through the budget process. Mr. Bryson.
Last year was the first year that we implemented having these, and it just became super helpful because then we all had the same expectation for every finance meeting. I would recommend that we adopt, for lack of a better word, all 7 of these budget process agreements, and even if we just read them out loud one time as they're going up on the board, it just became a super helpful tool as Ms. Wolf put it, going through the toughest thing that we do. We're about to go grind it out. So the only additional thing that I would like to add is I would hope that we could do something like Hawaiian shirt Wednesday, one meeting, and then just for Miss Atkinson, and then but another, like, I think that management is coordinated with everybody did blue shirts one week, and then we bring just a little bit of levity to it. I was definitely thinking like weird earring day. I'll put some earrings in for that. But then we're all thinking together. If we just have these little small gestures for the next meeting that we're all kind of coordinating and thinking about working together because we're doing this little act together. I just thought adding that level of element would just top this off, because last year this is a great way to conduct finance season. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Great. Anyone have any ones they don't want from this list up there, or any questions from members who weren't here on any of these agreements? Mayor Weldon.
I like Mr. Bryson's reluctantly agree with his team concept every Wednesday, and like what he said about the ones. However, for today, I would amend the one that says 9:30 and make it a little bit more reasonable. But otherwise, I think it's good, and I don't have anything to add.
Any other ones that people would like to add? Miss Atkinson.
Just because this bothered me all last year, can we edit "be judicious" in my question and say "be judicious with questions" so it is the same as all the others? Thank you.
Yes. Anything else people would like to add? All right, can we agree to these agreements plus a weekly theme of teamwork? Miss Hughes Scandies.
I don't know that I think the spirit of teamwork every week is good. I don't know that coordinating, if it doesn't happen by accident, is good. This is the most impactful thing we do all year, and mindful of public sentiment. We do take it seriously.
Maybe we'll pick a few of the less serious meetings for some some outfits. All right. Yes, though at your convenience, you can add those. All right. We'll move on to a presentation from Ms. Flick of kind of our planned process moving forward.
So as we were planning this meeting, we thought it would be prudent to take just a quick minute and kind of talk through kind of the budget cycle so you know what to expect, the public knows what to expect. For two of you, this is brand new. For two of you, this is just your second time around, so it serves as a great reminder. So the first thing we're going to cover this morning is just a super high overview of where we are and where we're going. So today is the day we start our budget review process with you as the assembly. What you need to know is this is really a baton handoff. City management, your empowered boards has been working with their respective departments to pull together what is before you as the manager's proposed budget. So lots of work has gone on. We bring that forward for your consideration and continued decisions throughout the next few weeks. So kind of just outline that the city manager has reviewed and approved the budget. We've got our empowered boards, and then your elected school board have all pulled together and built this fabulous document. Thanks to our budget staff for pulling it together, but all the information comes from these various groups to put before you, and with several questions that need to be addressed throughout the process. So today is really about learning about the scope of the budget and what's in there. It is going to be a good, meaty, long day, but we are going to try to break it up. We'll make sure you're well fed. There's still coffee in the back. So I think things are good there. So for today, no big decisions today. Today is really about learning and asking questions. You don't have to do formal approvals today. I think in the past, there's been a motion to approve the empowered board's budgets. You can do that or not do that because it's part of the manager's proposed budget. You'll approve it kind of as a whole when we get to the budget approval. One of the things that's good to know today is that it's a good time to say, hey, can we have more time in the process to talk about this? So there are a few things. And I'm sorry you are very laden with paper today. The supplemental packet, which has a binder clip on it, if you flip over to the back, it is our assembly calendar. And so I just want to point out a few things to you in our calendar in that we've set aside time to talk about school bonds. We've set aside time to introduce and decide how much we want to work on visitor industry revenue. On April 30th, we've set aside time to talk about utility rates and utility bonds and make a decision on what you want to put onto the ballot. And then right now we've scheduled on May 7th to have a further discussion about Eagle Crest and the gap in their revenue to expenditures. So those are some things we expect that we want to have more time on, but if there are other things, please let the chair know today and we can make sure that we build time into our process for those. We also managed a pending list for you, which is the place where We put topics that require your decision. And so you will see today there are items that are not included in the manager's proposed budget that we've already put over onto the pending list for you to decide. And those may be some policy questions, those may be things that the manager's office maybe didn't feel like they had the purview to decide on. And there will be other things. So when we get to community grants, those all end up on the pending list. So you'll see when we get down to May 7th, and then that just kind of flows down the pending list for action. We'll sort through that. And after today, with every Assembly Finance Committee, you will get a list of the pending, you will get the most updated pending list so you can see kind of what's on there and keep that in mind as you're gathering information. Oh, look at that. I made myself a slide for all of that, and I just talked through it. Let me just ring on again. The intent is to ensure that you have all the information before you start making fund, no fund decisions or how much you want to fund. We do arrange them by internal city operation needs and then by community needs and highest item to lowest item. So that's how the pending list is organized. Just basic kind of timeline. So today's a big day. I'm super excited that your superpower of making sunny, beautiful days took a rest today, and that it's a great day to be inside, enjoying each other's company. You will get April 9th off, so no meeting next Wednesday. But on the 16th, we'll come back together and we will review the information on the community grant request. At that point, you'll ask, you'll provide information to the body about what information you need in order to make a decision. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, just real quick, because we had confusion last year. Is finance staff reaching out to our grant requesters, or are we reaching out?
Great question. Finance staff will reach out and include you in the loop on that. So you'll present, hey, I need to know this before I can make a decision on this request. We'll collect those through the course of the meeting, and then we'll reach out and keep you copied in on the question and answer back and forth. And then we'll have all of those answers for you on April 30th. And typically that's when those community organizations show up. And if there are other questions that you need to have answered that night, or the answer you got didn't quite answer your question, they're available. But the intent is to not make that a presentation night, but really just, did you get all your questions answered? Do you feel like you have what you need to make a decision? We'll get information on our youth activity grant funding. And then I've already talked about some other topics that'll be covered throughout. And then we roll into May 7th, where we start making decisions and making decisions on the school district budget, on the passenger fee plan, on the capital improvement plan. We'll start working through all the items on the pending list, and eventually you will set a mill rate and then take formal action on the items that need to go to the full assembly for their approval. So there are several Wednesdays in May. We will use as many Wednesdays as we need to work through the process. If we get through the process early, then we will not have Wednesday meetings. If we have a lot of discussion and conversation we need to have, then we'll use as many Wednesdays as we need. Any questions on that? Our goal is to get the finalized budget to the regular assembly on June 9th to meet our charter requirements. Yes.
I'll just add that I feel like me, Angie, Katie are all kind of very process-oriented people and have been tried to be strategic about how everything gets set up. It doesn't mean that's going to be the perfect way to do it. And so if things go sideways or you're lost or you have something that you feel like you need to talk about and you don't feel like there's time, just come chat with us, and we're open to tweaking things. Every year we do things a little different, and it's always an experiment.
If there aren't any further questions, I will move into the next agenda topic, which is the budget summary and overview. That's all right. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just wanted to confirm, I appreciate when it's indicated what item is up for an action. You aren't anticipating during the schedule, like anything that's up for action moving earlier in the schedule. It may happen later, but like this is a good guide for us to be like, we should expect to be deciding on utility rates on April 30th, but we shouldn't expect to be doing it at April 23rd.
Mr. Smith, I think that's correct.
Okay.
It is fluid. So if we feel like we're ready to talk about something and it's earlier, we could. But as far as like having staff prepared to talk about things and have information available to you and to the public, these are kind of the dates that we're targeting. And if there are changes to this schedule, you may get one of these every AFC meeting as well, as there are adjustments.
Very good. Thank you.
Question? Okay, well, without further ado, we will get on with our presentation, and I'm wondering, Kevin, is there another microphone we could put between Katie and Robert? Oh, Adrian's got it. Perfect. Thank you. So your FY26 proposed budget, this morning we're going to really focus on the manager's departments that she has purview over, and there will be a combination of speakers between myself, Manager Kester, Deputy Manager Barr, and we have worked hard to hold to your direction at the retreat, which was to build a status quo budget, don't add services, don't take out services, and so that's what we intend to present to you today. We're going to do a high-level summary and then dig into the manager's proposed budgets in those departments over which she has oversight. Talk a little bit about debt service. We'll talk about major revenues and then how we arrived at a proposed mill rate for your consideration. So the next three charts are big picture CBJ. They include the school districts, they include the hospital, they include all of the empowered boards. I think it's important for you to have a picture of the scope of your authority and what we're deciding over the next couple months. So for our revenues, and these include one-time and operating revenues, so it's all the revenues, we are seeing an increase of over $16 million. Most of that increase comes in the charges for services, and actually most of that is Bartlett. So they will be here this afternoon to present their budget, and I expect they will speak to that. We're at $455 million for our proposed revenue, and that's up from $439 last year. And you can see the breakout. Charges for services, again, when we've got the hospital included in the big picture, makes up a large component of that. Taxes, which is property tax, sales tax, all the various taxes. State support is what we get from the state, but that may include some federal pass-through. But because we get it from the state, it's recognized as state revenue. Federal support, we've got about $11.7 million in federal support. Throughout this presentation, you are going to hear, here's a federal funding concern, here's something that's on our radar. So we know that things are in flux at the federal level, and we're going to bring those to your attention as much as we can today. Overall, we did increase our interest in investment and interest revenue a little bit based on what we had seen given the last week in the market. We were still fairly conservative, but we have a lot of time for the market to correct itself. If you go back to the federal funding, that $11.7 million, if in fact all of that federal dollars went away and a decision was made that we needed to fill that and we were going to fill it with property tax, assumption, right? It would take 1.79 mils to fill that. Now, some of that is project money, one-time money, some of it's operating, so it's not, that is not the likely outcome, but that's the magnitude of that $11 million. Just wanted you to have that.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question, because that was helpful to know that charges for services are primarily Bartlett. The licenses, permits, fees, is that, I mean, to me, that's also kind of sounds like charges for service in a way. So is that like just the general government, or is that just CDD, or?
That can be multiple departments. It's, CDD would be a great example where you get building permits, but the licenses that come through Parks and Rec for commercial permit, and it's still a permit. That's why they're grouped together. Some things are permits, some things are licenses, but yeah, they all are more general government.
Okay.
A little bit probably sprinkled in like docks and harbors for their boat launch.
So a
grant
little bit of
things.
enterprise as well. Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So looking at the big picture of the expenditure side, we're seeing a decrease of almost $9 million from last year. Again, this $480 million budget includes one-time expenditures. So you'll see our capital projects specifically are $61 million. And these are broken out again by the general government, non-board enterprise, the school district, you can see has a large chunk, the board controlled, and then kind of the other little pieces there. And so today we'll be talking a lot about the expenditures. And most specifically, the blue and the orange will be in the morning. We'll talk a little bit about capital improvements before we go to lunch. And then this afternoon, you'll hear from the school board and the rest of the the rest of the empowered board departments will be here. One of the questions, or one of our cost drivers are people, and so we always like to keep an eye on what positions we have. Again, overall, big picture, positions went down by 66. The hospital decreased by 75 positions, and you may remember last year in their presentation, they were looking to streamline and gain efficiencies. So the positions that they've included in their 26 budget are actually the same number of positions they have on the books today. They never came back and did like a budget revision to reduce their FTEs during FY25. So it is a 75 FTE decrease. That is where they are today. So that would indicate to me they're not planning more cuts. Okay. Okay, the school district is also down 4 FTEs. And questions regarding the hospital or the school district, they'll be here this afternoon. They can answer those more specifically. On the general government side, there's about 6.5 FTEs of an increase from Eagle Crest. You'll hear about that just after lunch. And then there are a few positions added in the manager's office, and she will speak to that in just a little bit here. And then some small FTEs to kind of meet the demands of services. So when we think about CBJ.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, and I apologize if I missed this, if you did answer it. So I just had a question about the kind of the two smaller items, the internal service and the non-board enterprise. What do those represent?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for the echo.
Oh.
Oh, what is non-board enterprise?
And the internal service.
And internal services, thank you. Non-board enterprise are the water and wastewater utilities. They are enterprise operations in that they're intended to operate as a business, but they report under engineering and public works. Whereas the airport or docks and harbors are enterprise and they report up through an enterprise or an empowered board. And then internal service is risk management, facilities management, and fleet services.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So when we look at today's information, the green boxes of the organizational chart are what are under the city manager's direct responsibility, with the exception of law, which we scoop in into our presentation this morning, and Ms. Wright is here to talk to that. And then the blue, the empowered boards and the school board are what you'll hear this afternoon. And so today you will have a full picture of the city's request for a budget. There are a couple things that I wanted to cover on this particular slide. One is that I do not know who started this culture, but I'm so grateful that it happened and that it's continued. We have got, as a government, a great mindset of asking for what we need and only using what we need. In other organizations that I've been involved in, there's kind of this use it or lose it, like, whoa, it's May, I've got $100,000 left, let's go buy whatever, because if we don't spend all of our money, we won't get money in the future for what we need. And that doesn't exist here, and that's fantastic. And that's partly the work that the assembly does, that's what the manager's office has done through the years, and it really does make for a very healthy organization and for really honest conversations about budgetary needs. So I just wanted to bring that up because I think it is really important. When we're talking about expenditures through the presentation today, two quick kind of things I want you to have on your radar. We are in the middle of contract negotiations with all of our bargaining units. We have inserted a 2% wage increase into this proposed budget. 0 seems unrealistic. 2% was FY25. We just repeated that for FY26. We don't know if that's a good number. We would be surprised if it's less. So that is built into this budget across the board. The other thing you're going to hear is longevity turnover. And there's some savings throughout the budget because of longevity turnover. And what that means is you've had somebody in a position for a number of years. They're at the high end of the pay scale because of how long they've been here. They've retired, and that position is filled with somebody who has less experience. So we're paying somebody in the same range, but on the smaller end of the pay scale. And so we're at a point where we're seeing people with great longevity retire. And so you'll see in some of our departments that called out. So I wanted you to be aware of those. Also wanted you to know that we review salary savings intensely every year. Vacancy factor, our departments filling positions, similar to just expenditures. We don't want people to feel like they can't fill positions because they've got to meet a savings. So we've balanced kind of trends, performances, what we think is going, and tried to make the personnel budget a little more realistic so you don't have over budgeting, if you will. And likewise, we'll talk about this again, but we've always planned for about $1 million that we're not going to spend somewhere, but we don't know exactly where. We've increased that assumption to $1,750,000. Just we've seen enough lapse over the last couple of years. So we know departments are going to not spend everything, but rather than reduce their budget today, we just make that assumption that it's not going to happen. And then the last thing before I...
Sorry to
Let's use candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you saying, I'm not sure I understood, you went to 1.7 or you came down to 750?
We went up.
You went up
To
to 1.7
1.75,
million
yeah.
in lapse? Okay, thank you.
Yes. And before I turn this over to Mr. Barr to dig into our departments, I just wanted to use CCFR as an example of what you're going to see today. So the numbers at the top, we're going to give you the 24 actuals. So that's what actually occurred. You've got the 25 amended budget. So that's what you have approved as a body. And then we've projected out our actuals. So the orangish red box there is all about FY25. FY26 is the revised budget. So we have this biennial budget. That's what is being presented to you today is the revised budget. We've pulled out one time so you could see the operational side. The other thing, if you're comparing this to your budget book, I generally pulled out capital and transfers from these numbers so that you could kind of see operational numbers across the board. So if you see variances there, that's what you're looking at. You'll see the FTE data and then one-time expenditures also on each slide.
Miss, like it one time versus operating or others kind of shows up again and again. Can you maybe just for everyone kind of help us just when we're using those terms, what are we saying?
Absolutely. So operating or recurring dollars are things that you expect to pay every year. So personnel costs. We hire somebody and we expect them to perform that job year after year. That's a recurring cost, your utilities. And so you want to always marry your recurring expenses with recurring revenue. And then one-time costs are things that you're going to buy this year and you may not need to do for several years. That could be certifications or training or big pieces of equipment. And so we try to pull that out because we want to set our mill rate and our tax base based on our operating expenditures and then utilize fund balance for those one-time items, which is very appropriate for a budgeting and accounting perspective.
Mayor Weldon.
I'll ask the simple question so no one else has it. So if we want to compare FY25 to FY26, which columns are we comparing?
Excellent question. If you want to compare budget to budget, I would look at the FY25 amended budget to the FY26 revised operating. So the last column and the first column of the 25. I think the projected actuals give you a good sense of like what we think we're doing right now, and that should be, it's interesting, but if you're going to compare budgets, it's those two.
Mr. Steininger.
So kind of on the same line as Mayor's question, is there a version of these tables that just includes a column that shows year-over-year change?
Those are actually in your budget book by department, I believe. No, I made that up, apparently.
I was going to say, I looked there, yeah.
Okay. I think we can provide that. I'm obviously phoning a friend for help.
Through the chair, the budget book includes a high-level summary with comparison, and your executive summary, it'll show the difference year over year budgeted at a very high level. The supplemental schedules after the executive summary also show some variances. However, most of the presentations are formatted in a similar manner as you're looking at on this screen. However, staff can provide by department a comparison year over year if that's something that the assembly would find helpful.
Maybe if there's a particular department or budget that we need, we can identify that. Good question. Anyone else?
Excellent. Well, I think then we're set up to wander through all of our departments. These were randomly selected orders, so there's nothing special about the order. And Mr. Barr is going to take the reins.
Thank you, Director Flick and Madam Chair. I'll just start off by saying that I think it's fair to say that Manager Kester and I are conscious of the fact that we went overtime last year. So we will endeavor not to do that this year. And dwell on some highlights for each department, and then of course be open for questions. CCFR's budget is relatively status quo, so you can see there's no change in FTEs. There is a small decrease in personnel services that is due to what Director Flick was talking about earlier with longevity turnover. And we see an increase in CCFR's budget in non-personnel services. That's related to training costs for brand new employees, more than we would normally do, but we have new people who we need to get caught up on training. And then insurance rates have increased, and that is a trend that we'll talk more about when we're talking about HR and risk management, but insurance rates are outpacing inflation across the board.
Mr. Barr, it's a little garbled. If you could just slow down or enunciate. It's not your fault, it's the room, but.
I will do my best. In thinking of things to highlight for CCFR, one thing that I will note for you that I will also talk about at a later point in the budget presentation is the Sobering Center. Is a topic that will be ripe for assembly discussion later on, likely in the finance process, but potentially at a different committee. We are experiencing challenges with our current site. It's really not tenable for either the staff that are working there or the clients that we're serving. So we're looking at proposals that we'll bring to you for decisions on that. Other things that I would highlight are that our apparatus costs are increasing faster than inflation for CCFR. So just to give you an example, our fire engines, we purchased one in 2024 for $888,000. We purchased another this year, and that's largely the exact same thing for $1.1 million. Our parts costs for ambulances have increased by 14% year over year. So we're seeing the impact of inflation there, and we haven't yet, but expect to see impact from tariffs.
Thank you. I will take finance, and then Ms. Wright will be up to talk about law. Finances budget, not much change from FY25 to FY26. I did want to bring up the position that was allocated to finance last year to oversee or to work as a JSD liaison financially. Through process, you all approved moving that to create the emergency management program manager. So that is not part of our FTE count, which is that was a thing last year. I just wanted to make sure that you remembered that. One of the things that we're putting a heavy emphasis on is training. That's with our accounting group, but also with our assessor group, and just with the changes that have come in the ordinances that you've approved and the state law changes. The assessor and the deputy assessor both have certifications much higher than what's required by our code or by the law. And the rest of the staff is working through that certification process. We have 3 fairly new appraisers. We've got another one that's pretty seasoned and is about to make his level 3 certification, which is pretty exciting. We do have an increase in contractual services in finance, and that is related primarily to 2 things. One is that we did contract out the creation of our financial statements with all of the turnover that we had in the accounting team. We just didn't have the depth to be able to produce those on our own. We're hoping that this year we can own more of it, and if that goes well, then we can own it in full in the next year. If we find that we still aren't going to have the capacity to do that, then we'll just have to do an RFP and contract that out. Juneau is of the size that it could go either way. Organizations our size, some produce their own statements and some contract it out. So we're just kind of right on the border by size. The other change in our contractual service is related to banking fees. Over the last year, we've paid a lot of attention to and re-examined our contracts with our various banking partners. And in many of them, we had an arrangement where we kept money in a non-interest bearing state for us, and that paid for our fees. And when we looked at what interest was bearing and what our fees were, it didn't make sense. So we've reorganized those and redrafted those such that we're paying fees, which shows an expense, but then we're earning better interest than not having those funds tied up and just not paying fees. So those are a couple of changes then in the finance budget.
Ms. Scandies and then Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll save it for offline. It's operational, not finance.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. So you mentioned that the liaison position transferred, I think, to another department, but you also say that the FTEs are the same in the packet. So does that mean you did get another position or something else?
Actually, we did. We kind of played a swap of positions. The emergency programs, which lives in the administration department, their grant coordinator was looking to retire, and we were having problems filling it. And so finance took that position on to fill it as a more accounting position, but it's funded through the emergency programs department. So yes, you are correct. Our account didn't change. We took a position from administration, and administration took a position from us, so it netted out in the end.
Thank you.
Just to keep things moving, I'm going to go ahead and speak to the law budget, and of course, we can phone on Emily if you guys have any more questions. But I think, one thing that's important to note about the role of our law department is we do have a civil section and a criminal section, and the civil section is probably what we have the most contact with, right? The manager's office and staff and assembly. And they really are responsible for advising you on legal matters, drafting legislation, working with empowered boards. I mean, really high touch. We see them a lot and appreciate them a lot. But about half of the Department of Law budget is the criminal section that prosecutes crimes that the state would otherwise not prosecute. And there's a little bit of churn on the Hill with some legislation that you read about in the Friday report, and we will keep you updated on that. That's kind of one of the state vulnerabilities we're flagging that would shift additional costs to really only Juneau and Anchorage. because we are the only two communities that have that higher level of prosecution. So it's just a good thing to remember when you look at these numbers, that it's not just, the people that you see every day. There's a whole additional staff that are doing good work for the citizens of the city and borough of Juneau. The law department does have an increment request that is not included in the manager's budget. It's a very worthy, it's an administrative assistant position to help, really help distribute their workload. The more we can take work off of the attorneys, the more of that high dollar time attorneys can spend on doing the work that they need to do. The manager's office didn't include it in our proposed budget just because we don't control the law budget. Law reports directly to the assembly, but wanted to make sure and highlight that for you. So I'll let Emily answer any questions in the law department.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that last addition or possible addition, where would we see that in the process or documents or something?
Through the chair, Mr. Smith, you will see that on the pending list.
Okay, perfect.
So we've preloaded the pending list with a lot of good decisions for you.
Very good, thanks.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. Sorry, one last question. I was just wondering, I see like in a lot of other departments, we have one time for like certification and training. There's only 500 in here. Do we build like continuing education and opportunities for development for our attorneys in the budget, operating budget itself, or?
Thank you for that question. We do. So there is already a budget in here. I believe this is a slight increase to provide equity to our attorneys have required CLEs. Our paralegals also have continuing education. So every person in the office is provided continuing education.
Mayor Weldon.
So in FY24, I see we have marine passenger fees, but not the other 2 years. Is there a reason why we're not using passenger fees regularly?
So we're limited in what we can charge for marine passenger fees. So anything that we touch, we do billable hours. What it means is that we went back and looked at all of our billable hours and we did something, some type of case, some type of work that met the qualification for marine passenger fees at that time, and we haven't since.
Okay, so moving on to human resources and risk management. I'll start with human resources. The human resources budget is basically flat, a status quo budget. The thing that I wanted to highlight on the human resources budget that you probably don't hear much about is the Health Yourself program. It is, I think, fair to say, a really outstanding employee benefit that we offer to our staff and to the school district and hospital as well, and to you, if you're not familiar with it. I just had this week, actually not last week, had an employee come to me expressing appreciation for this program, and quoting that person here, told me that the Health Yourself program saved their life. So it is pretty outstanding. In this particular case, this individual was unaware of a particular health-related issue that was going on with them, and it was through the Health Yourself program and the services offered that they came to be aware of that and were able to address that with their physician. I'll also tell you a personal story that I was at an annual checkup this particular year, and what my physician commented to me that the blood panel that is offered by the Health Yourself program is more comprehensive in some ways than the panel that they would normally offer, and that it is particularly beneficial from a cardiovascular perspective. There was one particular thing that the physician was very impressed that the program offers. So I say that just to encourage anyone listening who might be able to benefit from the Health Yourself program to think about that and engage with that program. On the risk management side, so moving on to the other section of the department, we have seen increases for a couple of different reasons. I mentioned insurance earlier. We are seeing insurance increases, particularly on the property insurance portion of our portfolio. That is due both to exposure and experience. So exposure in the risk world is just all of the things that we cover, the square footage of facility space. And that is related to, generally, we see the increases on the exposure side because of the increases in the broader market. So when insurers are having to cover more costs outside of Juneau, we bear some of those costs on the exposure side. And then on the experience side, we've just been seeing more claims in certain facilities, certain areas. And when we see more claims, generally our costs go up. Those do get passed on through the internal services fund that's part of risk management to the departments that are suffering those experiences. And then the last thing I'll mention on risk management is that we are in the midst of implementing a new software tracking system called Clear Risk to be able to better track, actually more efficiently track our claims that come in. So that's a project for this year.
Mayor Weldon.
I have a question, but I don't want to squirrel us away, but like when the fire happened at Zontakini, is that come out of our insurance, the school district's insurance, just briefly, and don't let it derail us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through the chair. The payment for that comes out of the risk fund. The risk fund covers claims, so it comes out of your insurance. And then every year, we have a complicated calculation that I won't talk about because that would qualify for a squirrel, that passes on a portion of the experience of the claims that we've seen over the past 5 years, an average, to the department that experienced that claim.
So basically, in short, we paid it, but we would adjust their rate because of a claim, sort of like a house insurance. Okay, thanks.
I've got a question that's similar in, I don't want to squirrel, but on the Health Yourself side, you mentioned it's JSD and BRH are included there. I think we're on different health insurances. Does everyone manage their own Health Yourself program, or is that holistic?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the health benefits side, only JSD administration is part of our health plan. And so for our health plan, it's all of the hospital, all of CBJ, and then a small portion of JSD. I might phone a friend. I believe that is also the same population that is covered for Health Yourself.
Thanks. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was looking through some of the other presentations, I mean, obviously, we're just aware of the significant increases in, insurance costs, like Docks and Harbors stood out for me, for instance. I guess my question is, do we feel confident that we're self-insuring or like we are covering the things that make sense, even with these like significant year-to-year increases in insurance?
Thank you, Assemblymember Smith, through the chair. Every year, we look at the degree to which we are self-insured and where we buy insurance policies to cover extraordinary events. So we have been, for the past couple of years, increasing the deductibles that we are exposed to on events because rates have been increasing so quickly. So every year it's a bit of a balancing act of how much are we paying in rates versus what that deductible is. Very similar to when you purchase individual insurance. It's that same sort of calculation that we make. I could squirrel a little bit more, but hopefully, okay. I'm still up. Okay, so libraries and museum. The library and museum budget is also a very similar status quo budget. There is a change due to the 2% wage placeholder that Director Flick mentioned earlier. The one thing that I will highlight for you on this particular budget is kind of a late-breaking news item. We believe we are exposed to some significant risk because of the Institute, Museum, and Library Services potential cut that appears to be working its way through the federal government right now. All IMLS staff were placed on administrative leave this week, and the grants that states receive through the IMLS are threatened. Alaska is a recipient of those funds, and there is one specific program that the Juneau libraries provide for the entire state that is funded through those funds. It's related to, so there's a state statute that requires the state library to provide library services to every rural area in the state that is too small to have their own library. Historically, that program was provided by Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Juneau for their respective regions. Over time, because of budget reductions and cuts, that program has centralized and is only provided, it is provided now statewide through JPL. It's about a $270,000, $280,000 program. We have 2.5 FTEs at the library that provide that service. One of the reasons why it has been able to be provided here and not in the other areas, the other libraries, is because it's an integrated, getting weedy a little bit, of an integrated program rather than a siloed program. Anyway, we're tracking that. If we do see reductions there, that is potentially an impact that we would bring to you for decision-making. It's not just a statewide program. Obviously, that is something that we could stop doing, but there would also be impacts to the library system itself because those staff additionally provide services to operate the libraries in our municipality.
Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Barr, do I understand that correctly to say that Fairbanks, Juneau, and Anchorage were all providing this service, and now only Juneau is providing the service? So over time, Anchorage and Fairbanks stopped?
That's correct.
And was that related to budget, do you know, or if it's a longer answer, you don't have to answer?
It's mostly related to budget. It's also a little bit related to how the programs were operated.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Atkinson.
I know, again, we can talk offline about if we want to get too in the weeds on this, but if we were to, in theoretical, not provide this service anymore, the biggest impact to JPL would be that staff would not be funded, or is there another impact that you haven't talked about?
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. The biggest impact if this program was not funded is that staff would not be funded. And those staff, in addition to providing the statewide service, help operate the library, staff service desks.
Go ahead, Ms. Atkinson.
Just as follow-up, so if we were to say, if this goes through the way that we fear it will, we could potentially fund the staff to continue operating the library, but no longer provide the service that is not funded by the state anymore, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
And I'll just dig down a little bit deeper. Do you have the split out and cost of that? And if you don't have it today, just can we have it one time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have that today, but that is on our radar. Okay, continuing on to Parks and Recreation. One of our largest departments underneath the manager. The first thing I'll note is just bittersweet. Yesterday was Director Schaaf's last day of service with the CBJ. We are both sad to see him go and happy for the future opportunity that he and his family are availing themselves of down in Tacoma. And we were able to overlap him with Interim Director Pierce. for last week, and have posted the position. So working on that. The first thing I'll note for Parks and Recreation is also related to a federal vulnerability. So one of the many things underneath the Parks and Recreation umbrella is our youth sheltering program. Youth sheltering is funded, is something we do in partnership with Tlingit-Haida Regional Housing Authority, and it is funded by both general fund, significant federal grant, and the community foundation. And the breakout of that is $370,000 general fund, $250,000 federal grant, that's the basic shelter grant, the Health and Human Services Department, and then $200,000 from the community foundation. That $250,000 grant from HHS we believe to be at high risk. The next thing I'll note that I'll highlight for Parks and Recreation, if you go to the slide that we're on, parking, you'll see significant increases on that line year over year. That is because we are centralizing all of the downtown parking related costs into that fund so that we can better track and understand our costs and our revenues associated with parking. Parking is largely funded by revenues, but it is partially subsidized to the tune of about $100,000 to $200,000 every year, dependent upon the revenues that we're bringing in. So think like parking fines and permit fees and that sort of thing. I'll pause if there's questions.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. On the youth sheltering, Tlingit and Haida operates it with us, you said. Are their portion of it also funded partially by federal grants, or is it just our portion that is funded by federal grants?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to, but we'll track that.
I just want to jump in here and say we're doing well on time, so definitely keep asking questions. I made this motion with my finger just to say we don't have more questions, and I didn't want anyone to misinterpret that as go faster. That was not what I was trying to indicate. We're doing great. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I guess I was just looking, you mentioned that this grant for the shelter, is that in one of these projects with federal funding documents? And sorry, there's a lot of paper, but is that or and things similar to it in a document somewhere I should be able to see?
Through the chair, Mr. Smith, it is not part of the document that's in your supplemental. That document we'll talk about in just a little bit. Those are all capital or project-related funds. We are tracking and managing and just trying to collect information operationally separately.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Looking at the Jensen Olson Arboretum, so it looks like we're looking at $112,000. Is any of that coming from their trust at all? Because I know there's a trust involved there, but it's a kind of a convoluted piece.
Yes, Madam Mayor. That Arboretum line on this slide is the drawdown from their trust, and it's the interest, so they're not getting into the principal that was set aside, but they draw down some every year, and that ultimately goes into the Parks and Rec, I believe in the Parks and Landscape budget as they care for the Arboretum.
Mayor Weldon.
You're going to have to help me a little bit because I look at the Jensen Olson Arboretum, 112, but I just see when you look at the fund balance, so that's negative fund balance. I'm not. When you go down the fund balance line.
Yeah, same question.
Mayor Weldon, what page are you on in the budget book?
132, sorry.
Thank you.
So if you look under funding sources, it's Jensen Olson, 112,000. But when you look at the fund balance, it says a negative. Okay.
Page 136 has more detail.
Thank you. So yes, in the budget book, the top of page 136 details out the comparators for the Arboretum, and that has just the Arboretum's fund balance, their endowment fund balance. And so they have 800, I'm sorry, they have available fund balance of 866,000, but you'll notice that $2,097,200 at the bottom, the balance, fund balance reserve, that is the investment that they cannot touch. And so they have 866 available above that.
I'll talk to you offline.
Sounds good.
Can I ask one follow-up on that?
Ms. Hughes Scandies.
So I'm on 136 because I had similar questions. So the 866,300, that's representing then a 26.9 drawdown on that, or that's a difference between year over year?
That would be a 26,900 drawdown. So they're drawing out of their account 112,000. They're getting, we anticipate they'll get an interest 85,000. So they're spending more than the interest that they're earning in this year. So they're drawing down their available fund balance by that 26.9.
I will still follow up with you offline, but I think I'm good enough. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the last highlight that I wanted to bring to you on Parks and Recreation is related to the position increments that you see on the bottom of this slide. So you'll see a 0.5 FTE recreation aide, a 0.48 aquatic assistant aquatic instructor, a 0.45 lifeguard, and a 0.35 recreation maintenance worker. The recreation aid is related to gym rentals, so making the gym spaces at Floyd Dryden and Marie Drake available and rentable to the community. That's that one. The aquatic instructor and the lifeguard are related to increased demand for swim lessons. The aquatic instructor is obvious, they're the ones that provide the swim lessons. The lifeguard is related to when you are providing more swim lessons, you need more lifeguards on staff. And the 0.35 recreation maintenance worker is actually one that was included in the budget, that was included in the manager's budget last year that got pulled out by accident, that is now back again this year. And that is related to enabling summertime operations at the Treadwell ice rink. So enabling programming at Treadwell over the summer that wasn't necessarily available. So that was something that we intended to do last year. Through staff transition within the department, it didn't happen. That position got pulled out, which is why you see it again this year.
Ms. Hughes Scandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on page 131 of the budget book, and I just wanted to double check my understanding. I'm looking at the funding sources pie chart, and if showing broken apart, I'm not sure whether to include interdepartmental charges if I'm thinking about what the department earns back, rentals and sales, charges for services. If I add those two numbers up, is that showing me how they're self-earning or what I want to include interdepartmental charges? Could you speak about the difference between those?
I can, and then I might phone a friend as well. So interdepartmental charges for Parks and Rec are largely going to be related to facility maintenance work. So that would be like billing out all the costs of maintaining facilities. And then charges for services and rentals and sales are, I believe, more of what you were thinking about.
Yeah.
I'll plan on giving us a break here in about 15 minutes, but let's keep rolling.
All right, then I will take on community development. So the community development department, as you all know, processes permits, and does compliance, but it does other things than that. Community development is also responsible for flood management. That's been really brought to the forefront as we work on the Glacial Lake outburst flooding event. We have a position that helps maintain our make sure that all of our development keeps us in good graces with FEMA so that our residents can apply for federally subsidized insurance, which has been really important during this flood event. So tell everyone you know to apply for, everyone you know, who could get flooded to apply for flood insurance. Also, they administer the Affordable Housing Fund, which includes, of course, the larger grants for affordable housing, but also our mobile home assistance grants and our accessory dwelling unit grants. And they also do long-term planning. And I'd like to highlight long-term planning because the comprehensive plan is about to get launched. You will see a decrease in the FY25 adopted budget and the projected actuals. And that is because we had funding in the operating budget for kind of the first year of the comprehensive plan. That funding that project is just launching. We've hired a contractor, but we're doing our full public launch in April. Really wasn't appropriate for that to be in the operating budget, so you by ordinance pulled that out. I believe it's public hearing on Monday. Pulled that out of the operating budget and are putting it in a CIP fund. Also on Monday, you're pulling out, we had $80,000 for scenario planning, specifically to the manager's budget, again, in the operating budget. And in this year's operating budget, we're not going to get to spend those funds. So in that same ordinance, we're putting those funds towards the comprehensive plan effort because there's a very robust scenario planning component to our comprehensive planning. And we're specific and in fact chose our firm based on that. And I have a meeting, I think, next week with kind of some of our core scenario planning advocates, JEDC, and others to talk about how to, make sure that the comprehensive plan is inclusive of the scenario planning efforts that they've been working on. So I want to let you know that those listening sessions will kick off on April 22nd and 23rd. We have a noon listening session and an evening listening session. And then on the 24th is the first meeting for the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, and that's a team that's been appointed by the Planning Commission of about 25 members of the public that represent various sectors. Another piece, just to update you on, because it was part of last year's budget, is the new software implementation. If you recall, you approved a pretty hefty chunk of money to institute a new software. Tyler Tech is the software company that we're using, so that both staff and members of the public could better track when your permit's getting processed, where you are in the permit process, so that we can give you good numbers about how many permits we're processing and things like that. And so our deadline for that is end of calendar year. We're hoping to have that wrapped up this fall. Another item that was approved in the budget last year is a new position for CDD, a permit center manager, and that person's been hired and is working to really improve customer service for processing our permits, also improve kind of our interdepartmental relations. So if you have a chance to go meet Jay over at the Permit Center, please do. I also want to highlight that we do have included in the manager's budget about $500,000 to finish the comprehensive plan. So it's about a 3-year process. We've carved it out as a CIP instead of including the operating budget, and you will see that additional funding to complete the comprehensive plan in the manager's budget. Any questions on CDD? Okay, now I'll turn to engineering and public works. This is our kind of other behemoth of a department after Parks and Recreation. And we have, of course, the engineering division of that. You'll see some changes in engineering and staffing just because of how we've allocated the time for engineers. Our project managers, our engineers, and our architects, their time is all coded to CIP projects. So it just becomes a little bit complicated in that funding shuffle, but it's a really great way to hold employees accountable, right? We can only work on a project if the Assembly has given us funding to work on that project. You also have in engineering, your general engineering. It's a very small division of engineering, but it's our general funded component, and they do all the permitting for kind of earthwork and earth moving. So if you're doing a development and you're going to move dirt, then you need to get a permit from them to make sure you're not adversely impacting your neighbors. We also have in Engineering and Public Works, Recycle Works. Recycle Works is low staff but high energy. We have less than two positions there. Most of our budget for Recycle Works is contractual services for recycling. There's one significant increase. We do have an increase in our junk vehicle program. So our per junk vehicle for this year was $365 per vehicle, and now it's $565. And those cost increases, I think can be expected with the inflationary pressures that we've been experiencing. Just as a frame of reference, last time we bid this contract in 2017, the next lowest bid was $640 a vehicle. So we still think that we work with Skookum to recycle our vehicles. We still think that it's a worthy deal, but our junk has a cost to it. I want to highlight streets. The streets budget is mostly a status quo budget, but you do have an increment request that is that is on the pending list, and it's a little bit complicated, so I'm going to try to explain it, and then we'll have an opportunity to talk about it later under increment requests. Historically, the Department of Transportation plows Fish Creek Road, which is the road to Eagle Crest. It is a very low priority road for the Department of Transportation. So Eagle Crest has paid them to prioritize it higher, right? So when I started as Engineering and Public Works Director, we paid them $50,000 a year, then it was $70,000 a year. We have a contract with the state to pay them $90,000 for this year, up to $90,000. I don't think we got there just because it was such a low snow year, to keep that road maintained at a higher service level. We feel at $90,000, the Streets Department feels like we could really do this more efficiently with our own staff people. And so we have a proposal with the Department of Transportation to take over wintertime maintenance of that road and do it with our own staff and our own equipment. And for that, they would pay us the approximately $40,000, which is what they feel like it would cost them to cover that bare minimum level of service. To do that, we are asking the Assembly for a 0.4 labor increase, equipment operator increase. It's about $35,000, but that's not the significant cost. The significant cost is a one-time request of $466,000 for a truck to be able to do equipment to be able to expand that service. And so it's one of those things like that we think it will pay benefit in the end, because of course we'll be able to recoup those costs over time, and what Eagle Crest is not paying to prioritize that level of service. So that's a little bit of a squirrel on the streets budget, but wanted to highlight that for you. Moving on to, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Were you moving on to a different?
Oh, so sorry.
I was moving on.
No, sorry. I was like, I have so many questions.
Yeah, let's wrap up. Sorry, keep going on EPW and then we'll take questions. Yeah, there were just some questions on earlier things she was talking about. So let's have you finish Engineering Public Works, and then we'll come back to all of the topics that we were talking about.
All right, thank you. So the Capital Transit, still struggling with full staffing, but certainly better than we were, but we haven't resumed our full route service. You will see a couple of significant decreases in the transit budget. One of them is real, one of them is less real. The first decrease is a $400,000 decrease in personnel, and this is really due to how we were calculating. Transit operates under odd shift hours just because of the shift nature of their work, and essentially we were calculating for we were budgeting for 2.5 more hours in every work week than were actually paid out. And so that contributed to the lapse year after year. So it's not a real savings because it was just money that we were never spending, but the formula on how we calculated it was different. So that's a 400,000 decrease. However, there is a 364,000 decrease in fuel due to electric buses. So of course, there was a higher capital cost associated with those electric buses, but we are now realizing those savings. And hopefully you have seen those driving around town. Water and wastewater, we will talk in depth about utility rates at the April 30th meeting. The water and wastewater budgets both have significant contributions to CIP, trying to just keep those projects churning as we have aging infrastructure. There is one real savings in the in the wastewater budget, and that is for our biosolids shipment. So we ship our biosolids out to be landfilled, and we ship them in, they're very light, but they're very bulky. And so we have purchased a crusher to crush those biosolids so they're slightly less bulky, and that will allow us to save about $750,000 in our shipping costs. The last component of the engineering and public works budget is fleet, and fleet is interesting. You don't see it as a operational expense because every single budget has an operational expense for fleet because of how we charge those services and also how we account for replacing equipment. So the fleet has a very large equipment replacement fund. So every year when we sit down with departments, we're like, okay, how much do we need to put into your budget, your operating budget this year to be able to buy the 4 trucks and the 3 trucks this year, and et cetera. So that's how we account for fleet. And now I'm happy to answer engineering and public works questions.
All right, I had Ms. Uscanzi's, Ms. Atkinson, Mayor Weldon, and Mr. Smith to start with.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question on the Eagle Crest piece, and I'll try to make it not a squirrel, but just would like to know, is that agreement wintertime only and it's limited in scope that we're taking that over, and how did they land on the 40,000 number?
The agreement is wintertime only, and the 40,000 is the number from DOT. So the 40,000 is what DOT would be paying CBJ for winter maintenance.
Okay, I can follow up offline.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. Kind of on a similar level, that 40,000, is that based off of this snow year, or the snow year from 2 winters ago where we had snow apocalypse situation? Do we anticipate that to be enough for a actual snowy year, I guess?
So to be clear, the 40,000 I don't anticipate to be enough at all. It's just what DOT spends in what they spend to give us the lowest level of service. And you'll all be pleased to note that our department heads are apparently listening, because Denise has texted that DOT bases that number off of hiring a contractor for that. DOT bases the number that they charge us off of hiring a contractor to provide that enhanced level of service.
Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question about transit. Have we, we're still not full service, have we utilized the bonus program for that department or division?
No, we're very hesitant to use the bonus program in departments because of the tension between retention and new hires. And so we have not, there's this, if you give someone a bonus for being a new hire, someone who's kind of stuck with it and done those overtime gets real put out real quickly. And so we've talked about it a lot with transit leadership and have not.
Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
Just quickly on transit also, I'm pretty sure we have some new electric buses getting trained on and stuff. Where are we with our reimbursement for those or grants on those?
Yeah, thank you. We are watching that one closely, and it's part of my kind of CIP grant that I'll talk about later. But we don't believe that that program, that reimbursement for the charge, that not only those 7 electric buses that we just bought, but also the charging infrastructure associated with it is in jeopardy. But we are watching that closely. We've let the delegation know. We haven't had any reimbursement payments processed yet, but they've been communicative with us. So it's on our radar for sure.
Any other questions about engineering and public works budget? All right, I am going to call a break here. This will be our only break before lunch, which we're shooting for getting out at noon. So take 10 minutes. All right. Oh, missing the mayor. Yeah. We can move on to the police.
Okay, thank you. So the police department budget, I think the first thing I'll note here is the one-time expense. So you'll see a one-time capital expense due to software funded from marine passenger fees. This is a software called PulsePoint that has been I would say advocated for a couple of years now. I've seen requests come through over the years. It's funded this year in your marine passenger fee budget. You'll see it there as well. It is software that allows people to sign up to get if they're CPR trained, to sign up to get notifications if there is a potential CPR need in their immediate geographic vicinity. Which allows people who are trained to respond potentially before police and fire can respond. So that's what that is. Happy to go into more detail if there are questions. The other thing I'll note, other things to note on police. We saw about $100,000 decrease in personnel costs. That's related again to longevity turnover, retirements, and reclassification of positions. And then we've seen an increase in training, equipment, and insurance this year. The thing that I wanted to highlight in the police department budget is their wellness program, kind of similar to HR. The police department is unique in that they have a wellness program that is specific to the department. And in addition to the Health Yourself program, the components of it are clinical, peer support, and significant other support. So there's 3 units to it. The clinical program, each department employee, sworn and unsworn, gets 10 counseling sessions per year that they can use with a specific counselor who has experience and expertise in the type of counseling that is needed for folks that work in police departments, and it can be used with their families. There's also an annual mental health check-in with a clinician for departmental employees, and they also have a peer support team. So these are individuals in the department, both, again, sworn and unsworn, span the supervisor, line staff, supervisory level staff, command staff, all part of this peer support team that is available to staff when they're going through critical incidents or responding to critical incidents coming back from them, or just need someone to talk to who understands what they're going through. And then there's a significant other peer support team that has the same training as the staff peer support team, but that is entirely voluntary, that does really lots of impressive things. I'm going to read you a quote from the chief about the significant other peer support team. He says, "I can only describe them as the best of our wellness program. They are the quiet, selfless, loving, and true unsung heroes. Behind the heroes, there's one element of our amazing wellness program that outshines the rest. This is it. From attending sporting events to cheer for the kids of a colleague who can't be there, to babysitting, to providing meals during times of crisis, to giving a badly needed hug, the significant other peer support team shines as the pinnacle of our wellness program." It's definitely been the wellness program at JPD overall has, I think it's fair to say, has been very welcomed by JPD staff. I have a series of quotes here that they provided to me that I'll just read one of them to you. A shorter one. "Don't wait to get in touch with the wellness program and the counseling. If I had done it a bit earlier, it would have been better for me. I needlessly suffered for a few weeks longer than I otherwise would have." And I have many others similar to that from staff. So definitely a big priority of the police department over the past couple of years, and something that they will continue working on into the future. And it's something that we're investigating, kind of looking at how that can be expanded, modified to fit in the fire department as well.
Thanks for sharing those examples. Any questions? All right, moving on to mayor and assembly, and I'm we're all very excited to find out why Marie Drake operations are in this budget, so
Yeah, so.
go ahead.
Thank you. We have no change in FTEs for Mayor and Assembly, thank goodness, because 9 bosses is plenty. But you will notice a decrease in the Mayor and Assembly budget because Floyd Dryden has been moved out of Mayor and Assembly. Last year, we got the Easter eggs, the presents from the school district, Marie Drake and Floyd Dryden. Keeping those 2 buildings in warm status were both included in the Mayor and Assembly budget. This year, you only have Marie Drake in warm status as included in the budget because we've been working with Plinkett and Haida to lease out most of Floyd Dryden. And so Floyd Dryden now lives in the lands budget, which is part of administration. So that revenue and expenditures live there. So you still see what it costs to, keep not even the doors open, but we do have at Marie Drake, of course, the planetarium and the gymnasium still open. So you do still see that in the Mayor and Assembly budget. One of the biggest variables that, of course, you all know about in the Mayor Assembly budget is community requests. So that's not something that we'll talk a lot about, except to talk a little bit about some of the community requests that were included this year, because last year when the Assembly approved them, they were approved for a 3-year cycle, and that includes Alaska Heat Smart and childcare, which Robert will talk on a little bit more. I want to just talk about a couple of other items in here. You have $100,000 to the Alaska Committee for window replacement at the Assembly Building. Long story short, turns out that they need to replace the exterior windows to meet fire code in that building. And that expenditure would be very difficult to get out of the legislative process. And so we would like to make sure that that building continues to be the tremendous success story that it is. So we are helping cover those costs. And that will happen sometime in the next 12 to 18 months. You also will see funding for a clean tourism revolving loan. That's passenger fees. If you recall, Director Pierce had proposed a clean energy kind of revolving loan fund for tourism operators. That was part of the operating budget and it just didn't get off the ground this year. And just wanted to touch briefly on our progress with the 4th of July committee. Fireworks, and having our volunteer committee do those fireworks is kind of proceeding status quo for this 4th of July. So we will have the ordinance to exempt that purchase from the procurement code before you, and that'll be great that our community will still be able to enjoy those fireworks. And then we are continuing to work with the 4th of July committee, enrolling that service under 4th of July committee, which is why you see that appropriation in the budget instead of us directly paying for those invoices. So I'm going to pass it over to Robert to touch on a couple.
Thank you. So just 2 highlights for you that I wanted to call out. One, I'll start with childcare. So you'll see the revised operating budget decrease to 1.7 million, down from 2.38 million. Projected actuals FY25 to FY26 this year. Recall that is due to the loss of a state grant that we had for 2 years that funded $1 million on top of what you had traditionally funded in childcare. So what that $1.7 million budget allows us to do is to continue the stipend programs, both the per employee and per child stipends at the levels that that we've increased them to over the past 2 years as part of that state grant. So those do not decline. What is not included is funding for the apprenticeship program, which has been successful and which AUIC has been working on finding external funding for. That was their expectation. I think they're still working on that, and you might see a community grant request for that, depending on how things shake out. And then also the HEARTS program is still included, but at the level that it was included prior to the state grant. So that's the big change there. There is another grant opportunity that we're pursuing right now that we should learn about sometime during your budget process over the next couple of weeks, which may be able to continue to pay for some of the program costs that we have, and more on that when we hear about it. We've already applied. The other thing I wanted to highlight for you is the social services grants line. I know many of you know this. This might be new to some, but the Assembly some number of years ago decided to provide funds to the Community Foundation to manage all of the social services grants that the Assembly provides to the community. And that process continues. I just call that out because if that did not exist, you would see a much longer list here. So there are many community organizations that staff direct, that most of them know, and some don't. And so then we provide information that staff for them to apply for funding through the Community Foundation, and you'll receive information and also, as likely as part of the community grants request and increment request from the Community Foundation's director related to that program.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. I had two questions on the Assembly building window replacement. I'll say this, hopefully they can't hear me up the hill. In the event of a special session, is the fire code issue so severe that that replacement would need to happen while the building were occupied during a special session?
No, there's no life safety concern with the buildings. It has a temporary certificate of occupancy right now. The building is fully sprinklered and has egress on every floor. So like it's as safe as any hotel you've ever stayed in, but because it's an apartment building and not a hotel, the window has to be just slightly larger. So there's not even we will do that work, or the legislature through Dawson will do that work when it's unoccupied and it has plenty of time to do that work.
Ms. Hughes-Scandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think my question is still on the Marie Drake, who referenced the receiving of that and the keeping in warm status. Maybe I am being forgetful of what we did last year. Obviously, that was unexpected. I think my confusion is why it would live in this section of the budget. If you could talk about that, because you said the other one moved into lands. I would expect to see it in lands or parks or, anywhere we keep our buildings.
Yeah, so last year you decided to fund it with one-time funding, which is why you see, partially why you see a proposed mill rate increase from me. Each building, the facility services live within the department that building serves, right? This building doesn't really serve any department. Certainly if the Assembly would rather see it in the administration department, you can make that move. It's really not that consequential. But the lands fund is funded through land sales and through lease revenue. So it's its own enterprise fund in that regard. So you could throw it in the manager's budget and have a general fund supported, just like you could throw it in the mayor and assembly budget, but it's like a facility that has no home.
Thank you for that. I think that totally makes sense with the lack of consequence, but I think we should keep our buildings with our buildings, or we could start moving all kinds of things into this budget.
And if I could just elaborate a little bit. Last year when we received the three buildings, the administrative building, Floyd Dryden and Marie Drake, we didn't know what purpose they would serve. And so the cost of those were put into the mayor and assembly's budget as a holding place until their use was decided. So the old administration building is being used by Finance and Parks and Rec. So those costs came out and went to the appropriate department. And as Floyd Dryden's can be leased, putting it in lands is appropriate.
So that makes sense.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just seeking a little more clarity on the social service grants and then the community grants. So at some point, the social service grants, the fund that goes to Juneau Community Foundation to administer those every year, do we get a breakdown of who all is covered in that? And how does that differ from the community grants?
Thank you, Madam, through the chair. So it is typical for the executive director of the Community Foundation to provide during the budget process a list of all of the grantees. I don't recall if a list of all those who applied are provided, although we certainly can provide a list of all the applications too, so that you can understand who applied for and who got funded and who didn't receive funding. There's two funding streams that the Community Foundation manages within their social services grant program. One is the funding stream from CBJ, from the Assembly, and the other is the funding stream from the Hope Endowment, which are interest earnings off of a bequest made by Bill Corbis of AELMP. They are very similar in how they are defined and what they can fund, but not identical. And so I'm happy to give you the details on that later. I don't know them off the top of my head. And generally what happens is when an agency reaches out for funding, if they are eligible for one of those two funding streams, we route them to the Community Foundation. If they are not, we route them to the Assembly grant process.
If I may, also the list of awarded grants was included in your February 5th AFC packet. So they provided that, I believe, when they did presentations that night.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to maybe if staff has the capacity at some point offline, it would be nice. I'm not sure it's super consequential for this whole body, but it would be nice to know if we go way back when we had things in-house, pre-moving everything, if we can find a cost. Just a history project, it would be nice to know. Thanks.
Any other questions on the mayor and assembly budget? All right, administration.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about administration, and then I'm going to talk about my proposed kind of communications division after that in two separate chunks. So as we talked about before, the big change that you see in the administration budget, aside from the 2.25 FTEs for communications, is changes to the lands fund due to Floyd Dryden. So you will see we are expecting $975,000 in lease revenue from Tlingit and Haida. We also have an operational expense of $717,000. Just to the agreement that we have, we're going to do a lot of the operational and cover a lot of those things for Tlingit and Haida. You also see a one-time expenditure of $722,000 for basic maintenance that needs to happen to Floyd Dryden. We did try to capture in our lease revenue some of those maintenance costs so that we could keep that a Floyd Dryden kind of maintenance fund in the lands fund. You also will see a slight increase in our IT budget due to lease costs. Right now, IT is at the Fish House out in Auk Bay, and so while we're keeping it all in the family, that's an $80,000 annual transfer to Docks and Harbors to cover that cost. We're hoping, of course, to be one big happy family downtown sometime in the near future, but that lives in administration. Administration is kind of our catch-all department, and I'll back up a little bit to explain what we do. Of course, there's the manager's office, which is people you interact with, Robert, Katie, Christina, Tricia. But then we have the clerk's office under administration, we have the IT division under administration, we have emergency management. So we actually kind of provide a lot of diverse services. Our public information officer is under administration. And a couple of new, just operational things you will of course see next fiscal year is a new city clerk. So we'll be ramping up that recruitment process, and you will also see a deputy lands manager. Lightorn has been advertising for that. There are a couple of federal vulnerabilities as they relate to emergency management and IT that I'd like Robert to touch on before I talk about communications.
So this will be quick. Really the most significant one that we're aware of right now is a likely delay to our hazard mitigation planning process. So you'll recall during many of our glacial lake outburst flood conversations, a high priority for us was to get a current plan in place that would make us eligible for certain buckets of federal funding, grant opportunities. Our consultant, who's helping us navigate that all hazards mitigation planning process, has let us know that particularly at the FEMA level, reviews and work that FEMA needs to do to move hazard mitigation plans through the approval process has slowed or ground to a halt. And our consultant has many hazard mitigation plans in the pipeline right now. Ours is not yet at the FEMA approval process, but she has others that have blown through deadlines. And so right now, given the state of FEMA, we expect that we will not meet our hazard mitigation plan deadlines. Similar to other communities that are going through this process, we are also concerned that some of the buckets of funding, especially BRIC, that we would have been eligible for with completed HMP will either no longer exist or will exist in a different way that we don't know about yet. So that's kind of what we're tracking on that front.
Any questions before I move on to communications?
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. So because FEMA is not making deadlines, we might not qualify for some things.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, through the chair. That's a fair assessment.
All right, so I have a little sticky note that says 10:30 because Chair Wall is keeping us to a strict schedule, and I'm hoping that means that's when I get to start talking about communications and not stop talking about communications. So I'm going to take a little bit more time to talk you through this just because it's new FTEs for you. You do have on page 2, it says 283 of your packet, but it's page 2 of your 2 or 3 of your supplemental materials, a very brief 3-page plan framework from Slate Communications, which is the company that we've hired to develop a strategic implementation and toolkit for communications. They won't be able to have that complete plan available for us until June, but I asked them for this meeting to give me a framework so that the Assembly could make some budget decisions. So, they conducted interviews with many of you, hopefully all of you actually, and lots of community members, lots of employees, and the key takeaways are here. I won't reiterate them, but basically there's a lot of decentralization, a lot of improvements to be made in our communication strategy, and they recommend that we do that through a communications division. And so I think we have the slide up here that Angie created. Okay, so the communications division under administration that we are asking for is 4 positions. And I'll just briefly explain those different positions. One would be the director, kind of in charge of coordinating all of our communications, really having a good pulse on what the Assembly is doing. A lot of the services can be outsourced, but knowing kind of the pulse of the community and the pulse of the Assembly and knowing that kind of insider baseball is something that would be difficult to outsource. So we have the director. We also have then a communication specialist. We would be repurposing our public information officer position. So we obviously have a lot of capacity with our public information officer now, does a great job. We would just move that position under here. So that's not a new position. We would have a digital content specialist, and that position really would be geared at producing a lot of materials, right? I mean, so that you guys have like one-pagers on issues, so that there's the public we have a greater presence on social media. There's more content creation, and then we have requested an engagement specialist, and all of these different positions will, of course, support each other and support the city. But I see, and Director Koch and I both see, a real need for our projects to have like project-specific community engagement, which is a little bit different than like what's the, what feedback from the community, making sure that we're like communicating with our constituents and getting the feedback that we need. I mean, it's the same, it's just on a project specific level. So, and it's not really what our project managers are good at. We have some project managers who are excellent at it. They become our superstars, but it's not the same skill set, right, as like being able to, adhere to a budget, negotiate with contractors, do inspections, and all those things that our project managers are really good at. But there's a huge need for us to communicate, in the field, like I don't want a curb here. The driveway isn't paved flat enough. When you redid my driveway, there's just like so many questions that people have, and staying in front of those from an engagement perspective is something that A, we could do better, and B, we actually pay a lot of money to consultants to do. So we run a lot of our engagement for projects out of house. So the idea would be that we could bring some of that specific engagement in-house and charge some time in this division for projects. So then I'll get down to our budget request. Even though we have the 4 positions, our budget request is $250,000, and that's because we, of course, will be proposing to kind of roll that public information officer in, but also you have $56,000 that goes to our grant manager position in engineering and public works. This was created about 3 years ago that the position was created, and it was partially funded through projects, partially funded through general fund. And we really are seeing a dramatic change in the landscape of available grants. That was kind of so that we could really tackle the infrastructure push and all of that. So we would be proposing to pull those funds into this position instead of the grants position in engineering and public works. And then also there's a tremendous need for our visitor industry communication. That is just something I think we could do a lot more of, and we have limited capacity there. And talking with Director Pierce, she would really like to be able to use a lot of this new division. So we would share a position essentially that would provide some administrative support for that division and also do just a lot of more robust communication. So that's why you see here for non-GF funding sources, about 20% of the hours being charged to capital projects and 20% of the hours being charged to passenger fees. And that's we do that with a number of different positions where if they're working on a specific project, they charge it to that project. We do have some one-time expenditures. The one-time expenditure is, that would be GF funded, is a request for a website redesign. And if you've been on the website recently, which all of you probably have, you can agree that that's something that we need to do. The reoccurring expenditures for personnel services are just under $150,000. So that would be your ongoing cost and kind of increase to the manager's budget. What's not included as an ongoing cost here is the commodities and services needed to support the division. And that's just because I got this like yesterday from Slate, and I haven't had a chance yet to look at our budget and see, like, you'll see they have a budget here that's like travel, printing, social media, memberships to software, and I haven't had a chance to look at what we already do and what we already have budgeted and what this budget lines out as a recommendation to propose an increase in commodities and services. So that may be something that you see in a manager's increment request. Once it we do have, the manager's office does have funding for a lot of these line items, so just have to sort through that. Happy to answer any questions on the communications proposal.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Great to hear that website redesign is on here, because I think, like you said, we've all seen that. But also, it's great to redesign a website, but if you only have like one person maintaining it, I feel like that's also part of our problem. How much of this division will be, running and maintaining the website once we redesign it?
Yeah, I think there's 2 components to that, and Robert might have more to add because the webmaster currently is in libraries. One is just kind of the nuts and bolts of creating new websites, and it's like one is the IT component of web design, which has nothing to do with communication strategy. So what we would like to do is modernize our website where our content creators can have a lot more ability to provide the content to the website. Because right now we have to like create a whole new web page, and there's a lot of like technical back-end stuff to create a website that isn't just like, you know, someone who has a lot of knowledge presenting it in a thoughtful way. Another component of our website redesign is just making it more intuitive to find things. It's not very intuitive at all. I mean, I can't find things on the website that I've spent a whole lot of time on. I'm like, Denise, where's that study? So that the kind of content creation component would be in this communications division, but our webmaster would still be in the libraries division.
And you think the current staffing level we have at the libraries for webmaster is sufficient for the website when it's redesigned? Have we had problems with the current level of staffing on that?
Thank you for the question. So the current staffing level is, I would say, sufficient for the technical back-end needs of a website, right? So for engaging with the consultant we would do an RFP for this, right? So engaging with the successful bidder for professional services as is necessary to coordinate the technical elements of building a new website, of installing a new content management system, of training staff in all the departments and accessing and utilizing that content management system so that they can keep things up to date. Where I see the communications division helping a lot with that is in keeping all the content creators current on best practices for what to include on a website, what not to include on a website, making sure that we're only including things that can be kept up to date and current, that sort of stuff. That's kind of where we fall down right now, right? It's a single webmaster for an organization of our size is sufficient for all the technical needs that we have behind web development, but it is not sufficient for all the content updating and maintenance needs.
And if I can add to that, departments, representatives are trained to be able to update portions of their own website. So it's not just the webmaster that's doing updates. There's a whole group of administrative professionals that have varying levels of expertise, but can update our website as well.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is helpful to see. We just got it yesterday, so I have to admit I'm still kind of working through it. I guess I think what would be useful to me and maybe the public is just like, we are looking at 4 new positions. Obviously, some are being folded in from elsewhere. Just being very clear on like the initial goals that we're trying to accomplish. I mean, I think the engagement piece is important. I mean, obviously communications is a piece of that, but just to be like, we're doing this stuff not so we can, tell you why what we did is great, but just to be like, how to engage better, how we want to hear from you, how to keep the public more informed. And anyway, and I don't know, maybe those strategies on page 2 or 3 are them. But anyway, I just think that's an important piece as we try to, communicate the value of this and, creating a new and long and hope, potentially ongoing, cost to the city. But that's just one comment. Thanks.
Ms. Euskandis.
Thanks, Chair. This is great. I also need to dig further into this, and I recognize you do too. I look forward to seeing the commodities cost and what that turns into for the full ongoing supportive of this. Question for you. I know everything is crazy, like maybe we won't have a federal government, so then maybe we won't have discretionary grants. In terms of moving the funds, though, from the grants manager position to this as part of, if I understood that correctly, to offset costs, does it feel premature? I know there's just a lot of movement. Does it feel like we should, or do you have other thoughts on that? I know it's a rapidly changing landscape.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about that. and I had a conversation yesterday with Engineering and Public Works about that. The position right now just provides us so much value because of, I think, the skill set that our grant manager has. And really, her time right now is being spent on doing a lot of triage on, like, are we eligible for this? Is this what's this NOFO gonna look like on some of our existing grants? Like, she's the person who made the CIP, the capital grant vulnerability list in your packet today. So while right now she's doing a lot of work trying to interpret new federal guidelines, make sure we're compliant with our existing grants. So there's still a lot of value, even though she's not applying for new grants. We realized her 20 grant milestone, so she's written 20 grants for CBJ since being hired just a couple years ago. So I think that, like, there will always be some utility for a grant person at CBJ, especially at Engineering and Public Works. We do a lot of grant writing that's decentralized, so like emergency management rights grants, capital transit rights grants, parks and recreation rights grants. So that grant position isn't the entirety of our grant capacity. It really is for these kind of infrastructure level grants. And most of that position is actually funded through charging to CIP. So there still would be some capacity there. There just wouldn't be that position. So I share your concern and see the need for the communications as really just being a greater need right now. And I'm trying to be conscientious.
Thank you for that feedback.
All right. I think that starts to bring us into our empowered boards and school district. I just ask staff and assembly members just to keep us on time here because we will be hearing from all of these bodies later today to just highlight kind of the things that you as management team want to highlight, and we'll save hopefully most of our questions for when we meet with those folks in a bit.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So our intention here is to just very briefly touch on these in kind of through the lens that we see the world, which might be helpful for you to then ask questions later. And so we'll start with education. Based on this, their budget is based on a 3.1% decline in enrollment and a $400 BSA. So really, Superintendent Hauser and the school board really tried to be thoughtful about how they approach the budget. Just two things to keep in mind: that CBJ historically has always contributed to the max. So the manager's budget will and does have that maximum local contribution. That is an increase in $570,000 this year from budgeted last year because of our change in property value and the kind of formula that is behind maximum allowable contribution. The other thing just to highlight to you is that you have $75,000 in outside the cap spending on the pending list. This is also traditionally how we present the budget. We give you a maximum local contribution, and then anything that is outside of previously approved budget for outside the cap expenditures, we put on the pending list. And that $75,000 is a result of addition in community schools of $50,000, let's see, and there's a couple of other kind of shifting, there's some decreases in a couple of other line items. But anyway, just so you know that $75,000 will be on your pending list. And then I'll turn it to Robert to talk about Eagle Crest.
Okay, so you should have an insert in your packet that looks like this for Eagle Crest. It has some blue columns on the right. I just want to briefly refer to that. So just orienting you to that piece of paper, you see the FY25 budget as the first column. The FY26 budget is the Eagle Crest board requested budget. And then you'll see two blue columns on the right. The light blue one is the status quo budget that would normally be what we would include in the manager's budget. And then the dark blue column reflects what Eagle Crest and the Eagle Crest board is requesting of you. So just orienting you to that. In a status quo world, Eagle Crest would be running, going all the way down to the bottom of that column, would be running a deficit of $642,000. And that we would, in a status quo world, bring to you for a decision, right? And last year you had a similar decision. You provided a one-time general fund subsidy of $518,000. Because that was one time, because you specified that as one time, we would not include that in a status quo budget. But that need remains. It's actually a little bit bigger. So that 642 would be kind of the lens that we would operate in preparing the manager's budget and bringing you kind of status quo Eagle Crest budget. And then the true need based on the submitted budget and board approved budget is $2.12 million. And there are lots of ways you can address that we've discussed about in previous meetings and that you will hear about more later in the afternoon from Eagle Crest. And all the detail there is kind of provided above that. So happy to take questions on the detail if you have it, or we can wait.
Just move on to airport.
Mr. Smith.
Sorry, and I'll ask the Eagle Crest team this later too, but is there being work done to like financially plan or put the numbers in for how we move from where we are today to when we're getting, increased summer operations at Eagle Crest? And like, when do we need to invest the money into certain lifts anyway, like, should we expect to see something like that at some point?
I think there's more work to be done, but I do think that the work that Kirk Duncan did was part of kind of showing the level of investment that was needed in capital projects to kind of be able to keep Eagle Crest up and running. There are a lot of unanswered questions, inputs that still need to be hammered out, specifically around the gondola, before we can give a detailed schedule of if this then when. But the report from Kirk Duncan did lay out kind of that schedule, and I know that the board has been working through that and working through major capital expenditures as part of their request to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to correct something that I said. So the true need isn't 2.12. It's actually the sum of those two columns that's at 2.76.
Ms. Hughes, did I see your hand? No. Okay. All right. We can move on to the airport.
Not much to note on the airport. We will have their finance division and their finance chair, Rodell, here to talk about the airport budget. They do have a deficit budget this year of $356,000. That was intentional by the board, looking at their available fund balance. And the airport budget is definitely a different beast that we don't understand really well, but I know that our finance director has worked hard on it and just has made sure that some of these debt service draws from fund balance is normal and has to do with how they have to account for their FAA subsidy bonds. So they'll be able to answer questions better on that in that regard. Just moving on to docks and harbors, really there's not a lot to note for docks and harbors. Port Director Yucatel is here. Generally speaking, we believe Docks and Harbors does a really good job at keeping projects moving and keeping both a healthy fund balance, but also not letting it just sit there and they spend their fund balance and keep things moving. So we're pleased to work with Docks and Harbors on that. Bartlett also will be before you this afternoon to talk about their budget. The highlights here that are not news to you are fiscally they're doing a lot better and they've been able to add to the fund balance in 24 and 25. And if you recall, in the 2024 budget, the Assembly gave Bartlett a $2 million appropriation to just kind of help them make it through some of their financial issues. This is outside of the whole hospice home health appropriation conversation, and they have proposed to pay that back over 3 years. So we have $667,000 incorporated into this year's budget from Bartlett even though they weren't obligated to, as a repayment of that. And I'll move on to significant one-time funding, unless
Ms. Hughes can't use.
No, I'm good, thank you.
it was 2 million, but it was not a loan. We just are
yeah.
choosing to pay it back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Significant one-time expenditures that are included in the manager's budget. There's 3.3 million included in facility improvements. These are specifically for a city hall relocation, or I should say all downtown CBJ employees, because far more than fit inside this building. We have about 14.5 million in a combined new city hall appropriation. In order, at a purchase price of 12 million, we need another 5.5 million to be able to do tenant improvements to that facility to reverse the floor plan and just make it, kind of the most useful for our occupancy. So we're just asking for the additional funding. Should that entirety of that funding be needed for that move? I do hope to have an update for you on kind of Burns Building negotiations at the next committee of the whole. I have not heard anything yet from them. Our offer was the appraised value of just under $10 million. You also will see as a one-time appropriation is just under $500,000 for the comprehensive plan update. There's an ordinance on Monday that takes $500,000 out of this year's operating budget, puts it in a CIP. This $500,000 completes that appropriation and fully funds the comprehensive plan rewrite. The Heat Smart and AEYC Parents as Teachers, we already talked about those, are community grants that were approved by the Assembly on a 3-year cycle. We talked about the website redesign, and we talked about window replacement. So really the bulk of that is facility improvements for moving downtown office space. And I think, Angie, I have your name on this, but I think we're going to ping back and forth on risks to budget position, because there's certainly lots of.
Mayor Weldon and then Mr. Smith.
So on the significant one-time funding, you've accounted for this in the budget, right?
Correct. These are items that are included in the manager's budget. There's another slide, which are things that are not included in my budget, but we have placed on the pending list for you. How gracious of us.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the Heat Smart and AUIC pieces, and maybe the budget's already showing it, but didn't we draw that from the current fund balance and then we're just paying it out over 3 years? So it's not, is that how we did it, like a county way? Or?
Your memory is very correct. You approved basically 3 years worth of funding, but we're distributing it annually. And so we're including it as a one-time payment for FY20. So the third of it that they're due in FY26, we're including in the budget. So we have the authority to make that. We're not double dipping on your fund balance. But we do need that mechanism to be able to make the payment in FY26.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go?
I'll go. Okay. So we want to just talk quickly about risks to our budget position, and maybe if it's okay with you, I'll talk about 1, 2, 4, and 5, and then give it over to you for federal funding uncertainty. So as we started today, the collective bargaining agreements are not finished. We don't know the impact to our budget. We've put 2% just as a placeholder. Anything above that, we'll need to determine how to fund. You will hear on the 16th some of the community grant needs, and so those are not included. With the state funding, we always know that there are concerns about the school district and the BSA. There seems to be a continuing trend to take tasks that used to be done at the state and shift it down to local government without any mechanism to pay for it. And we also know that the state is facing a big budget hole with what appears to be a little appetite for increasing revenue. So we're not sure how all of that's going to play out for CBJ specifically, but it's on our radar. And then the last thing on this list is just federal policy impacts. Again, things that we're sensitive to, but we don't necessarily have data to make us go one way or the other, but just makes us cautious and concerned moving forward. You know, people are losing jobs, and when they lose jobs and there's concern locally, nationally, discretionary spending tends to get reined in. Discretionary spending will impact our tourism this summer. We think, we're hearing anecdotally that there's cancellations here and there. No hard data. I can't provide you any data that says this is happening, but that's just kind of what we're hearing. We know that the impact of tariffs certainly have hit the market, the stock market, but we also anticipate those are going to impact our costs and everybody's costs. So, you know, yet to see how that all ends up playing out. And then with all of these things coming together, we seem to be following a recipe towards heading towards a recession, which is always concerning. You know, just something again that we're trying to keep our finger on the pulse and approach just eyes wide open, looking for that cautious kind of what are those signs that tell us we might need to do something different. So just wanted to make sure that these are front and center on your radar as we're moving through. We're going to get to the fund balance in a minute, but one of the ways to protect from some of these is having fund balance available to care for the immediate impact while there's time to figure out a longer term solution. So as you are considering all of the needs before you, we just need to be aware that there could be some other forces at play here. And for the federal funding uncertainty, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kester. Do you want me to bring up?
Yeah, thank you. If you could, Angie, there's another slide here that's in your packet. Then this is a list of grants. So this is it's page 286 of your packet, of your supplemental materials. And these are all of the capital projects that we have grant funding for. And so you can see that they're listed there really in two tranches. The first is grants we have signed agreements for, and the second are the grants we do not have signed agreements for. We have experienced that if we have a signed agreement, we've had a lot more success. Originally, kind of we were concerned that even if we had a signed agreement, if those grants might not be in line with executive orders, they could be in jeopardy. But we have had a couple of those reconnecting communities, our Safe Streets for All. We have 2 Safe Streets for All, one for Lemon Creek, one for the community in general, to be in jeopardy, and they're not. They've been cleared to move forward, so we're excited about that. We don't have any reason to believe that reimbursement for our 7 buses that are currently driving around town or our charging infrastructure is in jeopardy. However, we do have new buses, so we are constantly replacing our fleet, and there's our next round of buses is scheduled to be 5 electric buses, and we do have concern that program either won't exist for replacing those, or maybe it's a diesel replacement program. We really don't know, but that would be kind of a vulnerability that isn't before us. We have some grants that we're working through DOT with, like Vintage and Clinton, and those seem to be moving fine. We do have some concern about our municipal composting grant, just because we haven't had a lot of communication with the Environmental Protection Agency, and it might be in conflict with some EOs, but we do have a signed agreement, so we're hopeful on that one. The second group of grants, and what's important to note is a lot of these projects are they're not things that you guys necessarily will have to backfill. They're things we won't do. But we don't feel like most of our grant agreements that are unsigned are in jeopardy, except for the fact that we just can't get any communication out of those agencies because they've been directed to not do any work on an unsigned grant agreement. So, we're following that closely. We've linked the delegation in, and we're kind of hopeful that once kind of the dust settles and departments are allowed to look at, relook at some of those, that we will get some of those moving. I think the one grant that we're the most kind of apprehensive about is $4 million in public charging infrastructure that was awarded in the kind of final days of the Biden administration. Doesn't mean that it won't be a priority. It doesn't mean that it won't get shaken loose, but we certainly aren't spending any money on that particular initiative. The other funding vulnerability, much like what Deputy Manager Barr was talking about, is in FEMA reimbursements. So we have a number of reimbursement requests into FEMA for disaster response, and really we haven't seen, so in 2020, I don't know if you recall, we had a lot of mudslides here. It was a federally declared disaster for the region because there was loss of life in Haines, and it was more destructive for other Southeast communities. But nevertheless, we were eligible for assistance for that. We have seen through, endless hours of paperwork, I think less than $1,000 in actual dollars and cents reimbursed from that. And so we just are aware that there is vulnerability to those reimbursement requests, and kind of trying to work through that. We knew it was going to take time, but there's a lot of uncertainty with FEMA right now as well. So I think the news is overall pretty good as far as our projects at this moment. Still a lot of unknowns, but I also think that there's some of these things that we just probably wouldn't do. It would take longer, and so it's less of a kind of immediate need. So I have one more risked budget position to talk about, if there aren't any questions on our capital grants.
I saw Ms. Atkinson's hand. We'll ask Assembly members if you have specific line item questions on these, that you take that outside of this meeting, just in interest of time. But Ms. Atkinson, if you have a bigger picture question. Or a quick question.
It should be quick. Early days of flood response are somewhat of a blur to me, so I just wanted to double check. That 1.2 million for the public assistance, we took that out of the restricted budget reserve, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing that I think we should all have on our radar as far as risks to budget position are the proposed ballot initiatives that the law department has seen. Those have not been certified yet, but we have no reason to believe that they won't be certified. And there are 3 ballot initiatives. The first one is capping the property tax at 9 mills. That would have about a $7.5 million impact on our budget. So that is if that were to pass. Also, there's a second initiative that exempts sales tax for food, and utilities. Broadly defined utilities, so recycling, fuel, all utilities. We don't have good numbers just because we haven't had the time, and there's some complexities with figuring out those numbers because of proprietary information that the finance has to work through. But just as a information point, when the Assembly was discussing no sales tax on food in 2022, that was a $7 million impact on the budget. And the third ballot initiative, I'll just mention, but it's not necessarily budget related, is to repeal vote by mail. And so we do anticipate those 3 moving forward, and that will that has the potential to be a risk to our budget position.
Ms. Husiandes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for lack of sleep, when you say moving forward into the collection stage?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
Yes. So
Making sure I remember where we are in the year.
The group has submitted for review, make sure that they're kind of doing everything right, and hasn't submitted officially, mostly because they didn't want to trigger a special election, which we appreciate, but we anticipate that official submission coming, and don't see any legal reasons not to certify that.
All right, I think that's it on revenue. Or we, just kidding, almost, or sorry, on expenses?
One more on expenses, and that is your debt service. So you'll remember last year that the debt service mill rate was reduced from 1.2 to 1.08. We paid off 2 maturities in this fiscal year. We are in the process of issuing the bonds that were approved in October of 2024, and we're issuing them using a flat mill rate for the next couple of years and then falling off naturally. So not much to see here with mill rate. Obviously, as we go through the budget cycle, if we want to talk about putting bond initiatives on the ballot, we'll revisit this chart and the impacts of that when the time comes. Are there any questions before we move into the revenue side of the morning?
Mr. Smith?
I think all I was going to ask about for the bonds, and I imagine you'll do this, is just like having some of the, I think there's been calculators that show, like, second crossing and, flood mitigation type stuff, and just being able, as we're having those discussions, to be able to look at some of the possible big things in our future. So anyway, just a request for that.
Yes, absolutely. We can take this chart. It's a beautifully built document that allows us to put some what ifs on top of there with some parameters. So we can have that available as we work through bond questions. All right, so let's talk about revenue. We have taken a less aggressive position on our sales tax for our projection for 25. We're not incredibly behind, but we're just not confident we're going to hit our budget numbers. We'll look at that in just a minute. Previewing for you, there'll be a tobacco tax forecasted reduction, and that does have an impact to the general fund. And then property tax have generally been stable. So I really like looking at our sales tax kind of as a line graph. It's a nice heartbeat of our financial trend with our sales tax. We obviously have higher sales tax in the summer as we have more people in town buying things. And so this is just a kind of a good look. It's been pretty consistent over time, and it's a nice thing to look at. I do want to make one comment. You may remember last year that when we were talking about historically, we had this erroneous sales tax filing that caused a $3 million error. So what I have done is I've just fixed that so the trend data looks like it should look. And so I don't have to say, this is what it is, but think of it like this. So know that $3 million fix got put into the right fiscal years for these presentations. We often look at our sales tax by quarter, so you can see our July through September and our April through June are obviously higher. These graphs represent FY 2020 through FY 24 as actuals. In FY 25, we've got the budget and our forecast. So in accounting periods or in months that have passed, those are real. In months forward, that's our forecast. And then we have our 26 actuals. So you can see we are not confident that April through June is going to be as strong as we budgeted. And then we're holding that flat into 26.
Question on that. It's helpful. I mean, what is your lack of confidence based on? Because when I look at, we hit the mark pretty well for the first 3 quarters. So what makes you think we're going to be off by that much in next quarter?
We have hit the mark fairly well. We were pretty aggressive as we built the FY25 budget for the last quarter. And we're just not as confident that we're going to be that we're going to hit that. It's a good question because looking at the data, I would agree it should be at budget. But just looking at everything that's going around, we're not confident we're going to hit that. So we did not want to build in $1 million into the forecasted fund balance and have it be appropriated and then not get it.
Mr. Bryson?
Thank you. With us only being not even one whole week into that April, could we maybe just be a little premature on predicting that it's going to be below? If we have a gorgeous April and May and we're not impacted by the weather that we had last spring, those numbers could turn around immediately. I mean, I've seen a difference the moment that it turned April, just in my day job. What is making you predict right now, with us only being 1 week into April, that it's going to be that last quarter is going to be so low?
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. We actually had these conversations about a month ago on what we felt like the forecast was going to be. And just kind of looking at all of the sales tax type data, we just felt like it was kind of soft all over. We would love for April through June to be very productive, for plenty of visitors to be in here, for plenty of locals and snowbirds coming back, and lots of spending to be going on. With just kind of some of the risks that we talked about earlier, there's enough going on that we just feel like it was a little aggressive to be at the budget, which was developed a little aggressively.
Mayor Weldon.
So I'm gonna probably agree with you, because that's what I'm hearing in the retail world of the house, that they're pretty soft going in. And case in point, not retail, just someone else was selling the truck, and we went and looked at it, and he said, well, after looking at the stock market yesterday, this was on Friday, I'm not sure I'm gonna sell that truck, because I'm not sure if I'm confident enough to go buy a new truck. So there's definitely a worry about that, and I don't know if everybody has known that we've had several phone calls to the mayor's office from Canadians saying they're not traveling here this summer, what's going on, and you can see that in some of the cruise ship numbers also. So I think I would rather predict, that's Bob Bartholomew, for those of you who remember him, predict lower sales tax than higher sales tax, because that's a high one to overcome if you over predict it.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, well, so this is a quarter look. This is the same set of data, just aggregated by year. This is all sales tax, so it includes the remote sellers. And again, you can see that $1.2 million decrease there between the FY25 budget and the FY25 forecast. This chart, I'm sorry, is really busy, but this is kind of all the other sales tax like stuff. So starting at the bottom is the tobacco tax in that brighter orange. And you can see in 23 and 24, it's come down. In 25, we're pretty close. It has underperformed our expectations for the last couple years and has a negative fund balance because of that. So in FY26, we've planned to not transfer about $700,000 from the tobacco fund to the general fund because the fund just isn't able to handle that this year. The green is the marijuana. The grayish color is liquor. The hotel bed tax has been pretty consistent. We expect that to be about the same year over year. And then the top is that remote sellers. We talked about this last year. Most of the growth of remote sellers is, some of it's true activity, but they just continue to get vendors complying. And so it's not skyrocketing like we saw a couple years ago, but there's still enough growth that we're calling it out separately as opposed to just blending it in with regular sales tax.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question about the hotel bed tax. With what you were just referencing with the other sources, concern about travel and maybe decreased discretionary funding, reflex. What are your thoughts there?
I think it's definitely a vulnerable revenue source. We still have seen we've seen stability more in the hotel bed tax. We do have Celebration coming up this year. We have some other things locally that we feel like might make that okay, even if perhaps visitors from out of town or like traveling across the country, across the world, aren't necessarily staying in the hotels. Okay, let's move on to assess valuations. So this is not super interesting because there's not a lot of change. you can see our total valuation for FY '25 broken out by the roaded, non-roaded, roaded without fire, came to $6.5 billion of valuation, and in '26, we could round that to 6.6, but there's only $19 million of difference, or a 0.3% increase in the valuation. One interesting thing to note is the median home price in FY '23 was $526,000. Last year it was $524,000, and this year it's $515,000. So median being if you take all of the homes and put them on a big line and pick the middle value. So it's just kind of interesting to see that number is trending down. So how we built your budget. We looked at all of the operating expenses. We planned for about $1.7 million not being spent. So we have $195,706,000 in recurring expenses. We looked at all the revenue that would be coming into the general fund, whether that be through taxes or permits and fees, and back into what that mill rate would need to be to cover our operating expenses. And that gets us to a 10.19 mill rate to cover the operating expenses for FY '26. And just as a note, last year was 10.04. Both of those mill rates include the 1.08 of debt service. All right, so we'll move on to the general fund to the fund balance unless there's questions. Oh yeah, sorry. I was supposed to give you some more information on this. This is the joy of running a PowerPoint and having notes. I don't want to be too confusing, but if you take last year's median home price, last year's property tax, and you apply the 10.19 mill rate to it, then that property owner would have an increase of $78 a year, or like $6.50 a month. But if you take this year's home median price and you compare it to last year's taxes, it's actually a decrease in property tax of like $9 for the year. So the median homeowner will pay less this year in property taxes with the proposed mill rate. And I know that can get kind of muddy and crazy. Okay, now we'll move into your fund balance. Going back.
Mayor Walden.
Nice try. Just a quick question. When you made the rates, I know we did things differently with the flooded area. Is that all taken into account with all this?
Yes, the disaster relief, the specific disaster relief affected people in calendar year '24. And the state of their property and the market value of the property as of January 1 of '25 includes the fact that they've been flooded in the past. So that's been accounted for, but the market data, again, the state requires us to assess that market value. And so looking at market data in that area, they have been adjusted, I believe. Most of that area saw a decrease.
That might be a good number for us to get more information on
Yes.
when you're able.
Okay, your general fund balance. Many of you are used to looking at it in the format at the end of the budget book, document 1 and 2. So you are certainly welcome to look at it in this method. What I've tried to do is make it a little more, in some ways easier, in some ways more confusing, but just trying to make it a little more digestible for us as we talk about fund balance. So we ended FY '24 with a fund balance of $32.8 million in unrestricted and $19 million in restricted. The 25 adopted balance, you can see kind of where we ended this process last year, left us at 16.9 million. Moving through all of those things from FY25 projected revenue to change in fund, or to FY25 supplemental appropriations, those are all of the actions that have happened in 25. So you can see there's actions in the unrestricted fund balance and there's actions in the restricted fund balance. And so that gets us really looking at where we are at the end of FY24, that's once the books are closed, where our adopted budget is as far as revenue and expenditures, plus the things that have happened via ordinance. That gets us to a projected ending 25 fund balance of 22 million for unrestricted and 16.5 for restricted. So that's the bottom line there. So now if I take that bottom line and I move it to the top so the slides are readable, what we have in FY26, you can see the major one-time items that Manager Kester has already talked about. We plug the anticipated savings in here because we don't reduce it from the budget, but we kind of care for it to make sure we have the funding if we actually do expend everything. And so that will leave you with 15.9 to work with through the budget process.
Would you repeat that number?
15,900,451.
Mr. Smith. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'd say just similar to the pending list, we'll give you updated fund balances every AFC once decisions are made that change it.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just from what you responded earlier, I do see the Heat Smart, the AYC parents teachers on there. So should they be on there?
They should be. We've cared for them in the expenditures and revenues. Because while you appropriated it fully, it wasn't actually spent in 25. The full 3 years wasn't spent in 25, only 2 years was.
Oh, okay. Darn it.
I know.
I found $350,000. And then the other thing, I thought maybe some of these, glacial outburst flooding response things may come back to us, but we probably shouldn't count our chickens before they hatch. Okay, thanks.
Okay. We are going to be mindful of the fact that I need to be done in 4 minutes and just cover a couple quick things for you. The hotel bed tax, you can see in more detail here. We kind of already talked about it, but through the resolution that you all approved, you can see the portions that are going to interdepartmental charges, Centennial Hall. We've got the short-term rental data collection here. Travel Juno gets a portion, the debt service, and then transferring $603,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund. You can see that we've got the Centennial Hall Reserve. That's the 2% temporary tax, recognizing the true collection, so that 2% of that gets reserved for Centennial Hall. On the affordable housing side, you can see that we put budget aside for interdepartmental charges, the accessory dwelling unit grants, and the manufactured home down payment assistance program dollars. There is nothing set aside for the competitive grants and loans because those have been coming to you through ordinance. So it didn't make sense to appropriate dollars through the budget process if you're going to appropriate dollars one by one when those were approved. So that's why those aren't included. Your affordable housing fund balance for FY26 should be $2.7 million.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some, anyway, I guess, with my, I think shared probably by a number of people in the Assembly is to get as much money in that to be spent out in competitive grants and loans from the Affordable Housing Fund as, fiscally possible. Was it helpful? I thought last year we actually did set an amount so that when it went out to award, people had some idea of what that amount was going to be.
I believe you're correct, Mr. Smith, and that was based on the available fund balance.
Okay. Very good. thing, 'cause this will definitely be something I'd try to get some money into this year, but we'll see how that goes. Thanks.
Mayor Weldon.
Where do I see the amount coming from the sales tax, the percentage of sales tax? Did we give 500 a year?
Yes, so if you look under the total, on this slide, you've got expenditures on the top and then the
Never mind, I
next.
see that there. Never mind, I see it now.
Excellent.
Ms. Hughes Gandy.
While we're getting full clarity, the loan repayments and interest line is coming in as, those are the competitive, when we've done it through ordinance, those are loan repayments or?
Ms. Hughes-Candies, those are a combination of repayments that may be active, but also the manufactured home down payment assistance program. They make payments and there's interest involved in
And those
those
are going up.
regularly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, rounding out our slides here, there are, as you've heard, several things that are of interest that we've not included in the manager's proposed budget, but that we're cycling through the pending list for your decision. Something that is not really on the pending list, but always is going to be at the top of my list for you to fund is refunding the restricted budget reserve. We're about $10 million shy. So that is definitely something that I would put before the assembly to consider putting some funds into. And I think on this slide, we're just going back and forth here. So Robert, I think you've got the sobering center.
Thank you. Yeah, I have number 2 and 3 here. So foreshadowed this a little bit earlier, but the Sobering Center will need a decision at some point. I expect the fiscal note for that decision to be somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million, depending on what you decide to do. Right now, there are 3-ish options. There's still a little bit of staff work that we need to do before we're ready to bring this to you, but broadly, it's either invest in the location where the Sobering Center is now, invest in a different location, or potentially, and this is the work that I'm working on, work with the hospital to do a kind of shared services agreement. And then the cold weather emergency shelter needs some additional work. We had some challenges there this winter with the restrooms and the use and damage of them. So there's a smaller fiscal note. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I want to say around $150,000 to $200,000, although it's in your budget documents for restroom upgrades and a sprinkler system in the building. The sprinkler system is the larger portion of that note. That's required for building code reasons. And I think you get the next 2.
Yeah, thank you. I spoke to these as we went through the budget, but just to highlight, we did not include the engineering and public works increment of 0.4 FTE and the almost $500,000 equipment purchase to transition Fish Creek Road maintenance over. That felt like a bit of a change in services, so we wanted to make sure the assembly waited on that. We also did not include the increase in our contract for junk vehicles, just because we received that too late to include it in the manager's proposed budget. You want to keep going?
So the next one is half an FTE for a park ranger. We have 2.5 FTE right now. This would bring it to 3. This request, funded largely out of commercial use fees, would largely be related to mitigating tourism impacts and trash, helping address various camping-related situations and addressing some needs that are generally related to increased demands that we're seeing as it relates to homelessness.
And then we spoke about the increase for the law department for their administrative assistant, again, just not being our purview, but definitely seeing the need there. And we also mentioned that you will have that outside the cap increase of $75,000 to deliberate for the school district.
Maybe on this slide, we'll take some questions. Ms. Hughes-Gandy's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh yeah, that is the same slide. Question on the parks. You said it would largely, I think, can you give me a little bit of a picture, because now I'm a little confused, because you said commercial use and tourism mitigation, and you're also talking about it being a issue more of homelessness, so you could, do you have any I don't know, I'm a little lost on what I should be imagining.
Let me add on to that question just to help interpret. Can you talk about why this is not in the, why is this coming to us outside of the manager's budget? I think they'll also
Yeah.
help with
Thank you, Ms.
Ms. Hughes Candy's questions.
Yeah, I think we largely saw this when we were having the budget meetings as an increased service rather than maintaining a service that we already provide. And we wanted to bring increases in services to you. I think it's a little bit of a gray area. It is funded with increased commercial use fees. This specific position is largely related to mitigating tourism impacts. We do have a staff that already does that work. It is possible to utilize those commercial use fee revenues to offset general fund for positions that already exist. But it is a request that came through the department that, when a request comes through the department, we're faced with three decisions, right? Included in the manager's budget based on direction that we receive from the assembly, bring it to you as a pending list item, or say no. And that this was one of those middle ground decisions.
I'll just add to that. We talk about the increase in commercial use fees. And I don't have the number off the top of my head, but Parks and Recreation is budgeting for a significant increase in those fees and have lots of ideas on how to spend them. And the manager's office was, no, that's general fund. There's plenty of expenditures in general fund, so it was not the component to add new services. So there's a little bit of that tension there where through the action of a department, there is new revenue that's being brought in, but we don't necessarily look at that new revenue as, meaning that services can be increased. We really want the assembly to make that decision.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Next slide. Yeah, Mr.
Sorry if you already said it, but these will either be on the pending list or included in the manager's proposed increments in budget amendments. So we'll track those there, or they're on the pending list. Anyway, we'll see them in the future.
Yes, all of them except for the refunding of the restricted budget reserve we put on the pending list just for tracking purposes.
And just to finish out that slide, thank you. We continue our list of budget cycle decisions. You, of course, have Eagle Crest, and you have time on your calendar to talk about Eagle Crest, both their incremental requests and how you want to manage that. Utility rates we have scheduled to talk about at the April 30th meeting. That's going to obviously be a significant conversation. We'll talk about utility bonds at the same time. At the next Finance Committee meeting, we'll talk about school bonds, and then we will add to that list, it's not on your slide, but the conversation about the library FTEs and bring you more information as we get it on that. And in general, I suspect we'll be bringing you more information about some other federal vulnerabilities as they make themselves apparent. So I'll just keep moving to the last slide. This is a summary slide of, I find this really interesting as the manager. What is our actual growth in reoccurring expenditures? Because I look very, very closely at reoccurring expenditures because those are the obligations that are a lot harder to back out of. And that growth has been very minimal between last year's budget and this year's budget, but that's not really the full picture because of the unknowns, specifically the collective bargaining agreements. Anything to add to that, Director Flick?
No, you did that beautifully.
Mayor Weldon.
Just a quick question, it's totally off topic, but I was continually thinking about on the sales tax. By the end of April, you'll have a good idea how it's not our first quarter, whatever quarter is, January through March, third quarter.
That is correct. So in about 10 days, we should know how January through March performed. And certainly if it's way off in either direction, you will hear that.
All right. Thank you all for that great long overview. Before lunch, we're going to talk about CIPs and the passenger fee plan. This will just be the first time that we see both of these, so it's an opportunity for staff to present. Definitely ask questions, but I may have to cut people off and you can get your questions answered before we actually take action on this. So we do have time on both of these items later in the budget cycle. So we're gonna move into CIP. Is that Ms. Kester, Ms. Koch?
Yeah, I'd like to invite City Engineer Bohan up to present on the CIP. I can't believe you're in that sweater.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Most of you have probably seen this presentation before, so I'm going to go through it fairly quickly. If you do have questions along the way, Chair Wall, I'm not sure how you want to handle it. Do you mind questions on the way through or at the end?
Questions along the way would be great. So just
Okay.
maybe after each slide, a little pause would be good.
Right, I'm not going to read every slide. I'm just going to let the information speak for itself and kind of talk about the highlights. So with that, I guess, are you ready? Cool, all right. So the capital improvement program is basically the city's 6-year strategy for how to take care of our major non-recurring routine budget items, take care of our infrastructure, take care of our streets, water, sewer, utilities, and also build new things. For example, we've got some funding to relocate city offices and the Juneau Second Crossing, multiple things like that. It's a 6-year plan. The only piece of the CIP that, it's all important, but the only piece that is actually critical is the first year. So this year, we're looking at fiscal year 26. That is the actual money that we are appropriating for this year. So while it's a 6-year plan, keep in mind that the out years, 27, 8, 9, 30, will actually be changing based on the department's priorities and needs and the city's priorities and needs. So everything's just a snapshot in time when you see what's printed in the book. And I believe most of you have a CIP book that looks like this, or at least in your packet, you'll have something similar. So the FY26 funding is outlined in the resolution itself, and then the rest of the book is the backup and the future. Next page. The timeline for the CIP. Well, we hope each of the departments are using this as a living, breathing document to basically map as a roadmap for every year of their work. We also start the process in October. We ask them to start formalizing what their next 6 years looks like. We get into December. The finance director provides us with the budget estimates for the available funding allocations. We compile that in January, present you at least a first look at the CIP resolution with the funding for that fiscal year. And then by March, which was right before this, we prepare the draft book. And now we're into the budget talks of this, where this will become part of the budget process. You have some deadlines to meet. You have to have by the end of April, you have to have public comment at a public hearing, and then the charter requires you to adopt either your CIP or the manager's CIP as prepared by that time. Next slide. We have 4 funding categories. We have voter-approved 3% sales tax, which, as we go down the resolution, would be general sales tax, which is the first line, the first section of the resolution. You have area-wide street sales tax, which is the second section of the CIP resolution. Voter-approved 1%, which is a rolling project-based special 1%, which would be your third, marine passenger fees, and then at the end of the towards the end of the resolution, you'll see each of the enterprise funds being worked out and explained. Next slide. The voter approved 3%. And so basically, every 5 years, we vote on 3% sales tax. 1% goes to general government services, 1% goes to capital improvements, and then a portion of the third percent should also go to capital improvements as well as general services. And so this year, the funding amounts for those is 11.72 for the street sales tax and 6.72 for the general sales tax funding. And from the earlier presentation, you had heard City Manager Kester talk about some of the one-time allocations which are captured in that general sales tax. Next slide. The general sales tax funds, I apologize for the typo on the heading. It's actually 6.772 million, not 12. That covers EcoCrest major maintenance, a series of the manager office projects, and the Parks and Rec projects. And they're broken down into that. Next slide, the area-wide street sales tax. Again, I carried last year's slides over, so the numbers changed a little bit. That number changed to 11.72 instead of 11.8. Street maintenance projects are the priorities, and that can also include stairways, drainage, and other work. But also keep in mind that when we rebuild a street, we're talking about the water and sewer utilities that go with it. So we are trying to find the best value in projects. And so at times, the failing pavement on the surface of the road might be what's driving the project. At other times, the failing utilities underneath the road might also be driving the project. So the utilities and the street department work very closely together to prioritize their projects together. Also, you'll see in the resolution that there is a proposal to fund some of the water and wastewater improvements because the utilities are short on revenue. In order to keep some of the streets projects moving, there's been a proposal to fund some of the utility work with street sales tax, so we can continue to take advantage of the best value by doing the work together. Also, in the area-wide street sales tax, you see miscellaneous projects outside of street work, capital transit, zero waste, and Douglas North Crossing. They're good ideas to fund. They need money. Typically, that's where they'll fall in. And usually, a lot of times, you'll see they're leveraging grant funding or other outside work, and also a priority of the Assembly. So with that, next slide, please. The voter-approved special sales tax. This was basically from October 23 to September 28. The estimated number when the ballot went out was $12 million a year for sales tax. This year, we're looking at more than that. And so the projects are approved by the voters, funding schedule set by you guys. The increase from the projection is an additional 2.66 million this year. The added projects would be 500,000 to daycare and an additional 2.16 to Floyd Dryden and Marie Drake. Next slide.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe it's all the same, but so using this 2.16 for Floyd Dryden, Marie Drake, is that shown in our fund balance calculation? Was that part of the 3.3 for facility or whatever tenant improvements, or is it different?
The 3.3 for facility improvements is specific to the Burns building.
Oh, sorry.
The Floyd Dryden and Marie Drake.
Got it, right.
You have 777,000, I believe, in lands for that. But this generally establishes a fund because we know we are going to have expenditures related to both of those facilities moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And then on the next slide is the table and scheduled funding as provided by the voters, and that does not include the additions in the sales tax, just based on the 12 million. Next. Marine passenger fees, this is actually a great one because there's going to be a presentation on that right after this, so I'm not going to spend much time on the detail. It's a process run through the manager's office and funded through the CIP, but the sources of funds are the various passenger fees that come in, and that's, Ms. Pierce can speak to that next. So, next slide. Enterprise funds, these are basically from departments that generate revenue. They contribute based on their available funds. Typically, you'll hear from the hospital, docks and harbors, lands and resources, and then the utilities. And again, just a note that utilities has requested some street sales tax to keep some projects going. Next, unscheduled funding. There are times where we have a definition in the CIP. There's other times where we don't. We're trying to get better on the definition of unscheduled funding, but it's essentially speculative funding that we're asking for, whether it's grant funding or outside funding. Typically, like all of the airport funds with FAA, the capital transit bus funds, where you would have to execute and enter into a grant agreement where the city manager signing it, and then the assembly would appropriate those funds. So we like to call attention to what the bigger projects we know that we have grant requests out there. And then also there are separate projects that we feel, could use some attention but have no money as well. So, Ms. Atkinson? Sorry.
Thank you. On the unscheduled funding, for a lot of these grants, I imagine there's matching. Is this just accounting for the amount we'd expect to get, or is it accounting for local match as well?
Go ahead, Mike.
Through the chair. If we're somewhat confident, we will provide the match in whatever funding source would provide the match. Some of them we are very confident, and so like the transit grants, you see in the transit and the street sales tax, there's some transit funding. Others we are not sure, and so we're just, I guess I would say, a little bit more than throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. We're actually applying for these things. Some of them, when we enter into the agreements or do a resolution of support, have to identify funding sources. So there may be transfers in the CIP or a commitment from a department from one of their existing CIPs to fund it. So it really depends on the surety of how much we know. Okay, next slide. How do you get a project listed in the CIP, or how does a department get a project listed in the CIP? Basically, engineering does not create or rank or prioritize the projects. We take every department's list and we try to fit them into the available funding for them. And sometimes it might be as straightforward as taking projects 1, 2, and 3, and they fit in the funding. Sometimes it could be projects 1, 6, and 16 because of the amounts of funding that's available in the needs. So the projects are, we work with the departments to fit what they're asking for and maximize the funding that we have available for each of them. And then on top of that, unfunded projects fall back into the priority list for the next year. Sometimes they carry over to the following year. Sometimes, depending on other priorities or moving priorities, you may see them shuffle around in the 6-year program. It just depends on the priorities and the timing of what is emergent versus how much money is available at the time. Next slide, please. So proposed projects for FY26, the FY26 resolution, we've already talked about that. Those are the projects that are funded for this year. In the book, you'll follow after the resolution, you'll see the project descriptions for those projects, and then after all the funding and the accounting for the money and what's where, then you'll see the 6-year list. And that's kind of the bigger roadmap. And then what makes up, next slide, please. What makes up the FY26 CIP? It's mostly maintenance of what we have. We have $33.1 million in sales tax funded CIPs. $1 million of that goes to each affordable housing and childcare. We've got $460,000 going to green and sustainable projects specifically, but also keep in mind that standalone maintenance CIPs take into account sustainability improvements, LED lighting, a deferred maintenance project will look at all of the alternatives and provide the most sustainable opportunities within the available budget. So basically 67% of this year's CIP funded sales tax is for maintenance work. And with that, thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Questions? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, the CIP is a big, dense document with a lot of detail. Are you thinking, we had 15 minutes today, is it now it's time, we'll have time to review, kind of potentially meet with Public Works staff, and then be ready if any changes for the May 7th meeting or something?
Yes, I would say we get a few minutes here, so if people have questions, now is a good time to ask them. But right now, hearing on May 7th would be when we're entertaining changes. So on occasion, it doesn't happen a lot, but on occasion, assembly members will want to make changes to CIPs. If you are planning on that, the earlier you can tell staff, the better, because usually it takes some work to put together those amendments. But final action on CIP is not till May 21st. And so I would say any questions that don't get answered here today that you have on the CIP, talk to staff and make sure to get your questions answered. Does that answer your question, Mr.? Other questions on CIP? All right. So it is noon, which is when we are going to have lunch. I'll leave it up to the body. We're just about 15 minutes behind, which is fine. We get some wiggle room later in the day. Would you all like to do 15 minutes on passenger fees now and then break for lunch, or break for lunch now and come back to that discussion? That's not going to happen.
Madam
I know
Chair.
this group. Miss Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'd rather just break early so we can do it all rather than breaking up that presentation.
Anyone have a problem with that? Okay, so we're going to break now. Come back at 12:45 for the passenger fee discussion. And so for those representing the empowered boards who are here, we'll be about 15 minutes behind schedule. All right, I'll bring the Assembly Finance Committee meeting back to order. We are going to talk about the marine passenger fees for folks in the audience. If you're following along with our agenda, we're about 15 minutes behind, so we will try to start the Eagle Crest conversation around 1 o'clock. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I trust that you have all read your packet, so I'm going to roll through this pretty quickly. The process, just a process point, we are required by ordinance to put the passenger fee budget out for public review after it's gone through an assembly committee. We will be posting that on Monday, and then it basically is out up until the date that you, just before the date that you see this again. So maybe some red folder items and things like that on the back end, but I really appreciate the efficient way that the finance team has scheduled the budget this year. So just a note on process there. So this passenger fee budget doesn't have, in my view, anything particularly surprising or out of the ordinary. Some of the things that I want to call the Assembly's attention to, shore power and the Seawalk are two kind of larger items that we tend to kind of dump funds into because they will eventually be require a big ticket decision, may require revenue bonds depending on which direction the Assembly decides to go with those, but we also tend to consider those a little bit flexible accounts that could potentially be used to fund other things that come up. So, but in terms of capital investment recommendations, new are dock safety cameras. There have been a few incidences. I don't know if people are familiar with the Form Line glass art installations near the Franklin dock. Those were vandalized a couple times last year and broken. This was a request by Docks and Harbors to install safety cameras along the Seawalk. We also got requests from wastewater for some improvements to the infrastructure that serves the cruise ships. Those upgrades are included in the budget. The Seawalk around the city-owned docks on kind of our side of the Seawalk is aging. There's a need to get an engineer's inspection of the pilings there, which would likely turn into a Seawalk CIP after that's completed, and we have an idea of the scope of what's needed there. The Marine Park project, which has been in the planning stages for a couple of years, the initial budget was was a very rough estimate. So this line item would fund the project to completion. We also have a recommendation for a covered bus stop at Mendenhall Loop Road. I think everybody's familiar with the number of cruise ship passengers who use that bus stop and the need for some better facilities there. The public Wi-Fi system that we funded last year will require ongoing maintenance. And then I already mentioned the Seawalk. A couple of other minor notes. Pulse Point was mentioned in the public safety budget, so I won't belabor that. But the private dock restrooms and security, as you all may recall, they're in the discussion around raising dockage fees at Assembly Finance several months ago. We discussed not funding private docks for calendar year 26 once we raised fees. So the line item is in there as normal because these are grant funds and it's submitted, it's a reimbursement of receipts. So if that directive to not fund private docks continues, we would simply write the MOAs to be for actuals for up to the beginning of calendar year '26. We didn't have a good estimate for how much that would cost, so we just kind of put in the typical funding amount. So those are kind of the major highlights of the passenger fee budget beyond the things that have already been presented. Obviously, the partial position for in the communications budget is something that I am personally really grateful for. Definitely in need of some support staff time, so that's kind of another highlight, but those are really the big things. I guess I'll pause for questions before moving on to the Mendenhall Glacier appropriation.
Mayor Weldon.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Director Pierce. This was a question that was asked to me by the public just 2 days ago. I see that we're doing a wastewater system upgrade and a water system upgrade, but do we account anywhere for the amount of increased waste we have to deal with? And their particular point was the new restrooms out at Statter Harbor, 95% are going to be cruise ship tourism, and they're going to be used a lot. Do we account for that in any way, shape, or form?
We do, I mean, I wouldn't say that we directly account for it in terms of this is funding for waste. We do have the kind of supplemental services based on the cost allocation study that we did after the settlement agreement that funds city departments to a percentage of their budget based on, you know, the impact of the visitor industry. So, you know, that not directly related to the Statter Harbor restrooms, but there is some recognition of the impact in the budget.
Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question on those items that we, you know, habitually chunk away at, like shore power and Seawalk. Is there any consideration given, I'm sure there is, but, you know, as we see inflation accelerating costs, do we think ever about chunking a little more in? And then I guess semi-related to that is there's a significant dock, you know, can't think of the word, infrastructure happening with the Hunatotum dock. So would we think of like putting more towards the Seawalk if we're anticipating that we might see something like that sooner rather than later if that passes?
Thank you, through the chair. I would have loved to put more towards the Seawalk this year. I don't think we really had the funds in the budget with some other large expenses. That wastewater upgrade was pretty significant, pretty expensive. But I do think that as we have a clearer idea about what's happening with the Hunatotum dock, potential connection from there to Gold Creek, the Franklin to AJ project is still alive. I think in the coming months there is a planning and revenue bonding for Seawalk conversation that will be ripe for the Assembly to have. We just aren't quite there yet on either of those projects. I mean, we do have a cost estimate for the Franklin to AJ connection. That's going to change a little bit based on some decisions that one of the private landowners along the alignment have made. So we're gonna have to go back and revisit that. So once we kind of have a clear idea of what that project looks like, which, you know, if you'd asked me a month ago, I would have thought that I had a clear idea. And then also the idea of a Gold Creek connection, I think there's kind of a strategic planning discussion that we'll need to have. Same thing with shore power. You know, we're raising dockage fees. That may be a source of revenue bonding. We could self-fund it. There are various options there. I think once we've worked a little bit further through the design project that Docks and Harbors is working on in conjunction with AEL&P, we'll have a better idea and we can kind of have a more strategic discussion about how that project's funded.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had some questions on the security cameras, and I'll admit that I am the Docks and Harbors liaison, and I think I maybe missed the meetings where they discussed those. So confession there. But I guess I do just have, sorry? Oh, sorry. Well, I didn't want people to hear that part anyway. I guess I'm just curious about maintenance costs and operational costs, annual costs year to year. I mean, I know it's one thing to like have the cameras and record the stuff, but then who's going to look through the stuff and privacy of the video? Anyway, do you have, I guess my bigger question is, do we know what the ongoing costs of running that system are going to be?
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and through the chair, I believe Mr. Yucatel is in the audience and can answer those questions.
Ask your question again, especially the part about professor.
Thank you, Mr. Yucatel. I guess my questions are just about the ongoing maintenance and operation costs of the cameras in that system.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, through the chair. Right now, we have cameras, they're just aged. And so the way it works now is we have a server that collects data, some terabyte capable server, and after, I think it's 10 or 14 days, we can't retrieve anything else. So that's just how it's set up right now. So once it's installed, if you have enough memory, there's really no ongoing maintenance costs. Maintenance is just keeping the backbone up, and right now we're using downtown. We're using radio signals for the cameras. There's better systems than what we've got for that.
Okay, so pretty low ongoing costs, it sounds like. Okay, thanks.
That's correct.
Maybe hang on for a sec, Mr. Yucatel. Is Ms. Hughes Candies, do you have a question for Mr. Yucatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You never know. Mr. Yucatel has expertise on many of these things, so I don't think so, but maybe hang out. On staying on that same kind of tip with ongoing costs on the brain, the public Wi-Fi project, I do not remember numbers off the top of my brain when we had those announcements, and I know it was a process. When it was implemented, I don't remember if it was mentioned in the letter by Clea last year, but this 771,500, is this what we expect? It's almost $1 million. We expect that to be the ongoing cost every year, because that's quite a bit higher than I ever expected. Just when we talked about the project, it seemed like a no-brainer, and I'm now thinking it's a brainer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do think that the ongoing maintenance costs will be that amount. And, that has that's been what has come out of the project as it's been scoped and planned. I wasn't really aware of the nature of those costs last year. It probably still would have recommended moving forward with it because it's a significant need in our community to make sure that we have that connectivity. But yeah, it does come with an ongoing price tag.
I'll ask a question. I should understand this by now, but I think if I don't, maybe there's others that don't too, and I think will be relevant to the conversation about the private doc funding. Can you explain to me the timing of how these funds work together? So people show up, we collect money, we base a budget based on what we've collected, and then we fund it, for next year, is this proposal here, am I right that your proposal is based on what we collected last season and will provide funding next season? No, so please tell me how it actually works.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. It's based on the projected funding for FY26. So, and some of these are longer ongoing capital projects that goes into a CIP, kind of like the general fund CIP budget. And so, if we collect money, there's a need for, or collect less money, there's a need for a discussion on how to make adjustments. That's why we carry a small fund balance. So and we also, we receive state passenger fees as kind of a lump sum. And then, on an ongoing basis, as people arrive, we are remitted our city passenger fees.
And when we are putting funds to others, when we're granting funds out, and are they spending those funds in FY26, or does it depend on the partner, or do you have that information in terms of, for example, the private dock owners, are they expecting this in their operations in 2026 season or in this season?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, they're expecting it in this season because right now we're not funding them for the calendar year 26. So they submit actuals. So if they spend less than is budgeted for security, they only get the amount that they spent. And whereas, other things like crossing guards are a grant. That's why, and I'm not sure why we do it that way. I don't have a good answer for that. But that's why the Travel Juneau put the crossing guard contract out to bid. The new contract will likely cost significantly more than what we have in the budget here, but they have some fund balance left over from last year because Gold Belt didn't spend all of the money because they had staffing issues. So so that will be cared for within that fund balance and not be part of the budget for this year.
Mayor Weldon.
We'll take advantage of Port Director Yucatel being up there. When is the 16B dock supposed to be paid off?
The chair, Mayor Weldon, that's probably a better question to finance, but it's approximately 2033 or something like that.
I would have to pull our bond documents. Those are actually ones that we're refunding right now, so they should be in the front of my brain, but I believe Director Yucatel is corrected, 2022, 2023. 33. Yeah, 33.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to Ms. Wall's question, hypothetical, you're super familiar with the settlement agreement and the confines of it. I have not, I don't think about it every day. As a hypothetical, because we do have that in good faith negotiation, we are projecting what we're collecting in this season, and then we build our budget for this season off of that. Have you ever given thought, let's say we were going to do a major investment, but not so major as to be bond worthy, would you say that within the agreement you could talk with them and say, and we know that that's probably 3 million over, but we'll plan on that to come out of the 2026 season? Or is your interpretation of the settlement agreement that no, you base your budget on the season in front of you? And I know that's kind of a weird question, so if you say I have to think about that, that's fine too.
Thank you. Through the chair, and I'm answering the question that I understood, Stan, that you have asked. So if I'm wrong, then clarify for me. But we do have many projects that we fund over multiple years. The Marine Park project's an example. We didn't really know how much that project would cost. We knew that there was structural stuff. We knew that it was on a dock, construction costs. It was a bit of an X factor, and we've ended up funding it over multiple years because of that. Things like shore power, where we've kind of put money into a CIP year over year. That's kind of more the approach that we take is, we know that we have this project, and so we'll stack money into the CIP within the settlement agreement and under the Commerce Clause. You're not supposed to just kind of squirrel money away, but I think there's an agreement that if you have, for major capital projects or for things that are kind of larger ongoing or larger expenses, you need to build a budget over a few years. That's how we funded previous Seawalk projects. That's, kind of the approach that we're taking with the Seawalk and shore power. And then, if we can either choose to continue to self-fund those projects over multiple years, or we can choose to bond for them, that's a later discussion.
That's helpful. Thank you.
I'll ask another. Capital Civic Center. I feel like over the years we've been, kind of inconsistent, not for anyone's, that's not a problem, but just if we were funding it with marine passenger fees, I was under the impression maybe we'd be like thinking about putting in a little bit every year. Then last year, then we didn't we went a few years without, and then put a bigger chunk in. Is the reason that it's not in here because no one requested it, or because it wasn't a priority, or both?
So CBJ has an agreement with industry to not oppose CBJ appropriating up to $10 million towards Capital Civic Center. That doesn't mean that, the Assembly has committed to appropriating $10 million of passenger fees towards Capital Civic Center. You have appropriated $3 million total of passenger fees. FY24 was $1 million, and then this last year was $2 million. I did not include that in my budget, mostly because I really see that as an Assembly level decision. Certainly, I think that, in communications with the partnership, they'd like to see at least some scheduling of and the intention of the Assembly to appropriate those funds. And I think that's something that would be easy to do with the Assembly's direction. Does that help answer your question?
I'm going to ask one more if I no more questions. I'm allowed to. She told me I was allowed to. And this might be a good question for the manager too. In this moment of fiscal uncertainty, when, has our strategy been to fund as much possible CBJ operations in this budget, and this represents kind of the fullest extent of our ability to do that, or has it always been kind of a balance between our operational needs and other community asks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the answer to your question is both. We definitely try to fund our operational needs. We try to fund our capital projects. We also have a process where the community requests funds, and we have some, the way that these funds can be allocated includes kind of to mitigate community impacts, and we certainly do that. So there are a number of goals that we kind of try to meet with this $22 or so million, and we try to do the best that we can to kind of achieve those goals simultaneously while making sure that we're using them to fund operations kind of to the fullest extent that we're able, because clearly that's important, and the recognition of the impacts that the visitor industry has on the city budget through the cost allocation study kind of reflect that. And then things like we've added in capital transit over the last couple of years because those impacts have been new, that kind of thing.
Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more on capital transit, specifically the capital investment for the covered
bus stop at Mendenhall Loop. So we've talked about this a lot, and then we devised ways to try to mitigate the harm to our citizens being left at the bus stops, et cetera. What is the thought process, you know, at the outset of that, we talked about, oh yeah, no, it's illegal to keep tourists off the bus when community members, you know, wanted something like that. And then on the opposite of that, you could be running a bus out to the glacier every 10 minutes or something like that, that was specifically, this one's going to the glacier. And at the time, we looked in, you know, in those packets and in those meetings, we talked about, oh, then we're competing with private industry and this. So how in that spectrum does a capital improvement making it sort of more attractive to take the bus to the glacier fit in, or do you see this as something else?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't necessarily see a covered bus stop as making it more attractive. I don't think in the cruise blogs where people are finding out about the city bus kind of hack, as they call it online, they're like, and now there's a covered bus stop. So, you know, that 3-mile walk is totally mitigated by this amazing new facility. I do think that it's a popular bus stop in our community, regardless of who's using it. You know, we don't discriminate between what the origin of the rider on transit. And so, you know, we know that a lot of the people using that bus stop are visitors. And so we know that it has a nexus to the visitor industry, and we know that they're, you know, if we can prove a nexus to the visitor industry, we can make the argument to use passenger fees for something that's a need. And so that's what we're doing here.
Thank you, that's helpful. You and I don't go on the same travel hack sites.
Mayor Walden.
I see there was a request for $10 million for the gondola, which I understand wouldn't be necessarily reasonable. But can we get anything, even $500,000 a year? The CLIA is totally against that whatsoever, even though it's going to be for summer operations for the tourist industry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through the chair. My interpretation, staff's interpretation of the settlement and the ruling, that's not an eligible use of funds. If that's something that the Assembly wants to, you know, consider in the future, I would probably want to start those discussions for next year sooner rather than later. But you know, that's not our interpretation.
All right, you got a little preview for us on the Mendenhall Visitor Center topic?
Yes, I do. And in the interest of time, I'll move through this pretty quickly, and then, you know, when this comes to the Assembly for action, I will take questions. And also, this is like such a rapidly developing situation that by whatever two Assembly meetings from now is, things may be entirely different. So kind of a snapshot in time of where we're at now, but also kind of the reason behind the appropriation. And I do want to acknowledge that we've received a lot of public comments to the effect, or not a lot, but several public comments to the effect of like, why would we spend money on this when we could be funding the flooding or the National Weather Service or any of these other federal impacts? We've talked a lot about what we can and can't use passenger fees for today. So, you know, those would kind of be a general fund need. This is like one specific revenue stream that we can use to mitigate some of these federal impacts that we wouldn't necessarily be able to use for other things. So this would be funded through state CPV. So the current status of the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area is that we were able to get the 31 employees reinstated. About half of them came back. The Forest Service is under a hiring freeze, so they can't post positions. There's also a promotion freeze, so they can't transfer employees to other functions and compensate them appropriately for doing that. They are still moving people around within the organization. There's also procurement challenges with purchasing supplies, toilet paper, et cetera. Last week, the federal government offered another buyout option for employees. So this is the second kind of fork in the road option. More Forest Service employees took the buyout than kind of were reinstated. So we're actually in a worse position at the Mendenhall Glacier than we were after the initial round of cuts. So based on this, the Forest Service is planning kind of a baseline operation of 6 days a week from 10 to 5 at the glacier. That's including support from the tribal ambassadors, cultural ambassadors. The tribe has a code stewardship agreement out there, and they already have the funds for that program in hand. So that will be operating this summer. This is all pretty indicative of how tumultuous the past few weeks have been. And the idea behind these funds is that we would able to step in to be able to weather other federal shocks. So there are organizations like the Tribe or Discovery Southeast that have operating agreements at the glacier. Those organizations have the ability to be nimble and take on employees if needed. The Forest Service is currently working to gain access to the revenues generated by the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area. So the glacier turns a profit every year. It subsidizes Forest Service operations. It's not a money issue, it's access to the money issue. So if that approval happened, then CBJ funds would be unnecessary. They could staff up through one of these partnership agreements without having to go through the federal process. However, we don't know if and when that approval will happen. A possible use of these funds, and this is kind of late breaking as of yesterday, would be to maybe fund a Discovery Southeast employee to coordinate supplemental staff coming from other organizations. We had a meeting yesterday with some of our local tour operators where they offered to fund some positions. These positions require training, so the Forest Service, doesn't think it would make sense for a tour guide to have, say, 1 day a week at the Mendenhall. It's like their glacier day. It would be more like operators banding together and funding a position or donating an employee for the season or something like that. And that's something that is very much still in flux, and we're very much still working through what that might look like. They'll likely rely on tour operators for traffic management out there. But I think I say this all to you, one, to just provide an update on the record of what's happening, and two, to kind of illustrate that this is such a rapidly changing situation. We have a ship in 10 days. We have a lot of small businesses that rely on the Mendenhall Glacier. It's not just that it's a major economic driver and it's a major tourism attraction, and we worry about having a lot of people who would be at the glacier on our streets downtown. It's also that there are so many small local businesses that are dependent on that facility for their livelihoods. So obviously the long-term plan here is for Forest Service to have access to the revenues collected, which is about $3 million annually, to continue to operate their asset. Obviously, the Mendenhall Glacier is beloved public land, and there have been some private entities that have seen the current situation, have expressed an interest in swooping in and taking it over. I don't think anybody is really interested in that. It's important that these public lands remain public. And so the goal is to kind of provide a Band-Aid if needed. And so the funds would be appropriated to the manager's office and then used at the discretion of Madam Manager, if a need arises, and hoping that the Forest Service has access to their own money and can just operate the facility that they should be operating with the revenues that they collect. As everybody knows, we're just in a very, very strange federal time right now.
Thank you for that update. I think this is probably too juicy a conversation for us to even get some questions out today, but make sure my understanding next steps are correct, and something is going to be introduced on Monday, and then we'll have 3 or 4 weeks before final action, and things may change along the way. So if you're curious, go talk to Director Pierce. Is that a good summary of what comes next?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a fantastic summary, and I will continue to provide you with updates. One last very short tourism item, just because I have the assembly here. Late breaking news, the 2026 schedule will finally be posted online on Monday on the Cruise Line Agency's website. We have resolved hot berthing for 2026, except for one day on June 17th when we couldn't quite make it work. And this took a ton of coordination. The schedule is late because Juneau and Sitka have limits, and that took a lot of work and moving things around and horse trading between different ports. And it really shows how cruise tourism is a regional issue. Ketchikan is busier than Juneau for the first time ever in 2026 because of our limits and because we said that we couldn't accommodate a really big ship in Juneau on Tuesdays. So now it's going to Ward Cove. So I will distribute that schedule to the Assembly when it's out, and I just wanted to provide you with that update because I know we've had some discussion about the schedule being late this year.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and thanks for being here today. I'm gonna keep us rolling here. Next up, we have Eagle Crest. I think we scheduled 45 minutes for this conversation. I will give us 45 minutes. If we're faster than that, that would be great. We do have, this is the one empowered board that we definitely have time for discussion as an assembly. We know we won't be able to approve the budget with a deficit today, so we will have Eagle Crest on our agenda coming up. Yes, I will turn it over to my Eagle Crest folks here to introduce themselves and anyone else in the room that they want to introduce, and then you guys are welcome to give your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike Satry, I'm the current board president of the Eagle Crest Board, and really appreciate the chance to come chat with you today. I just want to say a couple quick things, and I'm going to turn it over to the Eagle Crest team. But you all know that we had a low snow winter, but I think we have to recognize that the team worked extremely hard to have product for our users throughout the year, both on the lower mountain with all of our learning facility, and then getting on the upper mountain in late January, and really all the way through to this weekend. It's just been fantastic to watch them at work and make sure that we had days on snow, and the skiing was quite good on the little bit of snow we had. But we have to look forward into the next budget year. What the board has prioritized is making sure that our people are paid at an industry standard and at a standard that allows them to live here in Juneau, and that we are also investing in our infrastructure. Eagle Crest is entering its 50th year of operation, and we have lots of deferred maintenance needs. It's probably, for the last 25 years, we've been kicking the can down the road, and the team's done a nice job of putting together a capital plan, a work plan to make sure that we have a safe and efficient way to provide skiing, winter opportunities in Eagle Crest. We also know that we're trying to bridge a gap to full-time, year-round summer operations, and that'll be part, of our conversation at a later time, but we're going to be focusing primarily on our upcoming budget year this year. But I'll turn it over to our general manager, Craig, and let.
Hi, thanks, Mike, and thanks for this time. Like Mike said, my name is Craig Simmons. I'm the new general manager up there. Just to start off real quick, this is also Aaron here too. I asked Aaron to be here because I'm only 6 months into this job. Aaron's been here a very long time and has done a tremendous job. So I wanted to, recognize that and also give you more access to things I might not even know because Aaron has been here for so long. So, and I just want to repeat it. I just want to recognize the work Aaron has done on the public record. So before we dive in, I know many people saw the slide deck I prepared, and many people have found me and was like, this is a lot of information. We are going to blast through the narrative part of Eagle Crest so we can get to the ask part, and then I really want to have lots of time for question and answers because I feel like there are lots of questions out there. So you saw the packet, and many people were like, this is a lot. It's not a lot. I just wanted it on the public record in writing. Does that make sense?
Interrupt you quickly just to say, is it okay if we ask some questions along the way?
Oh,
Okay,
100%,
I'll,
yeah.
I'll do my best to keep track of questions and interrupt you if needed.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to just be like a brief, like very brief, who am I, the status update, and then we'll get into the numbers. And yeah, so yeah, go ahead, first slide. I know this is like almost a waste of time, but I really wanted to just put this in writing in case any of you were like, well, that sounds like an interesting project. What was that, right? Google exists. You can look it up, or we can talk about it. My main driving point is I've been here before with huge transitional periods. They've all been very successful. So that's really it. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is this is my first public job. So this is all new to me. Again, this is why Aaron and Mike are here. I want to represent Eagle Crest well, but I want to acknowledge my shortcomings, and I've been in the private sector my whole life. So, next slide. Really, it's just that, like this is what I do, this is what I'm good at. We can definitely like frame everything around this, but what I want to make very clear is I'm here sitting at this table and in this job representing the staff of Eagle Crest. And they will take care of the guests. I need to take care of the staff. This is my whole mission. This is why I was hired. I've done it many times. That's how I do it. I know it works. Everything I speak about, I'm here representing the staff, therefore the guests, and therefore the city. Go ahead, sorry. So I'm actually wrong already. I've been here 6 months, not 7 months. My initial impressions were unbelievable. The people here are absolutely incredible. I've been to dozens and dozens of ski area operations in my career. When I met Aaron and the rest of the team, some of them are behind me, absolutely blown away. And then the mountain itself is unbelievable. We'll get to that. Juneau also is incredible. My first initial impressions was Eagle Crest is extremely special. Juneau is very special, and it's also in Alaska, which is special. So the opportunities are tremendous. Was my initial, like I said in my interview, I was not looking to leave my job. Eagle Crest completely convinced me to move here, mostly because of the people and the crazy terrain up there. But it was very obvious the leadership team has had what, there's a term called leadership fatigue. I could tell they just needed support. My wife and I came to the interview, and on the plane ride home, Lindsay, my wife, was definitely like, Craig, I think they just need you to go help. And again, I'm just here representing them so they can take better care of the guests and have a better department for the city. All right, black bear. It's like the elephant in the room everywhere I go. I haven't said what I'm about to say real publicly yet, and I was kind of waiting for this. Everyone asked me what the story with the black bear. The short version of this story is it broke, and it was going to be relatively complicated to fix. If Eagle Crest was standing on a very strong foundation on its own 2 feet, plenty of funding, plenty of staff, plenty of support, we would have fixed it. No brainer. I've seen that happen so many times at ski resorts I've worked at. Things break, often mid-season, and you just throw your resources at it, fix it, getting open again. The reason, so Black Bear broke on my first day of work. We had a meeting on my 3rd or 4th day. A team meeting. Luckily, 2 outside lift mechanic consultants were there. We all sat down, and this is what I've not really said publicly. All I heard at the interview, Aaron and I were talking a lot before I moved here on the phone, the first couple of days of work. All I heard was there's no money, there's no money, there's no money, there's no money. And then Black Bear breaks, and suddenly there was money to fix Black Bear, and that really didn't land well with me, because I was like, how is there no money to pay staff better? How is there no money to hire more staff? How is there no money to fix Ptarmigan? But suddenly there's money we can find for Black Bear. I didn't understand that at all, coming from the private sector. That just didn't make sense to me, and that just threw me off. And now I know it better, and I know we could have found the money, but we need money for other things besides Black Bear. The main thing that I haven't said publicly was, as a manager, you want your team operating from like a 5 to an 8 on a scale of 10, right? It's like not super stressful. You're not paying them to do nothing. You want it to be intense. I could tell from the interview and everything moving forward, the Eagle Crest leadership team, not the whole team, the leadership team was operating at an 11, 12, 13 for I don't know how long, for a very, very long time. I could not, as a good human being, I could not ask them to turn it up to 13, 14, 15, whatever it would take to get Black Bear done. That's how you get projects like that done. You throw everything you have at it. We had nothing to throw at it except a team of people that were already operating at capacity. And it wouldn't have been fair and just good business sense. I don't think some of them would still work there if I pushed them that hard to fix that in a month or two before we open. Like I said, I haven't said that publicly a lot. Some places have, but that's the Black Bear answer. Feels like a pause for questions, but I can keep moving. Snowmaking is the same story. We can talk about that. It's the same exact story, but everyone's very interested in Black Bear and snowmaking. It's relatively the same information. All right, next slide. That's just up there for you to read it another time. Next slide. Same thing here. We're not going to read all this. This is just like evidence of how hard we're working, and we're making moves. All right. Expert reports and insights. So 2 reasons this stuff is here. One is just so it's documented, it's on public record, and you can all read it. And it's very, very, very important information because it's not just me, it's not just the board, it's not just the team behind me. We are talking to outside professionals about this stuff, and this is the input we're getting or have been getting over the years. I wanted to start with the Kurt Duncan report. The main thing in that, what I wrote, is that word independent. Kirk and I did not work together on his report. When it came out, we obviously talked and he helped me understand Eagle Crest, but he didn't ask my opinion, he didn't ask my advice. He did that report on his own. When I read that report, my very first initial reaction was, yep. So I just want you to know, I agree with most of the stuff in that report from my 6-month assessment here. That's all I wanted to say on that point. Scott Townsley is an interesting industry expert. He's been all over the continent. He saw snowmaking equipment. Aaron and Justin had him come up and do an assessment. I talked to him on the phone about a month ago, and you could hear in his tone of voice, he really wanted to hear me say, we are not making snow that way anymore. And you could hear the relief. We're a safer operation. There's more training. We scaled things back. So everyone wants to know, could we have made more snow this year? Probably. But it would have taken more human beings, more time, and more stress. And it was another decision I made to not push an already stressed out team. And we stopped using a bunch of equipment and replaced a bunch of equipment too. Go ahead. Tom Scully. Tom is a lift inspector. He's been coming here for, I don't know, a decade. I talked to him we got a chairlift ride together, and the one thing I want to really drive home was the excitement he had in his voice when he met Cooper, who's our new lift operations supervisor. That position hasn't existed for years because it was stripped out of the budget, and that is an unbelievably important position in any ski area, and the fact that it didn't exist was so insane to me. We just threw Cooper into it. So Tom, to see that and to see the excitement he had that someone was really paying attention to lift operations more than the mechanics is very, very, there's an illustration into Tom's report. Tom Scully, his report just landed in our inbox Thursday, so we have an updated version of this with his new insight and all the things we need to get after. Another big message was there's been things on that list for years. Comm lines are one of them that I have as an example. The shortest version of this is there's phones at the base and the top of the lifts that haven't worked in years. And that is, he's allowing us to operate because we're using like button signals to talk and radios. And that is just not how you operate a ski area. We need phones. And he's been telling us we need phones for about 7 years, but the funding has never been there. And you can operate a lift without phones. So you can make the choice as the GM to keep operating, right? Because it's not going to shut the area down. It's just not how you should operate. So they've been operating things that in a way that you can do it and it keeps the place open, which is great. But at some point, you need money to fix what the inspector is telling you to fix. Next slide. Again, our own safety officer, I don't have to talk about this much. It's all in the writing there. It's the main thing I want to drive home is we don't have the money, therefore the staff, to have the time to focus on a culture of safety. We can only operate. It's the only thing we can do. And we did, like Mike said. We had a very successful winter and a very hard winter. We had a very successful season and a very difficult winter, but we just operated. Next. Yep, you can just skip that one too. It's just for the record. Go ahead. Very quickly, we're wasting money all over the place because we don't have the staff. For example, we just had a snowcat mechanic here for a week. That was 30 grand roughly for 1 week of maintenance work. That's part of someone's salary right there. We have about $165,000 in labor just for 4 mechanics to come and work on the lifts in September for 3 weeks. Again, 165 grand for 4 guys. We still need their help, but we shouldn't need 4 for 3 weeks. It's just too expensive, but we don't have the capacity. So we're spending way more money than we should on these operations. Snowmaking is the same story. Grooming is the same story. Food and beverage is the same story. We're throwing money at things because we don't have the staff. Next slide. All right. This is also really quick. Eagle Crest, I hope you all understand how amazing Eagle Crest is. I've been at hundreds of ski areas all around the world. Eagle Crest is incredibly unique. There's probably 5 ski areas in the country that have that small mountain feel and the big mountain terrain. That is unbelievably unique, and we cannot lose that perspective. The community is beautiful, like really, really genuine people. I love hanging out at the bottom of the stairs at the end of the day and just talking to all the guests. And people are constantly telling me how important this place is for them to live in Juneau. And I think we forget that too. People live here because there's a ski area here. The mission statement is one of the best in the industry for sure. We can't lose sight of that. And then we really need to start thinking about Eagle Crest as not as a ski area. It's potential for it to be so much more. We should stop calling it Eagle Crest ski area and think of redefining it for this community and for people traveling to Juneau and Alaska. Next slide. Leaky revenue. I could talk about this forever. The fact that we, in my job, barely ever talk to really kind of anyone about revenue is so foreign to me. If I was ever going in the private sector, going to ask for more money, I'd have to back it up by revenue. There is an unbelievable amount of revenue to be made at Eagle Crest. It's unbelievable how much money we're leaving on the table because of poor operations, inefficiencies, mostly lack of staff, and really a complete turnover of staff. Every year, there's barely any institutional knowledge, and that we are leaving a tremendous amount of money. I just threw these out there. Here's a perfect example, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this. The ticket checkers are underlined. We don't have ticket checkers because people are expensive, right? So we just have the RFID gates. RFID gates gather data. People check to see, make sure people have tickets on them. The amount of people skiing at Eagle Crest for free and just pushing themselves through the gates or walking around is unbelievable. So we are leaving a tremendous amount of revenue on the table by saving some revenue by not having labor, by not having ticket checkers. It's super immature management, but it's because when stuff gets hard and you have to scale back, you scale back ticket checkers because you don't need them to operate, but you need them to make money. And they seem expensive until you notice everyone walking around the gates. Number of instructors, very quickly. I know, like my background is ski and ride school. We need to double, triple that instructor staff for multiple reasons. We'll make a ton of revenue off of them. And if we're really, truly a community asset, we need more instructors to get more people skiing and snowboarding, right? And then back to revenue, those people that we teach the skiing and snowboarding, they become skiing and snowboarding families. Skiing and snowboarding families buy seasons passes. So for every person we don't teach the skiing and snowboarding, we're leaving tens of thousands of dollars on the table, especially if you look over their lifetime. Once a skiing family is a family of skiing and snowboarders or an individual, they buy a ticket every single year for them and their whole family for the rest of their life. So every instructor, we are short. You think about that's 6 to 8 people in a lesson that never happened, times how many days are open. We're talking big money. I know that personally from JPeak. We went from $800,000 in revenue my first year to 1.6 last year. It was because we increased staffing by 40%. So our labor went crazy up. But by the time I left, we threw more money to the bottom line than we took in the first year because of increased staffing. Okay, sorry, next. Going as fast as I can. All right, so there's also no long-term marketing strategy. We need to tell the story of Eaglecrest, and we need a sales team. We're so consumed by operating, we can't even tell the rest of the world we exist. And everyone who's come here, everyone I've talked to that's flown to Juneau and gone to Eaglecrest is completely blown away by it. I just had friends in town, first words out of their mouth after one run, in the fog, in the rain, in not a great season, was, why would we go anywhere else in the country? And I was like, and I didn't prod, I didn't ask, it's literally just came out of their mouth. I think we have forgotten how special Eaglecrest is and how unique it is. But we need people to tell that story. Okay, next. All right, now we're getting to so the need, think about this, there's 50 vacant positions at Eaglecrest. That's crazy. It might not be that high, but if you account for instructors, it's definitely that high. Because we could get 50 more instructors alone. And, I don't know, go crazy with revenue. We currently only have 33 FTEs. Angie came up and we did this really fun exercise with all the directors, and we created staffing levels to maximize revenue efficiencies, growth, and everything. And you can see the numbers are huge. We need about 20 more FTEs, and we need to double our personnel services to be able to keep up with repairs and capture all that revenue and offer jobs to people that they don't leave. So we stop losing that institutional knowledge. I know it sounds like big numbers. It's totally possible because the amount of revenue we're not making. We're about 14% behind an industry standard for pay rates. We all know that. It's part of the ask. And then people just don't understand the complexities of owning a ski area. Even my parents are like, well, what do you do in the summer? And I'm like, run a ski area. No one really understands how difficult of an operation a ski area is. And people think you show up, you turn the building lights on, you turn the snowmaker on, and you turn the lifts on, and you run, and then you turn all those off, and you wait for it. Everyone in the industry thinks that, and I can tell you, it's very difficult. Most of the work gets done in the summer months. So we need more full-time year-round work so we can have more successful winters. So that's the need, and then the ask is the next slide. And that's where we get into it. So you can see the need is huge, and the ask is what you have in front of you. This is kind of where we can come back, where we can dive into personnel services or go through the whole thing and then revisit. It's kind of up to you.
And maybe I'll just add real quick is in terms of the ask, what the board approved was, the 6.43 additional full-time equivalent positions, and then the 40% overall wage increase that effectively accounted for that 14 to 15% below industry average, and then the cost of living. And so you see that reflected in that slide. And that was what the board directed Craig and the finance director to put in based off of our conversations on need.
Yeah, let's pause and see what questions folks have. And Mr. Kelly.
Actually, I probably should have asked this question a couple slides ago. So I was kind of intrigued to see a lot of the revenue opportunities that you think that exist at Eaglecrest. I'm wondering how much analysis has the board done, or how much enthusiasm is there on the board for a lot of these opportunities, like a concert series or event series or things like that?
Mike and I probably can tag team that answer, but that's a really good question. From the operator's perspective, it's just conversations because we're all so consumed by operating. We don't even have the time to sit down and really flesh out these opportunities that we all know exist. I'm really trying not to speak for you. We all know exist. And we can't flesh them out. But from a board perspective, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, the board is going to be supportive of expanding revenue throughout. Of course, it takes resources to do that. And as we go through here, I did a little bit of an exercise on, what can we do? What levers can we move on revenue? And right now, just on our various tickets and services that we provide, for every 5% we increase that, it's roughly $130,000 more in revenue. So it takes a whole lot of 5% increments on just our existing sales structure. So we do have to be more creative. We have to expand our existing summer operations, which we're already planning on doing this year. We have to find ways to make sure that we're not leaking revenue up on the site. And then if we can invest in our people and provide more opportunities, and really we can start doing those year round if we have folks, whether it's summer camps that we're running for local youth, more tourists that we can bring up there, more winter events that bring people up and have them buy dinner, et cetera, et cetera. We are open to all that, but we have to make sure that we're filling the staffing chart and able to do that. Because if I've got, or not me, if the team is taking all of their staff that's supposed to be slated for summer projects and running a summer tourism group, yes, we're getting revenue, but now we're behind on our maintenance projects.
I refer to this as there's just not enough levers. And the lever, we have one real lever, increase ticket prices and food and beverage prices. So we need more levers to pull and bigger levers. One lever is not going to save Eagle Crest.
Thank you.
I have Mayor Weldon and then Ms. Hughes Candies.
So my question is about these levers. So the board approved a request for 6.43, but you're talking about 15. So with 6.43, are enough levers being pulled that we're going to get some more revenue to pay for these levers?
Those positions there are going to make a big difference. Like when it was 6 FTEs, we knew the priorities right away in that meeting. That's going to help tremendously with just general maintenance catching up. But there's also like the first two are revenue generating for sure. And then like Mike was saying, it'll stop pulling like the leadership team to go help with a bus tour, distracting them from working out more levers. Does that answer the question?
Yep. And just to follow up, Aaron likes to do the bus tours, just so you know.
We have different information.
And you said you have several vacant positions now, though, and you're hoping the 40% wage increase will fill those positions?
Can you ask that again?
You mentioned a number of vacant positions now, and you're hoping the wage increase will fill those positions? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies, then Mr. Smith. Oh, sorry, Mr. Bryson and then Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in relation to just looking at these numbers here, the workers' compensation, comparing the 25 to the 26 budget. And maybe that's a finance question, but I'm just not seeing the obvious. But if one of you knows it, that's great. Why that's a decline between those 2 years?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Ms. Hughes Candies. The workers' compensation rates that departments are charged are part of what we refer to as risk rates for risk insurances. The methodology used is a blended experience and exposure methodology, which means that we factor in personal services, which are the exposure piece, with experience, which is historical claims over the last 5 years. Eagle Crest had a large claim in FY19 that fell off from their calculation, resulting in a savings for them. Maybe not a savings, a reduction for them in FY26.
Perfect, thank you, that makes sense. And now we're gonna have a OSHA culture, so we're not gonna get another claim.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Take a deep breath and make sure that I'm asking the correct question.
Questions.
Thank you for coming today. It's nice to finally get to meet you in person. You've mentioned that you have been in this industry for a while, and the ski industry is a private sector industry. This is the exception, not the norm. We have seen this wish list and this employee wage correction request year after year after year after year after year. We've seen the request of dollar figures go higher. So we haven't been moving in the right direction. At what point does the decision come into the effect of, could a private sector company operate Eagle Crest better than the government operating a private sector industry mountain? With your experience, I mean, how much worse do things have to get before we have to look at shifting the ownership, liability, responsibility from city government to a private sector who could be responsive and deal with these? For 7 years in a row, I've heard Eagle Crest wages aren't high enough. CBJ government is not going to be able to fix that. So I think that's where my question comes in. How bad do things have to get before we recognize that maybe a private sector company needs to operate Eagle Crest? And I'm not implying replacing staff, but having a responsible operation that could do this effectively. Thank you.
This is a fantastic question. I think the first question you answered or asked was, like, is private the way to go? Is public better? There are tons of poorly operated, underfunded private ski areas. Tons. Yeah, it's in my last slide, but I'll jump to it. Ski areas are operated out of passion because it's very typical. Two friends from college who have been skiing their whole life make some money, and they're like, let's buy a ski area. And then they buy a ski area, and they're like, how much is a snow cap? How much is lift ops? And then it just fails because they don't have the capital to support it. You cannot run ski areas on passion. Everyone tries to, and the ones who get it right don't. So it's not private versus public. It's commitment. It's, do you want to do it right, or do you just want to have a fun little ski area that you're like, you and your buddies own, and it's your passion project? That closes ski areas, and then what happens is often Vail will come in and buy them. So it's not a public versus private. It's a commitment. But plenty of ski areas operate that are tiny, smaller than Eagle Crest, way less fun terrain, 200 vertical feet, profitably, because the backing is there and the support is there. So it's not a question of public-private, it's support. It's someone, whether it's private ownership, the city, shareholders, someone has to say, we want to do this right, and we acknowledge it's very expensive, but it can be profitable. It's just a ton of capital. And the human beings involved cannot turn over. They can't. The industry's running out of lift mechanics, they're running out of vehicle mechanics, because the industry has been run on the back of passion for so long. These people, Steve's in the room, the lift mechanics over the years have been going, I can't do this anymore. And they're all in other jobs because they were expected to be excited about working at a ski area and get their free season's pass. Season's passes don't pay rent. Passion doesn't pay rent. We have to treat them like the professionals they are. They're mechanics, they're operators, they're department heads. We have to treat them the right way. So, but to get back to the second part, how bad does it have to get? It just has to get bad enough for someone to go, we can't do this, right? So really what Eagle Crest needs is an answer. Yes, it's CBJ. No, it's not. Right? There's other avenues if the answer is no. The best analogy I've heard so far is it's like someone is just off a dock in a lake drowning because they can't swim. And I'm just gonna say we, so I don't pass any blame anywhere. Someone keeps coming and like grabbing their hands, pulling them just above the water so they can breathe, and then letting them go. And they're forever in this purgatory of almost drowning. Just grab that person and put them on the dock, and then they're gonna be a completely functioning human being again. It's this purgatory of just above water that is right where Eagle Crest is living right now. So someone has to make the decision to either pull out of the water, put them on the dock. However, there's a variety of ways that can happen, or this is super morbid, let them drown. Right? No one wants them to drown, so let's save them. Let's get them out of this like purgatory of their mouth is just above the water for 11 months, and then it's budget season, and it's like, oh, okay, there's another breath. Oh, it's budget season again. We got to end that cycle. It's going to die.
But just to bring it back to the plan, though, that is why, yes, for the last 7 years, the board has directed staff to frame a budget asking for increases, but we've also made that long-term plan. The assembly has supported it to go to year-round operations with the purchase of the gondola, installation and operation going forward. And, every time we've done the financial analysis on that says that we get to a healthy fund balance, and we should be able to manage that healthy fund balance going forward. What we're stuck in at the moment is the bridge. So, but that is, for us, that's the plan. And then ultimately, to get back to the core of your question, it's really going to be an assembly policy decision to say, board, you should go investigate some other options and report back to us, or keep doing what you're doing and looking at that long-term goal of summer operations.
A quick follow-up, Mr. Bryson?
Yes, ma'am, because of one thing you said, that the ski industry or the ski resort that fails because it had an inexperienced, underfunded owner, then somebody comes along that has more experience and more money and then operates the ski resort correctly. Could you explain to me why that's not the scenario we're describing right now?
I think I need you to elaborate that more. What part? Yeah, can you expand on that? I don't know if I fully understand the question.
Eagle Crest has not taken enough money to cover all of his expenses. If this was a private sector industry or private sector business, it would already be closed.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have a big brother giving it $800,000 a year. So if we were that private sector, we would already be closed and hoping that a bigger, more funded organization would come in and then properly funded, properly capitalized, would operate that ski resort. How is that not the situation we're in right now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just way too new to know why that's, I hear people talking about it, but I think like Mike said.
Once again, yes, we operate with general fund contribution from the city, and that contribution has grown over time, just as costs have grown over time. But our plan to get out of that situation is year-round operations, and with a heavy component of summer visitation from all those folks that are coming on the ships or paying, passenger vessel fees they talked about before our presentation. But that is our plan, and that's where we got to get to. That is what rescues us. That's what puts us on the dock and allows us to go forward.
The only other thing I want to add to that is the mission statement of Eagle Crest makes it much more tricky because it's a really beautiful mission statement that's about community engagement and being a community resource. So the private company, that would have to be in the agreement. That would have to be like, they would have to agree on the purpose of Eagle Crest. It has a very different purpose than, a small ski area in Minnesota. So that's what makes this more complicated too, is Eagle Crest doesn't exist to make a couple guys rich. It's for the community. So you have to find the right private partner there that understands that.
I'm going to keep us moving here. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, Craig, I think you were in the room when I asked earlier. I appreciate all these things. I guess I'm just going to cut to the point, though. For me, I obviously want to see Eagle Crest succeed and to be all the things that I think it can be. I guess where I'm struggling is I haven't seen yet, and if I didn't look in the right report well enough, you can let me know, or, anyway. But I have not seen something that's like, this FY '26, we need to raise, wages X and fix Black Bear and deal with snowmaking. And in '27, we should, have some additional revenue from ski instructors. I guess I haven't seen like the 5-year key things, the increased costs, the increased revenue to get us to gondola operations. And that would just really help me, because right now I just see, a request for $2.2 million, and I'm just not sure I don't understand how that fits into the whole big picture and the bridge.
So through the chair, and for the last two years, I've come to you with this chart that looks kind of like this. And what we've done is projected the business plan, expenses, revenues, increases in full-time equivalent employees, over really we started doing this with the FY '23 exercise and been updating it as we've gone forward. The last time I presented that was with the Kirk Duncan plan overlaid on top of that to show that even with some very different assumptions, the revenues and the fund balance would grow over time. And we have shown the fact that we would, be sitting at, potentially $3 million, almost $4 million in negative fund balance for a year or two before that curve went up and we started to get back into a positive fund balance. So that has been presented in various ways. What we are updating this now is with the full ask that we've come to you with, to start off this budget process. And if we get some guidance on, how we want to flex that plan when we come back to you all, we can do that. And then we've also, and I think it's on the next slide, when we talk about capital, the team has put together, in addition to our normal CIP plan, additional $1.5 million needs to be done in deferred maintenance and trying to fit that piece into it as well, to address as we're getting that gap. So yes, those exercises have been done. Those exercises, have been presented to the assembly. But the focus has always been on the revenue doesn't kick in until summer operations or full summer operations happens. The flexibility on winter revenue, quite frankly, we're hoping to cover our costs until we get to that full year utilization of the asset.
So follow-up. So Mike, should I expect on the May 7th meeting, should I expect to see like an updated chart and things like that with the 40% personal service increase or not?
Yeah, we absolutely. Well, we can run a variety of different scenarios because we have we have the model.
Okay.
There's some tweaks that we have to reflect some of the changes in timing and everything else we have, but we can go flex the model and show you what we got.
Okay. Because I guess I just want to add a comment. I know a question. That will just help me feel confident to say, yes, I will give this amount of money because I see how it's going to work through.
Yep.
If I don't see that, it's going to be a lot more challenging for me to do that. So, thank you.
Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to abide by our budget process agreements and just keep it to a question, not a comment. I feel like it has been consistent as far as from the Eagle Crest board saying we're going to need this money. It's not till we get the chair turning are we really going to turn that profit. So following up on Mr. Smith's question, I think a question I have, because this is all consistent and this matches what you've been saying, whether it's a chart or a number. I asked at a previous time that we spoke with you, Mike, about how much attention the board had on the gondola and being able to really look at that project and work on that project versus how much attention you had to spend on, you have real operational needs and you have a real situation that you came into and you need to adjust some things that really need adjusting, and I appreciate that. Do you feel like with this request, if you got everything on the needs put through by the assembly, that starts to allow the board to return focus to the gondola and return focus to, getting to that summer operation, not having to just think about
the day-to-day operations?
Yeah, so through the chair, appreciate the follow-up on that from our last discussion. And at the time, I said, exactly what you said, that we've been focusing on the operational portions. And really since that time, we've lost some additional resources on the gondola project. We'll be working to set up a series of meetings, with the city manager and other involved folks to make sure that we're going to get back on track. We have to. We cannot afford to lose anything more on our timeline on the gondola project. So that has to be a priority, for the board to assist the team, but for the team to really be able to assist as much as possible, they're going to need the resources as well.
Thank you.
I'm gonna wrap us up on this topic now, unless there's any last things that you all didn't get to cover quickly.
Yeah, capital should be next, keep going. Adrian, if you don't mind, keep going. One more. So that's where we are with the capital requests.
So we have the normal 350,000 in the CIP, based off of the project list between now and FY29 that the team came together with. We are asking for an additional 226,000 in capital maintenance projects to help to address our pretty significant deferred maintenance backlog.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Super informative. We will continue this conversation. This is one of our big ones for this budget cycle, and I know it won't end there, but definitely will be some of our time over the next few months. So we really appreciate getting us started here today.
And Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time today, and we really appreciate the support the Assembly has shown in the 7 years that I've been on the board for Eagle Crest. But I just wanted to say, we've got some specific questions, but if there are, and I know it goes through your process, but if there are other questions that you want to see when we come back to you, please let us know as soon as possible so we can gather all the information needed.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
2 minute at ease. To spend more than 2 minutes. We'll give people a break at some point, but this was supposed to be 2 minutes. Calling that a quorum. This brings us to docks and harbors. We would love this to be fast, if at all possible. So hit the high points, Mr. Yucatel, and we will ask questions on what we need more information on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carl Yucatel, Port Director. To my left is Melanie Muzak. She is the Administrative Officer. This is our org chart, big picture. We have 38 full-time equivalents for both the docks enterprise and the harbor enterprise. Of that 38 FTE, that accounts for about 60 bodies. And we have 22 year-round employees. So most of the green and most of the yellow there are seasonal employees that support the harbors and most of harbors and downtown cruise ship docks. This is our docks budget. I just want to highlight a few items here. You'll see this $3 million capital project improvement. That was a request to move money from our docks fund balance to finish off Statter Harbor Phase 3, which is curb gutter and paving out at Statter Harbor for the cruise ship excursion parking lot that's out there. The other item that's somewhat an outlier here, you'll see in our FY26 revised budget for charges for services. Again, this is the docks enterprise. That is an increase due to the expectation that from the direction of this body to tourism director to increase our cruise ship fees, or actually go to a new protocol for charging cruise ships from a displacement and linear foot charge to a $7 per passenger charge. And the direction from this body was that that would go into effect in calendar year 2026. So we've accounted for that. And again, about 20 people in the downtown docks enterprise. Our docks breakdown with the pie chart. It's somewhat skewed with the capital outlay of 54%. That's because of the $3 million transfer from the fund balance, but essentially our costs and our personnel are about 50-50. And then where our revenue is coming from, 3/4 of that revenue is coming for charges to the cruise ships. 19% come from marine passenger fees, and the rest are in the margins. And typically our budget doesn't change all that much from year to year, and I have this slide kind of shows that the gray peaks and valley, that is our fund balance, and the blue is our expenditures. I'm sorry, the blue is our revenues over the past 10 plus years. And of course, we always strive to have our revenues above our expenditures, and we typically do that except for our COVID year. We feel very confident with our financial health in the docks. We feel very confident with the personnel that we have to manage the docks. We did reallocate some of our part-time limited to extend the work year of some of our benefited seasonal employees. That's the second bullet there. For our harbors enterprise, again, we're
Mr. Yucatel, we're going to pause at the docks and take some questions. Mayor Weldon.
And this can either be to Ms. Pierce, the city manager, or Mr. Yucatel. When you raised your rates up, you said we didn't care about that on the docks. You could have whatever percentage that was, but when we raise our rates to go all the way up to what the others, I don't believe the assembly has weighed in on how the money is going to be allocated. Is that money in your budget?
Through the chair, Mayor Weldon, for lack of any other direction, we assume that that money goes into the docks enterprise.
Could you tell me how much that money was?
So, yeah, Mayor Weldon, through the chair, basically this is the delta from 4.3, so that's about 1.6 million. So it's going to be upwards of double that. 3.2 million is essentially what the windfall will be. 3.2 million per fiscal year starting in FY '27.
Okay, thank you. So FY '25 and '26 doesn't account for that. It's in FY '27. I'm looking at your administrative officer who seems to be answering the questions for you.
Through the chair, Mayor Weldon. So with that direction that we had, and with the budget here, it accounts for it going into effect on the fiscal year, but that doesn't coordinate with our cruise ship year. And so it's about halfway through the season is when that rate increase will occur. So I guess like Mr. Yucatel said, in FY '27, we can anticipate it being 3.2 million.
Ms. Flick.
Thank you. And Director Yucatel, correct me if I have this incorrectly, but I believe the revenue is reflected in the FY '26 budget, but no additional expenditures were added to the budget.
Conversation that we as an assembly said we would have at some point. And we still haven't actually passed any rate changes, and I believe this will be part of the visitor industry revenue conversation. So makes sense why it's where it is now, but ongoing. Other questions on docks? All right.
So again, the harbors, we're quite pleased where we're at financially. You'll see the $2 million in capital project depicted here. That was $1.5 million for Aurora Phase 4, as well as $500,000 for the Army Corps of Engineers feasibility cost analysis, which is a 50-50 match. In the FY '26 capital projects, that will be for our match for our new drive-down float in Aurora Harbor that's mostly funded with a Maritime Administration PIDP grant. So again, the
I'm
breakdown.
gonna interrupt you again. Sorry, Mayor Weldon.
Just with listening to everybody ahead of time, are your grants okay? Are you lost any grants, or are you getting those?
Through the chair, Mayor Weldon, I did meet with MARAD last week, and there's no indication that anything's being hung up with that. And our budget is essentially, again, if we, capital outlays, kind of an outlier, but our personnel services and our commodities and our commodity and services and our salary costs make up about 45% each of our costs, and we have a debt service that we've been paying down. Again, that's we'll pay that off also in the early 2030s. Our revenues for harbors, 65%, that's moorage, that's launch ramp fees. Rentals are title and leases. State shared revenue is the state business fisheries tax. And the permits are typically loading zone permits for the tour operations. We did raise rates in 2023, January 2023, 9% across all fees. Mortgage was split into 3 years, so 3% every year for 3 years. So we are seeing, again, this graph that the blue being revenue, the orange being expenditures. Again, that in 24, 25 is as a reflection of the rate increase, the gray line being our fund balance. Of note is I expect our revenue to increase, I won't say significantly, but in the near future when we finish Aurora Phase 4, so we'll have the north end with patrons paying for mortgage. You'll be asked to approve the bid award on that on Monday. Again, this is just to say that we feel strong where we're at. We have a pretty stable workforce. Yes, we're all set for the summer with the exception of maybe some administrative assistance, but we have, again, looking forward to a very strong summer. This is just a graph depicting what Docks and Harbors pays back to the city and expenses. The biggest one, the largest increase over the years has been insurance. I have several projects that I can speak to. If there's any interest in hearing where we're at in any of these projects, I'm glad to do that, Chair.
We'll see what questions people have, and certainly can include projects here on the screen. Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Ucatel, thank you, and you as well. I did bring up earlier just the insurance piece, and I asked Deputy Manager Barr, and he mentioned that they evaluate every year. Just are there better ways to, better plans or whatever? I mean, is it just kind of an untenable, or there's not really a fix for the kind of rapidly escalating insurance costs for docks and harbors?
To the Chair, Mr. Smith, we haven't explored going off on our own to getting insurance. This has been something that risk management handles, and it has been going up. I mean, there's been a lot of claims and throughout the country that we're going to be paying for collectively.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Christine? You could tell, I'm wondering on the slide. The slide FY25 Harbor Summary, where there's 2 references to accounting windfall, if you could just explain that.
So one of them is a one-time accounting windfall for how we've accounted for some of the leases that we've received and how they've been accounted for from one year to the other. And the other is how we've accounted for when we've collected money before. So if you've got a boat and you want to pay the full year advance, which gives you 10% off, if you pay that money in June for the next fiscal year starting in July, we found some irregularities on how our admin staff had been accounting for that money to our benefit.
Would you like me to help with that one as well?
What's that?
Do you want me to
If you got a lifeline, I'll take the lifeline.
Okay. Through the chair, as Director Ucal explained, they receive money early in their summer for the summer. And from an accounting perspective, we need to recognize the revenue in the appropriate fiscal year. So we defer revenue attributable to July, August, September, and we're supposed to undo that at the beginning of the year and make it real revenue for the next fiscal year. As we were reconciling that deferred revenue, we found a bit of revenue that had not been recognized, that was just showing as deferred. And so we cleaned that up in FY24, and we don't expect that that will be an ongoing issue or something they would see in the future.
I'll ask a question. I remember when we did harbor fee increases, I don't remember how many years ago now. Some of that was 9% right off the board, some was kind of feathered in, I think the smaller boats. Where are we in that process? You know, does that have any large impacts on revenue? Are we fully there yet?
Thank you, Chair. We went through a process, it was a 2-year process to raise fees in both the docks enterprise and the harbor enterprise. And the board was basically saying, don't do one without the other because of a fairness issue. So in January of 2023, that 9% increase became applicable, and of that 9% for moorage only, that was feathered in 3%, 3%, 2.8% over the 3 years. So we're in that second year of 3%. So in January, it'll go up to 2.8% in January 2026.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you both for being here. Really helpful. All right, we're just a little bit behind here. We'll invite our folks from the hospital up. Thank you, Mr. Warner and Ms. Johnson, for being here. We're going to hand it over to you to present your information. We'll interrupt you with questions. I would say, the theme of this afternoon has been try to keep it high level, and we'll ask you where we have more questions, but looking forward to hearing from you.
Thanks. This is going to be a very different presentation than the presentation that you got last year. And we're very thankful for that. We've done, we've done a lot this year to make this hospital sustainable. I want to thank everybody both on the board, on the Assembly for your support over the years, and in particular, our staff, Joe Warner, the senior leadership staff that has stuck it out and really done the heavy lifting. One of the things that's changed dramatically in our approach this last couple of years is we have been operating, certainly since I've been on the board, in a reactive manner. What has changed for us is we're trying to be much more proactive and deliberative in how we're moving forward with the hospital and decision-making. Our strategic planning has also changed. We've moved to a lean system. I don't know if you're familiar with lean, but basically all of our operating goals are tied to our strategic goals. And one of the other things that one of the new things that we're adding this year is we're engaging a consultant to assist us with facilities master plan. We have not had a look at, other than just to add and subtract projects from the existing facilities master plan. We've not had a deep dive into what our facilities should look like since I think 2011 was the last full master plan. This time we are also tying it to our strategic plan goals. So moving forward, we're looking in the long range, we're tying all of our operating and facilities planning to our strategic goals, and being more deliberative and looking to the future. So I really appreciate that. Like I said, I really appreciate the work that the previous interim CEO did with Joe's assistance at the time, and now Joe and his leadership team. So I'm going to let Joe give you the nuts and bolts of it, and we promise that we will be as quick as we can for you guys. I know you're at the end of the day and you're a little behind, so.
Thanks, Deb. As she stated, we are in a different spot this year than we were last year. We've just finished 10 months with positive bottom lines since last May. Every indication is that March will be another month in the positive. It is one of our busiest months since last August. We had a house is full on multiple days, so our census has improved. Our surgical volumes have improved, as well as our outpatient volumes. Through February of this year, we have a $6.5 million net margin. That's $12.5 million better than the same spot during the previous year. So that is a huge increase and better than we ever expected with some of the changes you helped us with. Some of the drivers behind that is just our continual improvement. We've taken a lean methodology and we've kind of pushed it out through the whole organization. So we have buy-in through the senior leadership. Now the board's bought into our process. We have, staff level people creating A3s, driving lean processes throughout the organization. We've also continued some of our best practices, such as FTE committee. So every time we have a staff turnover, that position gets evaluated. Is it the right position? Do we need to amend it, meet the needs of our community and our patients? We also continue on with our contract review. Some of our contracts, are 2 or 3 years. So as they come up and looking at expiration or renewal, we have to look at those and do they continue to meet our needs, or do we need to go with a different product or just end those contracts? Another big piece with healthcare is the cost of information systems. So it is a tremendous cost for us. In the upcoming fiscal year and part of our capital budget, we have a $3.5 million budgeted for our server infrastructure that is now end of life. So as we look at IS and all the other computer programs we have, we've taken a different approach to that. We've stood up an IS steering committee. So every change to our system, every program is looked at through the lean methodology to make sure that we are making the best decision, so we're utilizing our resources appropriately. Throughout the year, and some of the stuff that's driven our good bottom lines, in addition to the changes, is we have gone through some service expansions. We opened up an orthopedic clinic in January. It's gone through 3 months, and now it is maxed out its capacity from what we contracted with those providers. And so they have more surgeries on the docket than they can potentially accommodate. So we're trying to see how we manage their schedules and our surgery schedules so we can get those patients seen locally. We were also able to bring in an ophthalmologist to help meet that need last fall, and he's been great. He's continued to expand his clinic. Every time we add days, they're instantly booked up, and it's a never-ending demand at this point, so we're trying to meet the demand there. Oncology is another service that continues to grow. We're at the limits in our infusion clinic trying to make sure we get these patients seen for their chemotherapy. So we've had to rearrange some space recently, so we can open up a different chair so we have more time or more space to give infusion therapies in the oncology clinic. We were also able to engage in a contract with Virginia Mason. And so they have that, everyone knows who Virginia Mason is, right? I don't have to go into that one. And so what that opens up for us is a wide variety of additional specialists that Juneau could potentially tap into. We've had initial conversations around cardiology, neurology, dermatology, as well as potential orthopedics backup if we need it. They also bring a broad breadth of educational offerings to us, so we can get education for our different leaders, for our clinical programs, for our physicians. Another thing I think that's had a big impact is we spent the last 6 months focusing highly on employee engagement. And so what the senior leadership team has done is we've gone out and we've rounded. So we have a mandatory rounding. We're out there talking to staff, talking to physicians, making ourselves available. And some of those conversations actually bring up some projects, some changes throughout the hospital. And I think our overall staff engagement has improved. We had our second annual survey last fall. And we saw a statistical improvement from the prior year. We're halfway to our goal at this point, so I have hopes that we'll make it this year. I think you covered the rest of it. I guess with that, can you go to the next slide? Next slide. So as we went into the budget process, as everyone goes into their budget process, there are certain assumptions to be made. The first and biggest expense that we have is our personnel. Both with our FTEs and our contract labor. We have roughly 650 FTEs and roughly 50 contract laborers in the budget. We were able to close out or come to agreement with our union and sign our union contract just recently, so that those numbers were able to be pushed into the budget. The other one that's kind of hard to gauge, we did some estimates on, was commodities and service. As everyone knows, there's stuff going on at the federal level that could impact the stuff we buy, so none of that was factored in. We did do some estimations on our pharmaceutical costs because they have had a relatively stable trend upwards that we kind of projected on, so we used that. The capital budget we had put together was roughly $5.6 million, the biggest piece being the IS server infrastructure. The rest of the items on the list are just stuff that, as departments go through, stuff that's coming to end of life, such as, baby warmers, stretchers, beds, all that stuff's in there. Debt service was provided by Adrian. When we look at charges for service, we did put in a 4% increase this year, and that was due to our two major insurance contracts with Premier and Aetna. They have a limit at 4%, so if we increased it above and beyond that, it does no good for us in actuality. And of the 4%, it only increases revenue from the commercial insurers. Because Medicare doesn't give us more, Medicaid doesn't give us more. Going on to changes and threats, competition's always out there, people always have a choice in healthcare, so we're trying to make sure that we're providing a premier product. They have a good place to come to get services. So when I say competition, it's not local competition because people always have a choice to go south for any of the procedures. We're trying to be the provider of choice. The tough one is provider turnover. Some of our programs are physician dependent. We saw this with ophthalmology, is we're unable to staff that, the impact it can have in the community and some of those revenue streams. And staff turnover, we have continued to utilize a high number of contract staff. We have some programs in place, developing CNAs, LPNs, and hopefully RNs that can help backfill some of those needs. The other piece we have in here is new programs as we continue to develop our orthopedics programs, as we look at expansion to some additional services. That's something that we have to continue to consider. And the big thing that's not in our budget is any potential changes to the Medicaid program through the federal budget as that comes to fruition or however that shakes out. Worst case scenario on our estimates, it could be if federal budget does get cut and they cut the Medicaid program, it could be somewhere between $4 and $5 million and a decreased revenue for Bartlett. And that's just the Medicaid expansion population.
Can you repeat that number? Sorry, I was hard to hear you.
Well, my estimate was 4.6, and that's kind of a worst case scenario, and that would be if the whole Medicaid expansion population got cut by the federal government and they just lost insurance tomorrow and we didn't receive that, that's what our estimated decreased reimbursement would be.
Ms. Hughes-Gandy's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just were talking about provider turnover and using contract staff. Do you have a number percentage-wise of like how much you're using travelers or how that makes up? Or is that more a contract number than it is a
I
percentage?
can tell you we had 53 contract people at our hospital.
Can I do one more quick one? Separate question. The Medicaid expansion program that would be the 4.6, pardon me, is there other federal funding that you all are tracking that is in danger of being cut, or that's the big one?
That's the big one. I mean, we have the CDS funds to help fund the ER project. That's a concern. We haven't heard that's going to be cut, so we continue. Well, everything gives me heartburn, I guess, at this point, but we're trying to watch it all. Next slide. So this brings us to the numbers of the budget. As you can see, in comparison to the FY25 budget, the FY26 budget is much improved. When we look at personnel services, it does look relatively flat. We have taken a kind of different approach. We are budgeting our contract labor in there. Some of the FTEs are down, but as we continue to grow services such as orthopedics, that increases the personnel services. I've touched base on commodities and services. The capital outlay was 5.9 million. We've touched base on the big one, which is 3.5 million for our server infrastructure, with numerous smaller projects. And then we have a CIP down there for $3 million. We could have an aging facility at Bartlett. Our facility has an average age of 20 years. The industry average is, we want to be closer to 11 or 12. So we need to continue to invest in updating our hospital. One of the big projects that will be coming on the docket shortly is our patient call system is coming to end of life. So when you hit a button, you want a nurse to respond, that system-wide house system needs replaced at this point. So we're looking at an approach how we get that done. Is it a phased approach or just do the whole thing all at once? The last line down there is a general fund. Through the board's approval, we were able to, or our goal is to repay the $2 million that the assembly funded us to help us continue operations last year. So this would be the first third of that. And then we hope to have that there in subsequent years, pending any federal changes, I guess. Moving on to the funding sources. I touched base on most of these, what we did for our charges for services, investment income. We did have the general fund down there. This was the $200,000 that you guys had appropriated or approved for the continued funding of home health and hospice. It continues to run at a deficit. We estimate it's going to lose roughly $400,000 next year between the two programs. So it's still something that we're trying to build up. It's one of those necessary services that's just chronically underfunded by the federal government. Next slide. So within summary, we do project to have a net increase in fund balance this year compared to the 12.1 million we projected and decreased last year. So we are in a much better spot. And I guess I'd open it up to any questions you guys may have.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Warner. Thank you, Deb. Three things. Nice turnaround on the fund balance. Appreciate the payback. And then the other thing was just with some of these changes, like just curious on some of the metrics you guys might track, like patient satisfaction and staff. Some of those bigger picture things, just as you've undergone, some transition and stuff. How are those metrics trending?
Well, from my perspective, patient satisfaction is probably all-time high. There is some news that will be coming out shortly that's not quite public yet, but our scores are excellent at this point from patient satisfaction. And some of the other, we track an enormous amount of statistics in the healthcare industry, patient days, how many nurses we have on any shift, but the important ones are, can we keep our beds full? Can we keep it staffed with appropriate number of nurses and docs? And can we keep those patients happy?
Ms. Hughes-Gandes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You talked about the FTE committee and examining to make sure you've got those classed right, and when a contract comes up, looking at that with the committee, making sure it still makes sense. Are you doing the same level of scrutiny when you're adding a new contract? It's not a contract coming up, but it's adding to your commodities line?
I would say the scrutiny is probably more, there's a higher level of scrutiny for anything that's new versus just reoccurring. So I mean, when you have a nurse leave, it's easy to say, yeah, do we need a nurse? You look at it, but yes, you need a nurse. But if someone's coming in and say, hey, I need a new admin staff, so it'll fix, the billing process or something, that scrutiny needs to be proven pretty significantly before we approve those positions.
And a follow-up, because I use that as an example, but I'm more curious about someone comes in from a different hospital and you've got some kind of contract for a software and they say, oh, I worked with other I don't have names for medical contracts, but they said, oh, I love this other one. I want to add that instead because now I work here. Same level of scrutiny for those.
Yeah, those are probably good ones. It goes through our steering committee, and they have to come through and they do, there's a full set of documents. They have to do a decision point, a total cost of ownership, what they're replacing. And then it's quite the gauntlet, actually, to get something new with us now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon and then Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Wanner to be here, and Ms. Johnston. First of all, thank you to you and your staff and the board for doing a nice turnaround, like Mr. Smith said. Much bit different conversation that we're having today. I am wondering, in the charges and services between FY25 and FY26, how much of that could be attributed to you now have orthopedic doctors and ophthalmologists. And just so for the record, I have heard nothing but good things about both of them, and I've also heard that Bartlett's PT you can actually get into. So
I don't have an answer for you for ophthalmology. I know we budgeted roughly $2 million in gross revenue with contractuals take out a good chunk of that, so it gets down to maybe $1 million in total increase in revenue between the program. There are associated costs, so that's not really a net to the bottom line.
And can I have a quick follow-up? It's just totally for my curiosity. How is your robotic surgery going?
I would say, well, we had Dr. Dan Hart start full-time last September with our hospital, and he's actually added several additional robotic surgeries, so you can actually come get your hernia repaired at the hospital now. He continues to look at adding procedures to the robot. It's kind of a complex process, so he has to come in, we have to fly someone in, he has to get mentored on the robot for the surgery before we can add that to his. But it is going well, yeah.
Mr. Kelly, then Ms. Hall.
I think I definitely appreciate the gesture and kind of the statement that it makes when you're offering to return money that was not a loan. But one of your first slides was about the assumptions that you're making, and you indicated a lot of potential challenges, including federal funding issues. How confident are you and the board that you won't need those funds that you are paying back to us?
Well, I can say our approach to our budget is a conservative approach. So, I mean, when we look at this, we want something that's very achievable for us. So when we built it, I expect us to exceed our budget significantly, hitting any massive. So even if we lost the 4.6, I think we still should be able to pay that back.
Ms. Hall.
I'd just like to comment. When we proposed this payback methodology, we understood, and we're doing it in thirds, with the understanding that next year we do have some challenges in front of us with changes in federal regulations and other things. We may not be able to include that second, third in next year's budget. So we're trying to be, as Joe said, we're trying to be conservative in our approach. We're confident that this year we can make that work for us. So, but we are not committing to the full 2 million at this point, just for that very reason, the uncertainty that's facing us.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just wondering if you could speak to Wildflower Court. Are they fully staffed and fully open? And also maybe an update on your hospice and home care program.
I can speak to Wildflower Court first. We had 56 patients in beds the last I talked with Deb. We continue to have some contract labor over there, specifically the CNAs. We also have a contract director of nursing. So we do have some contractors in there. We are actively recruiting. The CNA program is something we're trying to develop internally. We do have classes going on where we'll continue to work at that number. You know, we have 61 beds with 56 full at the last, so we're at the point where we like to keep a bed open, so in case there's a need at the hospital or someone comes in, like, I feel like we're at max capacity. In regards to home health and hospice, staffing has continued to be a challenge. We had 21 patients that were on home health at my last conversation. I think we had 4 on hospice, with both numbers obviously waxing and waning. Nursing continues to be a challenge. We recently had our director step away. We had a nurse able to step up and take that role, but she will need additional mentoring. It also creates, need another nurse to help provide those services. So I think that one's going to be a constant recruitment, something we continue to work at.
Ms. Euskadies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on the home health and hospice, and we can talk more about this offline. My memory with speaking with your predecessor, the interim director, was part of, with this particular service line, is also a culture change within Juneau. So is the board and staff thinking about that? Because you also have to go to our primary health providers and say, yeah, and we do this, and you don't have to do this out of your primary care. You can send it to us and we're well equipped and we'll take care of it, even though I know you just talked about staffing, but I think those two go hand in hand. So are you working on that piece of it as well?
Yeah, our outgoing director has gone out and she's done education with all the clinics. She's actively involved. We have a pretty good provider participation as well. Dr. Rada, Dr. Quigley Peterson. I mean, both those are doing doc-to-doc conversation. But I mean, it goes back to we're continuing to educate on that. It's just going to be a couple-year process, I think, to really get it changed.
Mayor Weldon. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Johnston.
I just wanted to make a comment about Wildflower Court. Last year at this time, our beds were not full. Our average census was around 50. So we've made a significant improvement with our staffing. Really, the barriers in the past, for the most part, was staffing issues. We couldn't staff to fill all those beds, and we're at a point with the travelers and the current administration in there, administrator in there, that we're effectively at full, as Joe said.
Mayor Weldon.
So along with your success, have you guys figured out any kind of advertising strategy to show, hey, we can do all these things now?
I don't want to give all our surprises away, but you'll be seeing stuff here shortly, for sure. Yes, there's plans.
I'll get in a question here. You know, we made a rapid transition here from a fund balance that was going to be drained in a few years to pretty sizable one here, estimated at 62 million. Does the board have, I'm sure I should know the answer to this question, does the board have a policy on what, a fund balance policy on? Does the board have a fund balance policy in regards to how much should it have and what should its kind of use and management be like?
So we track fund balance a little bit different at the hospital. We talk about it in days cash on hand, right? So last March, we were sitting at 77 days when we were having some of these tough conversations. We've moved that number to 117 days cash on hand, with the goal being to have somewhere around 168 to 180 days cash on hand. So we have some ways to go, but as we spoke about earlier, we do have an aging facility. So I know there's going to be some big projects coming up with the facility master plan that we're going to have to. Now, I'm not one that likes to go back and fund projects with debt. I like to fund projects with fund balance. And so the goal is to have enough fund balance where we're able to move some of these projects, update our ORs. We're going to do the ED. We're going to have to look at infusion therapy, physical therapy, some of these other outpatient services that we need to make sure we can meet the demands of the community.
Any last questions for Bartlett? All right, thank you both for being here and for doing all the budget work to get us to this point. Yep, we're getting closer to our timeline here. I know, what? I would like a tiny break. I didn't really take one last time, so let's do 5 minutes, get back here in 5. Second to last item on our agenda, Juneau School District. Thank you all for being here. We have, our theme for the afternoon has been give us a high-level overview, and we'll ask questions when we want more detail, trying to get out of here on time. So, Mr. Hauser or Ms. Sorensen, whoever wants to get started, go ahead and begin.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to present the FY26 JSD budget submission. Before we actually get into the meat of the budget, I want to take a moment to introduce Nico Herbert, the new Juneau School District CFO, and just let everyone know that Lisa Pierce is now off enjoying spending time with her new grandbaby. And so just want to take this moment to welcome Nico and to introduce her to everyone. I'd also like to take this moment to highlight the conversations that we are not having right now because of the hard but necessary work of consolidation last year and because of the support from our partners at CBJ and the Assembly. So thank you. Unlike other districts, we are not talking about cutting beloved educational programs like music choir. We're not talking about cutting extracurricular activities like swimming or football or important supports for students. And we are not raising the pupil-teacher ratio. In fact, we are lowering it in grades 4 through 6. We have also expanded opportunities for all students in JSD through consolidation, especially in career technical education. Academic outcomes and student opportunities continue to be at the center of our conversations on the Juneau School District budget. This is our district's strategic plan from 2020 to 2025. The district is committed to a continued focus on student achievement and students' abilities to meet short and long-term academic goals, ensuring access to classes and activities for all students and expanding partnerships and relationships to support students, staff, and families. The district is starting the process of updating the strategic plan and will be working closely with parents, staff, community members, and partners here at CBJ to gather feedback and input on the mission, vision, and strategic initiatives that will help define the Juneau School District to 2030. Between November and March 2025, the District and Board of Education held numerous budget, finance committee, public input, staff, and board meetings to garner parent, community, staff, student, and stakeholder feedback on the district budget. The FY26 budget reflects the district's best effort to present a spending plan that addresses the state funding uncertainty the district is facing by demonstrating efficient and effective use of human and financial resources, while also steadfastly supporting the community's commitment to successful student learning. The FY26 budget includes appropriations for all funds requiring annual budgets. It represents an increase of 4.44%, which reflects the state's hold harmless provision following school consolidation for the 2024-25 school year, FY 2025 state one-time funds, and 2024-25 school year vacancies. This slide represents the district's FY26 budget for the district's operating fund and all special revenue funds totaling $95,503,455. The budget was unanimously adopted by the Board of Education at its March 28, 2025 special meeting. A list of all revenue funds is available in the submitted budget document on page 11. The list includes all special revenue funds, including confirmed grants, non-instructional, as well as any tuition or payments. The FY 2026 budget presents an operating spending plan based on a projected enrollment of 3,919 students. That number includes 115 intensive students, 65 integrated pre-K students, and 176 Homebridge homeschool students. It's important to note that for our IPK students, they are counted as a 0.5 ADM, which is just average daily membership, and our Homebridge students are counted as a 0.9 average daily membership. The projected enrollment, K-12, represents a reduction of 3.1% or 121 students from FY25 this school year. In addition, the budget is built on an anticipated base student allocation, or a BSA, of $6,360, which is an increase of $400 or equivalent one-time funds. The district has taken a conservative approach. There are some districts that are budgeting on the 1,000 increase, and many are considering a $680 increase. CBJ has historically provided the maximum allowable local contribution as specified in the state foundation funding formula. This budget assumes that continued support. The FY26 maximum contribution is $35,004,712, and it reflects an increase in local contributions of $572,673. As mentioned in the previous slide, the City and Borough of Juneau has historically provided the maximum allowable local contribution as specified in the state foundation funding formula. This slide outlines the breakdown of that basic need and the maximum allowable local contribution. Based on the 2024 full and true value of taxable property in the City and Borough for FY26, that total is $35,004,712, like I mentioned in the previous slide. The amount requested by the district is that amount. The FY26 operating fund proposed revenue totals $79,260,696, an increase of $5,390,580, or 7.3% from the FY25 approved operating fund budget. It reflects the state hold harmless provisions following school consolidation for the 2024-25 school year, FY 2025 state one-time funds, and 2024-25 school year vacancies. Again, this budget represents an operating spending plan that is based on a 3.1% decrease in projected enrollment from FY 2025, as well as an anticipated increase to state funding in the amount of $400 through the base student allocation or one-time funds. This chart reflects estimated revenue by source. District operating fund sources are comprised of local, state, and federal revenues. We've understandably had a lot of questions about federal revenue spending lately, but you can see that that's a small sliver of the pie chart for the operating fund. Additionally, the FY 2026 budget includes the use of fund balance. The fund balance reflects the state hold harmless provision following school consolidation for the 2024-25 school year, FY 2025 state one-time funds, and the 2024-25 school year vacancies. The district maintains sufficient fund balance in order to comply with Board Policy 3470 fund balance. The June 30th, 2026 projected statute fund balance is projected to be $1,411,858. Local contribution is based on the full and true value of taxable property in the city and borough and recognizes inflation and value adjustments. State funding has remained relatively flat for over a decade. The state's percentage of the FY26 budget is higher as a result of the anticipated $400 BSA increase or equivalent one-time funds. There has been no meaningful increase in the base student allocation since 2014. 90% of the district's operating budget is allocated directly to personnel costs. Negotiated wages and health benefit costs comprise most of the district's operating fund costs. The district is currently engaged in contract negotiations with all three of its collective bargaining units. The FY25-26 budget includes step movements for all groups and a 2.5% Juneau Education Association, which is our teacher bargaining group, increase. That is reflective of the district's initial proposal. The Juneau School District is one of the largest employers in Juneau. This chart offers a summary of the FY26 operating fund expenditure budget categorized by function as described in the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development's chart of accounts. A list and description of the state chart of accounts is on page 19 of the submitted budget document. Function 100 through 400 is identified funds for student instruction in our schools. It equals over $62 million of the operating fund budget.
Mr. Hauser, I'm going to pause you and have some questions. Mr. Smith? Did you have your hand up?
I did. I think Ms. Hughes-Candies does too, maybe. I was just going to ask, sorry if I might be jumping the gun. The operations and maintenance function is like almost 10 million. Is the reason it's not shown in the pie chart on this previous slide because a large percentage of that is salaries and benefits, and then the actual just spending of the things to fix the stuff is actually not very much money?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Smith, that would be inaccurate.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hughes-Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the negotiations and the potential effect that'll have on your personnel costs. You said that reflected what you've built in here, your initial offer or your initial proposal. So I would be curious how long you all have been in negotiations or how close you are to wrapping that up.
Yeah, through the chair to Member Hughes-Candies. Depends on the bargaining unit. We have been in negotiations with one of our units for about 2 months now, a month and a half. We are just starting to work and starting on negotiations with the other 2 units. I wish I could tell you how long that would take to last, but I don't want to try to speculate right now at this time.
Sure. No, I understand that's a crystal ball thing. I was just trying to see if it's been long.
Mr. Steininger.
You had mentioned the hold harmless from the closure of the schools. And I know there's also hold harmless related to student count decreases. Have we triggered the student count decrease hold harmless? And also, how long does it take to phase out the hold harmless on the closure of the schools?
Yeah, it's a great question through the chair to Mr. Steininger. There are 2 different options that districts can take advantage of. Hold harmless, which is a reduction in adjusted average daily membership. That's one way, and we saw that triggered a lot during the pandemic when there was a lot of families that left the state and a lot of children that left the schools. There's also the school consolidation. There are different calculations. You can only qualify for one. So we were anticipating and looking at really the school consolidation, but when they adjusted and looked at our average daily membership and projected for next year and looking at the numbers, we actually did qualify for the hold harmless, which actually provides more revenue for the step down. It's a 3-year step down. And so this is year 1. We'll have year 2 next year, and the final year will be the FY27 fiscal year. So we did qualify for the hold harmless, which is triggered when the reduction in adjusted average daily membership exceeds 5%. And that is with the adjusted average daily membership and as a result of the reduction of that 3.1% projected enrollment loss.
So since we're expecting, as the hold harmless phases out, we should expect less revenue in future years. I guess as part of your budget planning process for fiscal year 26, have you spent much time thinking about, those changes that will have to happen in 27 and 28, as the hold harmless drops off?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Steininger, absolutely. And I think that's one of the benefits of having the hold harmless provision in there when it gets triggered, is to start planning, and where just immediately you don't have to, try to solve a significant reduction in revenue because of loss of enrollment. It does give you that 3 years to plan and to strategize how best to meet the needs of the schools, the students, the staff, and to plan for that. So we absolutely are looking at and thinking about what that reduction will look like moving forward.
I have Mayor Weldon, Ms. Hall, and then Mr. Kelly.
So I'm just going to go back a couple of slides. I'm looking at your school district FY26 revenue, and you have student activities, and it's flat from last year, but yet we have one high school now and one middle school, so I'm wondering why it's flat.
So I believe what you're looking at, the expenditures. Are you talking about the expenditure slide that we were just talking about? Oh, that one right there? Sorry, skipping forward. I hadn't gotten there yet. Through the chair. So the question then, let me just look and see if I can find that slide really fast. Yeah. And I think probably the reason why we're looking at over under, so student activities, high school or middle school activities, wondering why they're maintaining the same cost or why there's no change. Yeah, one of the things that we wanted to account for, and I will actually speak to this a little bit later on when we get to the slides, but the main reason we were looking for, part of the commitment we asked from the Assembly last year during the consolidation was maintaining the funding for student activities, because we wanted to make sure that we provided the opportunities for all of our students that wanted to participate in funding, because even though we consolidated to one high school, we still had the same number of students, or the reduction. So we wanted to make sure we could still provide and make sure every single student had that opportunity. And I'm really proud to be able to say that we have not seen a significant reduction in students' participation in activities this year with one high school versus last year with the two high schools. The numbers of participations is still, and in some activities and sports, we've actually seen an increase in the numbers of students. And so part of that reason why it's remaining flat is to make sure that we can continue to have that commitment and support for those students. So there's really no barrier for them to be able to participate. And I will talk about that in a couple more slides too.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Wall. This question is about Medicaid billing. Is that reflected in our state revenue that we receive? Are we billing for eligible students on an IEP, and the expanded billing for all Medicaid eligible students that are receiving services that are billable?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Hall. Yes, if you go back and remember the slide chart that showed the different revenues, federal revenue, we talked about the federal revenue for the operating fund. And in there, that small slice that is referred to as, go up a few more slides, that one right, one more. Oh no, that's it right there, yeah. So at the very bottom, that federal revenue, 0.41%, that is the Medicaid reimbursements that we are able to put in. So we do, for related services, bill for Medicaid. We are in the process. We just started rolling out a new Medicaid billing system last year, Relay. And that is something that we've been working on and expanding out, and we are starting to see some increased billing for that. We still have budgeted about $25,000 for that reimbursement. We do expect that to go up in the future, but that is reflected, and we are billing for those related services, those billable Medicaid expenses that we're providing to our students.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And I think it was a few slides maybe before this where you mentioned that you are anticipating a $400 increase to the base student allocation. Has the board considered if we did get the full $1,000 or somewhere in between, how would the budget be adjusted for that?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Member Kelly. Yes, the board has actually gone through and identified a priority list for possible add backs or additions. If additional revenue comes through, they have actually gone through and done a survey to rank those items as well. And so if there is an increase in revenue as a result of increase over $400 for a BSA or one-time funds, the board, while I don't want to speak for the board, and Ms. Sorensen, President Sorensen could speak to that too, there's a list already compiled to start having some of those conversations. And I didn't know if Ms. Sorensen, you wanted to speak any more to that.
Would you repeat that into the mic for anyone listening online?
We've looked both forwards and backwards.
All right, Mr. Hauser, you can keep going with your slides.
All right, I believe I'm on the pupil-teacher ratio slide. Thank you. So the FY26 budget maintains comparable staffing levels to the 2024-25 school year, including positions added back following FY25 one-time state funding. The FY26 budget reduces the pupil-teacher ratio at grades 4 through 6 by 2, from 30-1 to 28-1. The BTR used to calculate the classroom teachers allocated for the FY26 budget are, for kindergarten through third grade, 26. And again, like I said, for 4th through 6th grade, 28. And for 7th through 8 and 9th through 12, it's 30. Again, the FY26 budget reflects a reduction in PTR for grades 4 through 6 from 30-1 to 28-1. FY25 funding for non-instructional shared services items from CBJ equaled $3,690,405. FY26 funding request for non-instructional shared service items from CBJ equals $2,115,000. The reduced ask for FY26 over FY25 is $1,575,405 less. The district requests the Assembly fund general school operations at $35,004,712, which is the amount permitted according to the State Foundation funding formula. This is an increase of $572,673 over the FY25 approved revised budget. The additional funds are a result of an increase in the 2024 full and true value of taxable property in the city and borough. The district also requests an additional $2,115,000 for the non-instructional programs of student activities, transportation, food service, pre-K, community schools, and Learn to Swim. The district's non-instructional programs funding request to the Assembly does not contain shared services for operation and maintenance, and overall represents, like I said, a reduction of $1,575,405 less than for FY 2025.
Gonna pause there. Mayor Weldon.
Again, and Mr. Bryson will like my question. For FY25, you had $200,000 for transportation. FY26, you had $200,000, but yet we have 2 less schools. So why is it the same number? That doesn't make sense. But on top of that, you dropped your Learn to Swim to $50,000, and I would ask why there, because I like people to know how to swim.
Through the chair, I'd like to address the last question first. I hope you know my story. I mean, I taught water safety, swim lessons, adaptive aquatics. I was a swimmer, still a swimmer, swim 4 days a week. Swimming is really important, especially in a coastal town, especially when you look at the number of drownings that we have in the state of Alaska. It's the highest per capita. We have more coastal areas, and so Learn to Swim is very important to me. I believe every single student and adult, if you don't know how to swim, should know how to swim or at least be comfortable in the water. The reason why we are reducing it down from $75,000 to $50,000 is because when we looked back, there was a commitment to make sure that we still provided that opportunity for all of our students. In looking at the cost this year, we do, and we are going to be able to be around that $50,000 mark. And so we reduced it down to $50,000 from $75,000 because we can still provide all those opportunities for our students to be able to learn to swim for that $50,000 mark. And so going back and looking at that, we believe we can meet that need at that $50,000, which is why there's a reduction in $25,000. The other question that you had regarding pupil transportation and the cost around pupil transportation and the closure of 3 schools, we still have around the same number of routes that we have going to our schools because a lot of our school routes are going around across the whole city in city of Juneau for the high school and for the middle school. The other piece I think is really important is we have usually over the last number of years exceeded the amount budgeted that we've received from the state for pupil transportation. There's not been a meaningful increase in pupil transportation from the state, quite honestly, in further than what the BSA increased. I mean, there hasn't been an adjustment since 2014. There was one-time funds put into pupil transportation last year, which equated to about $400,000. We don't know if we're going to be receiving that for next year. Right now, we're talking about potentially an increase in the base student allocation and one-time funds. We've not seen if there's going to be an increase in pupil transportation yet. So we are anticipating a reduction from what we received for pupil transportation this year, which is why we're still requesting the additional funds and funds for pupil transportation this year, even though there was a reduction in schools.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. House, I think you were responding back to the mayor on this one, but I'm just going to ask again so I understand. So we consolidated schools, had the same-ish number of students. For like activities, there may have been savings for like cross-country or something at the 2 high schools. They each had a team. Now they don't have to pay 2 coaches. But is it kind of like there should be increased opportunity for students to participate in activities with the same amount of money now? Is that a decent way to sum that up?
Yeah, through the chair to Member Smith, I would say yes. It really comes down to the number of students that you have. Even though you reduce one school if you will, the high school, and you consolidated them down, we still want to hire additional coaches to meet the needs of the students. Cross-country running, they're out running around, you want to make sure you have good supervision. Cross-country skiing, those are the pieces. So yeah, it's maintaining that high level of opportunity for all of our students that want to participate in the sports. And so yes, that maintained funding of that $1.2 million for middle school and the $90,000 for, 1.2 for high school and the $90,000 for middle school is really a way to make sure that we're still providing those opportunities and not seeing a reduction in the opportunities. We made a commitment last year that we were not going to negatively impact our students' opportunities to participate in sports through the consolidation or activities. And we have maintained that. We have not turned any students away. We've added coaches when needed, and we've made sure to be able to provide those opportunities for students. I want to continue to provide those opportunities for students.
Keep going, Mr. Hauser.
All right, so I did want to take a moment and mention the high school activities in particular, and we kind of covered this, but really with that consolidation of the two schools into one, the district is maintaining and committing that same level of access for student activities, and that additional funding or maintaining that funding of $1.2 million for the high school is going to make sure to allow us to keep that support for our students and those opportunities for our students. But I also wanted to take a moment to update the Assembly on an item that we've been tracking for over a year now. State Department of Education Early Development confirmed after my deadline for submitting these slides that they are moving forward with presenting a regulation change regarding local contribution to the State Board of Education in June. This is very surprising news, and you'll remember that DEED said it was proposing a regulation change for the Federal Department of Education to align with, quote, recent guidance and orders from the Federal Impact Aid Program. However, the Federal Department of Education, when asked, said no, quote, we did not ask or recommend that DEED change its state regulation. State regulations are not within the Impact Aid Program's interest or purview, end quote. Now, of course, the Federal Department of Education is being shuttered. So DEED is attempting a regulation change to local contribution for a federal agency that never asked for it and that is being dismantled. But just this week in Senate Education, a committee substitute for House Bill 69 took preemptive steps on local contribution language for city and borough districts to support non-classroom related activities. And so we'll wait to see where and what happens with that. But I just wanted to update everyone on kind of where we're at this point with the DEED proposed regulation change. The FY26 budget reflects district's commitment to transparency, to effective and efficient use of resources, and to fiscal responsibility. In November, the district had its first audit without a deficit in years. And I just want to say that again. In November, the district had its first audit without a deficit in years. As one board member summarized, quote, we had no modified opinions, no material misstatements, and all prior year findings have been worked on in some manner. The FY26 budget represents the district's best effort to accurately anticipate or request funding resources and to work within the level to provide a comprehensive yet sustainable level of services for our students and community in fulfilling our vital mission to provide all students with meaningful, relevant, and rigorous learning experiences in order to graduate diverse, engaged citizens ready for a changing world. On behalf of the district and the board, I would like to take this opportunity to again thank the Assembly and the City and Borough of Juneau staff for their continued support of the students, staff, and community of Juneau through your support of the Juneau School District. Thank you.
Last questions for JSD, Mayor Weldon.
It's tough to have to ask a question after that. And I would have to look at the city manager too, what's going on with the shared services with maintenance? Where did we end up with there?
At this time in our budget, we are the Juneau School District values and very much intends to keep our maintenance staff with the Juneau School District. One of the things that I think is really important to take into consideration as we are looking at the possible DEED regulation change, that would, if there was a shift and a change in that, that would be considered in-kind service and would increase the costs and potentially be seen as, using it in our terms now, exceeding that local contribution.
So I guess my specific question is, are we still giving you $1.65 million for shared services for maintenance? That's my
Through
question.
the chair to the mayor, no, you were not. That is, there is, and that was reflected on that, essentially a difference of the request of those non-instructional funds and supports of about $1.57 million. That is really where that $1.6 million that was provided this year is not reflected in next year's ask.
All right, that looks like all we've got for you all. Thank you for being here.
Much nicer conversation. Thank you all board for being here.
Just you wait. I'd like to get us out of here before 4. Assembly members, stay at your seats. What do you think they're doing? We are not on a break. We are not on a break.
We have their phone number.
Ms. Riddell, is it just you representing the airport today?
Yes, but no, but yes. Tell Charlie to come up and keep it going. Exactly. I was going to say, I've got Charlie Williams.
Mr. Williams, you're welcome to come up here if you would like to join us. Please. It has to be, when it's green, it's working.
Oh, it's different than the airport mics.
Yes, exactly opposite.
So I thought Angelica would be here to present. Is she on by Zoom maybe? If not, I'll whip through this as best as I can. And so we can all get out of here.
And
it's been a long day for you.
And we do have a meeting with you all on Wednesday, so if there are questions that, oh, no? Oh, it got canceled. Okay.
What's that?
Okay. Anyways, if there are questions that we can't get answered tonight by the two of you, we will note them and figure them out. So yeah, if you want to do your best to present, and we can ask what questions we have, but we know you're being put on the spot here, so.
Okay.
It's all right.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be back here. As you all know, I am newly appointed to the airport board as of February. I served for 6 years a while ago, had a nice break, and I am back. So I'm going to just walk quickly through what we adopted. And I think the best way to start off this is a flat status quo budget. And the reason the board felt it was important at this time not to make any major changes or increases are twofold. One is that we're undergoing a lot of change between hiring a new airport manager with Patty Watto's retirement coming up at the end of this month, as well as we've had a number of significant major projects that are coming to an end with the parking lot, with the terminal expansion, things like that. And so this is a good time, I believe, to absorb the operations that we have. And I should add, we had significant fund balance increase last year of 1.8 million. So we have more flexibility this year to take those types of actions because of the excess fund balance that we've earned. So starting with the expense slide, just walking through the expenses, you'll see that the total operating budget on an expense basis that we are requesting is 10.9 million. And that's total operating expense. the biggest chunk of this is actually in commodities and services for the airport. Personnel is a smaller piece of our budget. And of course, this could adjust depending on how some of the union labor negotiations happen. Those costs will be passed through. In terms of revenues, we are looking, one of the big changes in revenues this year from previous years is that we had used CARES money that we had gotten, COVID money, to help offset some of the rent for some of our tenants for a period of time while they were going through the inability to operate normal operations. That has come to an end, so you'll see that the leases are back in place in full. And so we expect to receive 3.6 million in rentals. In addition, landing fees are our biggest source of revenue after rentals, and then fuel flowage, and with additional income coming down from there. Just as a reminder, the airport no longer gets any money from the state of Alaska, so we do not get any state grant matching money. And we also, the state does continue to collect a portion of the fuel flowage tax, even though they don't participate in any of the expenses of the airport. So looking at FY25 projected, we're expecting to need $35,000. We'll take that from fund balance. This is due to our new badging access security system. So this is an important upgrade that the airport needs. And I think eventually this will actually save some money because of the way that that system works. And so while our expenses only have 35 increase, we're going to have a revenue decrease of 332,000. I think it says a lot to the airport manager that that decrease in revenue is not impacting expenses more than you would have expected. So this is from fuel flowage fees, so just not as much fuel being purchased. And then the TSA's reimbursement has been discontinued, and so we are no longer going to receive $128,000 to reimburse us for TSA personnel. And I know Charlie and Representative Hughes-Scandas, Assemblymember Hughes-Scandas will correct me on all of this because both of them have been in more of these conversations than I have. So please type in if I'm, all right, thank you. So getting to federal, or
Can we pause for a moment? Mayor Weldon, you have a question?
And if you don't know that, that's fine, but Charlie might know this. Why was there a decrease in air carrier fuel flowage fees? Are we having less flights or fuel cheaper? I mean, what causes that?
I think it's just where they decide to refuel. And if they bring a lot of fuel, they don't need as much from us. And I think that's probably the most important part of that.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. My question actually pertains both to this and to the next slide. I was noticing that on this slide, there's 128,000 decrease in the TSA's LEO reimbursement, which what you're saying has been discontinued. And that same exact number is also on the next slide. I would expect that FY26 would represent a full year, but we're nearing the end of FY25. So have we just not received any of those funds yet, and we're definitely not going to receive them now? Or would you have any insight on that?
Through the chair, I don't have a good answer for you. My understanding, though, is that because of the way the federal timing works and when this program happened, that there's some timing issues, and likely we didn't get any of the reimbursement this year.
And through the chair, I'd like to respond also. I believe that they had a fundamental change in their policy of what they would reimburse for. And I believe it's a timing thing where it essentially happened for the whole year and was unanticipated.
Thank you.
So moving on to fiscal year 2026, So we have a projected increase of 210,000 over what we had initially proposed a year ago for FY '26. This is primarily due to the Airport Security Cost Center, so an increase of 175,000 due to personnel and the badging system. And then the Airfield Cost Center of 35,000, which is for personnel, an upgrade to one of the mechanics, I think it was a reclassification and upgrade of that position.
Right, we actually discontinued one of the maintenance mechanics when they retired, and there was more of a need for maintenance on equipment. And so we had to have a little bit of extra money to pay for that maintenance mechanic. They're more costly than the housekeeping and that type of thing. And we agreed that that was a really good use of money because we have so much equipment that we have to maintain. And if you don't maintain that equipment, it only gets more expensive. So this will allow the airport staff to maintain the equipment even during the times when it's under super heavy use, which one is most important.
So moving on to projected revenues, we're forecasting a $45,000 decrease from what we had originally thought. Primarily, this is recognizing that reimbursement for the TSA is not coming in. Interest income now is expected to be lower, as well as some miscellaneous decreases. The good news is a lot of those decreases are offset by an increased lease with Alaska Airlines Cargo. And so we're going to see an additional revenue of $95,000 from them. So when we put this all together, our FY '26 as approved had a deficit of $145,800. It's revived to now a deficit of $400,453. However, as I mentioned earlier, we have significant fund balance, 1.8 million over and above our 3-month operating fund balance requirements. And so we have chosen as a board at this time to use fund balance to cover that, especially given how close some of these revenues and expenses are. And that actually shows up on the next slide. So you'll see the operating reserve of approximately 2.5 million. And then,
That was CARES.
or I'm sorry,
That was what the decrease was in the fund balance. It was CARES. Correct?
that's the reserve balance.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, so we have an available balance of 4.4 million. There's an expected decrease by 274,000. So our end available fund balance is still very healthy at over $4 million.
Questions on any of that? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I just was noticing, actually on the very bottom line there, the last 2 years you've had 37.2 FTE, and I see this year you've increased to 39.2. It's okay if you don't have the information right now, but I'm just curious if you happen to, what accounts for those 2 FTEs?
Do you know?
I can't hear you right here. There's an echo right here.
Do you happen to know what the 2 additional positions are that we're adding to the airport?
Those are the replacement for the non-reimbursed TSA.
TSA,
Yeah,
that we have to still pay for security.
they just shifted it, so it's our responsibility to pay for them.
Thank you.
I'll ask a question. Certainly understand a strategic use of fund balance to fill fill the deficit this year, given the changes? Would you expect that deficit to continue? Has the board talked about long-term options for, future budget sustainability? What level of conversation has happened about beyond FY '26?
I think I would step back and sort of frame it a little bit differently. And you can see it on this page when you look at 24, 25, 26, and you'll see there was, a decrease in fund balance of almost 1.2 million. And then you had a surplus of 1.8 million. So there's been these swings in fund balance. And I think where we want to get to is a little bit more stability in terms of understanding fees and rates for both our 120, so for our big carriers and for our small carriers, and understanding the balance between those two and how we implement rate changes. That is going to be a really important role for the new manager in establishing a relationship with all of our carriers, understanding the dynamics that are unique to the Juneau Airport in that the majority of these fees are collected in our summer months. That's when we have more flights coming in. It's when we have more passengers coming in. And so you see the collections go up on the passenger fees. They want to be able to put those fees in place as early as possible so that when people are buying their summer airfares, they are able to collect those fees. And one of the things we don't want to do is to our small carriers is to go back to them and give them a bill for, which is how some airports operate, and their inability to pass that along to their passengers. So we want to create reliability and predictability for the small carriers in particular, because they are such a big part of the Juneau Airport operation. So as we think about fund balance, it's managing through a time where we wouldn't see these wild swings, that it would be much steadier, and determining what that fund balance is best used for. We've been very fortunate in that we've gotten a lot of grant money and match money, both out of the federal government, to do a lot of the things that we've wanted to do. And then the CARES money, the COVID money, allowed us to do things that FAA won't usually let you use airport revenue. So repaving the parking lot, for example, was a great way to sort of lean in and use that money and make airport improvements that we needed to make. That fund balance also acts as a lifeline to front the matches that are required and have that liquidity. So as we go through the planning process that we've just started for the next PFC, Passenger Facility Charge 10, and the projects that are going to be in that, will determine how much liquidity we need. And I expect this will be, as I said, an important conversation as we go through interviews with the airport manager candidates as to how they think about passing along these costs, ideas that they may have for proposing fees, how the fees take effect, when they take effect, and how we notice that and manage that. So it's part of I think, a much broader picture as to how we're going to think about the airport going forward.
Thanks for that. Looks like there's one more slide.
We just wanted to provide an update as to where we are with the various projects. As I mentioned, the airport always has great CapEx, capital expenditures going on. It's one of those facilities that always needs to be maintained at a top level because of the safety requirements. And so this gives you a sense of things that are on the front burner in terms of projects that we are working to put in place. Also for federal fiscal year 25, which will end September 30th, you can see things that have already been billed and should be reimbursed for the airport. And then we are in the process of closing out the two major gate, the boarding bridge, as well as the terminal reconstruction. So we're getting back to doing significant, $20 million for the apron, tarmac, aircraft parking, and the logistics of moving that through the airport and still maintain operations will be a massive undertaking. So with that, that looks like it's the end of the slides. Really appreciate the help, the assist, the lifelines, because I wasn't expecting to present today.
Great job.
You gonna apply to the airport?
I have no aviation experience.
Any last questions for our airport board members that are here with us? All right, yeah, thank you for being here and nice job being put on the spot. We appreciate it. All right, I think that brings us towards the close here of our meeting. Info only, we've got a budget calendar. We'll get you a new one if anything has changed. Just to recap, unless we hear otherwise, we will not be taking up docks and harbors, airport, Bartlett, again in the process. We will make final decisions on that when we approve the budget. We will take up passenger fees, CIP manager increases, and the outside the cap funding for the school district at a later date. Is there anything else that people were hoping we would be talking more about that we discussed today that wasn't on that list? Mr. Bryson.
I did have a couple of memos that were going to come forward later on in the process. One for, I've been hinting around that I have a law working on a memo, what it would look like for another entity to operate Eagle Crest or be responsible for Eagle Crest. So that'll be in front of us. And then another thing you've heard me mention, raising a tax on tobacco, marijuana, and what we've discovered is nicotine is not being taxed. One of those memos will come up in the future as well. So we're working through a couple of the legalities of it. Those are a couple of things I've worked on that we'll probably see during the budget cycle. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bryson, for the heads up. Anything else for the good of the order? Staff, anything you all wanted to say before we close out today?
I don't know that there's anything in particular. The updated meeting at a glance is available if you didn't get a copy. The clerk sent that down. Okay. And our packet for the 16th is going to be fairly full because it will have all of your community grant requests in it. So we hope to get that published Thursday-ish so that you guys have some time to look at that before we get together on the 16th, and you could know what kind of questions you need to have answered in order for you to make a funding decision on those.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When or if would we speak about the restricted budget reserve? Is that just a?
I've had several people have kind of mentioned it as something they want to tackle. I would expect us to talk about it at the pending list level. I think the question really is, do we talk about it up front or towards the end? In the past, sometimes after going through all the community grants, we've said, what do we got left? What are we going to do about the restricted budget reserve? It might be helpful to have a little bit of a broader conversation about it before we go through that process, and maybe we're adding something to the pending list. Does that make sense? As
I'm
kind of
trying to
thinking
figure
about. But it's on my mind too, so we'll make sure to have it at the right time. For transparency, while we're talking about it, I'd at a bare minimum like to pay back that $2 million that we took out for HESCO barriers. We took it out of the restricted budget reserve. That was before we had a $10 million come back to us in investment income that we didn't know about. And so I would hope we would at least refill that. But we can talk about that
Sounds good.
when we get there. Thanks for bringing it up. All right, good job keeping on time. It is exactly 4 o'clock. Next meeting date is April 16th. And with that, I will adjourn us.